Conundrum Audio presents The Russian Betrayal by Nick Thacker, produced by Nick Thacker and Conundrum Publishing. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. For more awesome thrillers and amazing audiobooks, visit www.conundrumpublishing.com.
Chapter 1. Grigory. Senior Warrant Officer. Grigory watched as the train squealed and pulled to a stop just in front of the wide, flat barracks building. He scrunched up the neck of his jacket and tightened it around the collar, shivering as he tried to ignore the cold that punctured every pore. It was approaching -20 Fahrenheit, roughly -29 Celsius, one of the coldest mornings so far. His shift had started only an hour ago, which meant he had at least 7 more before relief would come. 9 more if the XO put out another high alert, at which point his friends and compatriots would simply join him, waiting for nothing. He watched the heavy white smoke pour out of the stack above the engine, surprised that the relic was still operating. Of course, that was the most Russian part about all of this, aside from the fact that they were hundreds of miles north of the Arctic Circle, aside from the fact that they worked long hours, on guard for something they all knew would never come. Grigory knew that the most amazing part of all was his government's insistence on keeping ancient technology working. He didn't exactly fault them for it. It was a sign of Russian engineering and ingenuity, a sense of pride all his countrymen shared in. And the Russians were nothing if not proud. They would keep this beast chugging along until it simply ran off the tracks and died. Much like the way the military would treat the train's cargo. Even before the cars had come to a complete halt, doors slid open and soldiers barked at other soldiers. Army men and women intermingled with Navy sailors, all of them spilling off each of the cars and falling into the heavy snow. No path had been cut for them to follow, but their target was the same nevertheless. The barracks building behind Grigory, the first one in sight. It was the westernmost of 3 such buildings, all stacked together at the end of the base grounds. 2 taller, narrower buildings sat across from each other on the north and south side of the base, straddling the 1st and 3rd barracks building. On the far side of the grounds, immediately across the wide, expansive central atrium, the way was open to the sea, the official job site for their operation. Of course, that sea was nothing but thick ice precariously balanced atop constantly shifting frigid waters. The block of ice stretched miles to the north, giving the impression that their forward operating base for this region was a long, flat, harmless piece of terrain. Grigory knew better. He had seen the danger with his own eyes. He knew the new recruits arriving now had been told stories, whispers of death and destruction on the ice. He knew they were all terrified, optimistic that the tales they had heard were just myths and legends about this place, but scared nonetheless. He remembered feeling that optimism himself, casting aside doubts and fears to make the best of an already troubling situation. No one joined the Russian military on purpose, and once in, no one chose this place. Even those not opposed to service in the military wanted glory, to fight the wars their country commanded. That meant the South China Sea, or Irkutsk, or any number of unofficial battlegrounds around the world. Never here. No one ever chose this place. The wind picked up just as the first line of sailors and soldiers marched toward him. He made eye contact with each of them, though he didn't offer any help or advice. There was nothing to say, and they wouldn't be able to hear him anyway over the noise of the wind. The XO would be inside, awaiting their arrival in the warmth. He and the assistants he patrolled with would hand out room assignments, orders, and any other special arrangements needed. The XO's prepared speech was the same he always gave, short and not so sweet. A brisk 2 minutes of straightforward commands, delivered in the ubiquitous Russian style. The young military men and women would stare, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as he explained what exactly they were trying to do here. The older, wiser men and women would feel the same, but would have had the training to not show it on their faces. And after the speech ended, the XO would turn on his heel and leave, most likely never to engage in conversation with any of them again. He was a busy man, sure, but the reality of their situation was once again drilled into Grigory as he recalled the last group of 120 men and women who had disembarked from this same train. It had been a week ago, and Grigory had been on patrol once again. He remembered seeing all of them hop off the train and fall into the snow, the poor souls in the front of the line acting as tiny snowplows for those in the back. Each of them had made it to the barracks, warmed their feet inside while the XO delivered his 2-minute speech, and then had gotten to work. Grigory hadn't heard any of this, but within an hour of arrival at the base, the squadron had once again exited the building, walked past Grigory, and trudged northward through the grounds and toward the sea. They had been assigned specific tasks, each determined by training and expertise. Some of them were mechanics, some of them construction engineers, some of them electricians, and on and on and on. Everyone had a role, and everyone had moved toward their destination efficiently and swiftly, as was expected of Russian military personnel. That day had been one of the clearest he could remember. The sun had actually appeared over the horizon for a few hours, no clouds in sight. He remembered feeling warm in his parka and underlayers as he watched. He stared northward, looking for any threats, of which there were none. Besides the military installation, human life simply didn't exist this far north. Animal life was the real danger here. Polar bears roamed, blending in easily with the white surroundings. And they were hungry. He had seen what happened when a patrolman such as himself did not do their job diligently enough and allowed a polar bear to get too close to their outer perimeter. Chapter 2. Ben. For the first time in what seemed like a century, Harvey Bennett felt as though everything was right in the world. He sat on his chair in the living room of his small cabin watching the world, his entire world at least, pass him by. His best friend, Gareth Red, whom everyone called Reggie, sat at the edge of the couch on his right. Julie, his wife and mother of their only child, Hope, sat on the other side of the couch. The 6-month-old girl was giggling hysterically, crawling in circles around the floor in front of the couch, trying to catch one of Reggie's feet. While these people formed the basis and foundation of what he considered most of his entire world, it was the 2 humans in the kitchen, and what they were doing, that made up the other portion. Harvey Bennett loved food. He loved to eat, especially when he didn't have to cook the food himself. He enjoyed cooking, but he considered it simply a means to an end. If someone else was doing the work, well, he was happy to do his part tasting the result. And that's what was happening in the kitchen now. His long-estranged brother, Zachary Bennett, was frantically running around the tiny kitchen retrieving ingredients, pots, pans, and any other utensils his girlfriend, Ember Clark, shouted out. Zachary and Harvey Bennett's mother, Diana Torres Johnson, had been the family chef. That skill, it seemed, had not passed to both Bennett boys. Harvey was quite good in the kitchen. His brother was decidedly bad. Harvey listened as Ember scolded her boyfriend as he brought back incorrect ingredients, the wrong spoon or ladle, and just generally needed more oversight than she was willing to give. They were both working furiously to produce a pot of Harvey's famous chili. Ben had written down the recipe, but he knew all too well the real secret ingredient was care. Every pinch of salt, every hint of nutmeg, every longing glance at the simmering stew required one to care. Not just about the final product, but about each individual ingredient. As he sat on the couch watching Hope play with Reggie's feet, listening to Julie coo and urge on their little girl, and hearing Ember yelling at Zach in the kitchen, he felt good. More than good. He felt peace. It had been a whirlwind year. Many years, for that matter. They had been through hell together, multiple times. They lost friends they had considered family. They had been in the trenches and fought alongside each other, and they had somehow prevailed as a team, coming out the other side, not unscathed, but stronger. His team, the Civilian Special Operations, started as an ad hoc group of men and women, each bringing a particular skill to play. His best friend Reggie was an ex-Army sniper and soldier. His wife, Juliette Richardson Bennett, was a computer scientist and communications expert who had done time in the Biological Threat Research Division at the CDC. Ember Clark, the newest member of their group, was a literal assassin, having trained and lived in Denver, Colorado, but gaining experience around the world, as she earned a fortune taking out unscrupulous players and the kinds of people the governments of the world couldn't touch. Even Ben's brother Zach was trained. Also a scientist, his field of study had been organic chemistry and biology, taking a similar path as his mother. His interests spanned multiple fields, however, and he had proven himself to be quite a capable computer scientist as well, understanding how to hack into secure systems, program for certain situations, and generally use computers as a tool to get what he wanted. Bennett thought of himself as the weakest member of the team, with no superpowers other than a knack for getting hit and getting back up again. He was resilient, strong, and, thanks to a multi-year workout regimen forced upon him by Reggie, he had actually gained some decent fighting and combat skills. He was well-rounded, though not particularly fantastic at one single skill. Even his wife could still outshoot him at the range, each and every time. He closed his eyes, drifting back into the comforts of the couch. It was new, the leather still smelling rich and deep, as was everything else in the cabin. They had lost the place about a year ago, thanks to an operative who had driven a vehicle bomb onto the grounds, detonating it and their civilian special operations headquarters building that had been under construction, attached to the back corner of the cabin. That building was under construction once more, and they all joked about whether or not it would ever be finished. The facility was two-story, dwarfing the cabin seated next to it, but in order to preserve the beauty and sanctity of the place, they decided to rebuild with the first floor as an underground basement and the second floor above ground. But it was being built, slowly but surely, and, if Ben were honest, he didn't mind how long it took. He liked the gentle, slow evenings when the workers left, and he and Julie and their daughter had time alone. He enjoyed the time with friends as well, more than he thought he would. His home had become a home base for the rest of the team, a sanctuary for all of them. Though his brother was under attack in the kitchen, threatened by a woman on a mission to produce Harvey-worthy chili, all seemed perfect to him. Chapter 3. Zach.
I said coriander, not curry, Ember shouted.
Zach let his shoulders sag. He let out a deep sigh, turning back around to open the spice cabinet where his brother and sister-in-law kept the cooking and baking spices. He was ready to give up. He had wanted to cook dinner for everyone, both as a way to say thank you for allowing him to crash in one of the newly built rooms in the basement connected to the cabin, and as a way to try to get closer again to Ember. She had offered to cook Harvey's famous chili, which elicited a chuckle from Ben, but Julie smacked him on the back of the head and showed her where the recipe was. According to Julie, Ben didn't think anyone could recreate his world-famous recipe. According to Ben, there was a secret ingredient no one could get right, except for him. But according to the list of ingredients and recipe Julie had written down on an index card and tucked away at the back of a recipe book, it should prove to be quite simple. Especially considering the entire thing started with 2 cans of pre-made chili. Ember had burst out laughing when she saw that on the recipe list as the first ingredient. How do you make chili? Start by going to the store and purchasing a can of pre-made chili. He couldn't believe the recipe, but that seemed like just the sort of thing his brother would do. Tell everyone there was some secret ingredient, some magical way of concocting the thing, when all one had to do was purchase the right brand of chili from the store. Sure, there were other ingredients involved, like the coriander Ember was yelling about, but to Zach, that was all just decoration. If you started with a can of chili, what did it matter how much other stuff you added in on top of it? I'm right here. The kitchen is the size of a ping-pong table, Zach said. No need to shout. Well, hurry up with that coriander. It was supposed to be added as soon as the garlic started browning. Zach nodded along, only half listening. He found the ground coriander tucked away behind 3 other things he had never heard of, all starting with C. It shouldn't matter too much, he said. Curry and coriander are the same thing. He could almost feel Ember rolling her eyes as she immediately tossed back a retort. You're an idiot, Bennett. What kind of chemist thinks coriander and curry are the same? You're thinking of coriander and cilantro. One's the seed, one's the plant. He winced. He had heard that before, which was why he'd said it. He slid the small shaker of curry back, then popped it open and took a sniff. Yeesh, he thought. Certainly not coriander or cilantro. He tossed the bottle of coriander to her while she spun the minced garlic cloves around to mix it with the rest of the stew. They had added some marinated beef Ben had ready to go in the refrigerator, browning bits of it before tossing in the can of chili. Zach heard Hope giggling loudly from the other room, followed by the other three adults' laughter. He caught a whiff of the chili as Ember added the appropriate amount of ground coriander. He had to admit, Ben had something good here. The Bennetts had always enjoyed the outdoors, taking many family camping trips and longer backpacking vacations. They fished, hunted, and cooked together, telling stories around the fire and staying up well past everyone's bedtime. These were the memories Zach loved the most. Now, both his parents were gone. Last month, he and his brother had reunited for the second time since Harvey had pulled away all those years ago. It was a tense, fractured affair, but they had made headway into re-entering each other's lives once more. If this was the olive branch, Zach had to admit it was working. Ember scolded him once more for something else, but he was once again only half listening. She was joking, just joshing with him, but he knew she was trying hard. If things between him and his brother were tense, they were 10 times worse between him and his ex-girlfriend. In fact, he wasn't quite sure what to call her. They hadn't exactly broken up, but this was the first time they had seen each other in over a month. He knew she was doing her best to keep it together, but there needed to come a time very soon when they could get some time alone and just talk. But that time was not now. "Zach, I said give me a cup of water," she demanded. He snapped into action, pulling open all of the drawers in Ben's kitchen, trying to find a measuring cup. Chapter 4. Love. Progress had slowed to a crawl over the last 2 weeks. On top of that, it seemed there had been nothing but setbacks lately. They had lost an entire ship, nearing completion, in fact, just yesterday. Commander Orlov did his best not to let the stress get the best of him. For him, that meant maintaining a stoic expression, keeping a clear head, and trying to relax as much as possible. Not that relaxation was possible here. Up at the top of the world, as his men called it, there was little relaxing to do. Unless one wanted to interact even more with coworkers by playing cards or passing around illegal contraband after work hours, which he certainly did not, there was no entertainment. It wasn't as though he were a lecherous wretch. His version of entertainment involved things like watching movies, reading books, and laughing with friends. He wasn't interested in the company of women, or men, unless he considered them intellectual equals. Entertainment didn't mean brief respites from an otherwise dull existence. Nothing about his desire for fun was sexual or lacking moral integrity. He was a devout Catholic and intended to remain that way. For him, a good night meant sitting in a comfortable chair, reading a biography or history book, not thinking about work. But he had already watched all the movies he brought with him and read all the books. He had no friends here, just coworkers. Everything he did was to push this project across the finish line. He believed in the project, knowing it was important to Russia's future. He was committed to the mission, but it was the severe lack of mentally engaging activities that weighed him down. Even when he tried to let sleep and its dreams entertain him, or when he attempted to engage with the lower-ranking officers and some of the enlisted crew at the base, work always became the central topic. Work, work, work. It was relentless, day in and day out. He wasn't the only man capable of doing the work, but he had been designated to oversee it. This meant a monumental task awaited him. Nobody stood between him and the President of Russia. Here, his word was law. He was revered among the men, and many tried to treat him as such. Due to his religious beliefs, he avoided such adulation, but he couldn't stop them from showing him immense respect. So, for Commander Orlov, there was no break, no relaxation. His time wasn't his own, always dominated by work duties and responsibilities. Just last week, they had lost a Pojar-class vessel, the largest Russia's navy had ever conceived, let alone built. Progress was underway for its replacement, but the loss of something so significant was hard to comprehend. He had witnessed the disaster. From his office on the north side of the compound, he had a clear view of the bay, stretching 12 miles in every direction on a clear day. He watched helplessly as the massive ship began taking on water, capsizing and sinking into the abyss. The bay was frozen solid. Ice floes, nearly half a mile thick, formed the bay's entrance, while patches of shallower ice, around 200 or 300 meters thick, constituted the majority of the surface. The base itself was carved from the ice, anchored by concrete pillars, much like how oil platforms are anchored in the ocean. The docks, of which a dozen were built, were anchored into the ice. Massive floating bags were inserted into drilled wells and inflated beneath the ice, creating a barrier between the air and the water below. This was a solid foundation, but the ice's thickness wasn't the issue. The fractures were. Every day, new fractures threatened their base. Orlov had no doubt that the Earth was alive. It seemed Mother Earth wasn't pleased with their presence, constantly challenging them. He recalled seeing the ship tilt slightly, its hull only half protected by sheet metal and finished buoyancy chambers. The water quickly engulfed the ship, taking not just its frame, but over 100 men. Good men, irreplaceable men. However, while Mother Earth fought hard, Mother Russia fought harder. Although the men were irreplaceable, Russia seemed to have an endless supply of recruits. New faces arrived daily at the train station at the world's edge. Carriages filled with hundreds of men, with a few women among them, arrived, received their orders, and began their duties, like clockwork. This was one of the few areas Orlov had no control over. The train brought its recruits and supplies, and he had no say in it. But once they disembarked and set foot on the snowy expanse, they were his responsibility. Until then, they were just Russians. Orlov rose from his desk and walked to the door. These forward buildings had no windows. The intense weather conditions made glass impractical. Buildings were reinforced with triple insulated foam and other flexible materials. On this clear day, the weather wouldn't pose a problem. He opened the door, took a moment to adjust to the blinding white landscape dotted with docks, shipbuilders, engineers, and military personnel. Another workday awaited. No weekends, no holidays. He believed in the cause and Russia. But Russia didn't always make it easy.
Chapter 5.
Ben. The chili was good, really good, even though Ben had to swallow his pride to admit it. After all, he hadn't had to make it. Despite being seasoned by someone else's hand, it lacked the one secret ingredient he usually added. He'd never share the secret, of course. But even without it, he found himself appreciating the dish, as much for what it provided than its flavor. Warmth, camaraderie, calm. It was a comfort to just sit and eat, to not have to worry about the prep and the cleanup. For a moment, he gave himself permission to just sit back and enjoy it. After spooning a generous ladle full of chili into his bowl, he had reclaimed his spot on the couch. He sank into the cushions, the new springs squeaking a protest. He cradled the bowl in his lap, oblivious to the watchful eyes around him, and took his first hearty bite. And that was the moment Ember chose to bring reality crashing back around him. "So, Russia," she announced, her voice cutting through the hum of conversation like a blade. Heads turned, eyes widened. The clink of metal against ceramic echoed through the room as a few spoons were abandoned mid-air. Ben noticed it all. The silent gasps, the tension re-entering the room, the quiet sigh that might have been his own. It seemed that the others held their collective breath in that moment, waiting, watching. A soft fussing sound broke the silence. Hope, tiny and oblivious to the awkward silence around her, squirmed on the floor in front of Julie. With a mother's instinct, Julie scooped her up, pressing a kiss to the baby's forehead, then turned toward the room. "I'll, put her down for the night," she said, her voice steady despite the tension. A part of Ben yearned to follow her, to seek solace in the simplicity of their shared bedroom. He watched as Julie disappeared from view, leaving him alone with a room full of problems. "Not sure it's a good time, Ember," he managed to say, his voice strained even to his own ears. Ember shrugged, her expression unreadable. For a moment, he thought she might actually drop the subject, allow them to return to their temporary peace. But Reggie chose that moment to clear his throat. "Not sure there's going to be a better time, boss," he said. Ben flicked his eyes to the right. His gaze was focused on his best friend, his eyes pleading. "Let's just eat and relax a bit, okay?" he wanted to say. "He's right," Zach chimed in, his voice steady and calm as always. "I know that's why we're all here anyway. We don't have to get into the details now, but we should at least discuss our plan." Ben sighed, a low, heartfelt sound. He'd barely had a chance to taste his chili, to let himself pretend that things were simple for just a moment. It seemed the troubles they'd been trying to outrun had found them once again. Just when he'd begun to hope they might enjoy one peaceful night, the specter of their collective problems had reared its ugly head again.
Chapter 6.
Zach. Zach looked around the room. He and Ember were at the table near the front of the cabin, halfway between the living room and the kitchen space. It cut the rooms in half, but it was the only place large enough to fit a table that could seat 8 people. Still, more than half of the table remained empty, including Hope's high chair. Julie had taken her daughter into their bedroom for a bottle and a nap. Ben remained seated on the couch, next to his chair, while Reggie had returned to his seat on the edge of the couch. At the moment, only Ember and Zach were seated at the table, Ember already halfway through her first bowl of chili. It was good, but Zach's mind was already working through the conversation they were about to have. "Let me start at the beginning," Zach said. "You mean back when you started working for Veniloff Manufacturing?" Reggie asked. Zach shook his head. "I didn't work for him. I worked with him." Jacob Veniloff had been the head of Veniloff Manufacturing, which started as a family company passed down through generations, eventually becoming one of Russia's largest agricultural manufacturing and chemical companies. Zach had reached out to Jacob Veniloff 2 years ago, hoping to get involved with a project he knew then loved. The man was trying to grow wheat and other crops in regions inhospitable to farming. It was a fantastic idea, and Zach felt like it was an important step forward in the march of human progress. But he quickly realized that Jacob Veniloff was working towards something far greater than just agriculture, something that would impact the entire world. I started working with him because of my interest in the slime mold. It's already a pretty crazy little organism, as you all know. The fact that he wanted to somehow alter its biological state in order to produce a slime mold that could be triggered, activated, or even turned off by external chemicals excited me. "And it worked," Ember said. Zach nodded. "It certainly did. The artificial mitochondria we put in the slime mold worked flawlessly, even to the tune of being able to be remotely triggered. The problem was that it was not reproducible, at least, not naturally. Every individual organism with artificial mitochondria needed to be produced in a laboratory environment. While we could mass-produce the components that made up the cell structure, there's still no way to manufacture change in the reproductive process to pass on these artificial bodies." "Which makes sense," Reggie said from the couch. He lifted up his prosthetic arm, waved it around, and spun it in a circle above his head. "If I reproduce, I'm not going to be passing this thing on to my kid." Next to him, Ben chuckled. "If you reproduce, the world's going to have much bigger problems than that." Reggie's expression soured, but he forced a huge smile on his face. "Well, that's beside the point. Go on, Zach." Zach swallowed a spoonful of chili before continuing. "So, you all know what happened next. Jacob Veniloff revealed his larger plans to me, and while they were certainly grandiose, they were a bit macabre. What he was suggesting his company was going to do would have wiped out huge swaths of the human population, at least in Russia and the northern European continent. He was referring to Jacob Veniloff's desire to not only grow wheat in places where it could not be grown before, but to do so in such a way that only his wheat product would grow. And since Veniloff Manufacturing controlled nearly a third of all crop chemical manufacturing in mainland Russia, by inserting the slime mold with its artificial mitochondria into these chemicals before distribution, he could effectively control whether or not the wheat crop, and any other crop treated with it, would grow. It was set to be a mass genocide on a scale the world had not seen since the 1940s. Obviously, I wasn't a fan of that plan. I tried to stop it, and that's where you guys came in. You came to Russia, found me, killed Jacob Veniloff, and stopped him from being able to enact the rest of his plan personally." "But his plan was already underway," Ember added. "We discovered that in the Kodar mountain range. Since the product was already being distributed, there are some wheat fields and other farms that have been impacted. Right, Zach said. And though we discovered it early enough to stop distribution, it's still a hell of a mess to clean up. Get to the part we don't know yet, Ben snapped. Zach looked at his older brother, sensing the tension in the room ratchet up. Their relationship was strained at best, though it was on track to improve. The last time they had been in Russia together, Ben had felt betrayed, abandoned, defied. Zach couldn't fault him for those feelings. He had kept his cards close to his chest. But he had convinced Ben that he would tell them the truth. So far, he'd only given them the gist of the situation. What Zach's ultimate goal was. The rest of it, including the details and full situation, he had planned to tell them now. After returning to Moscow and ending the lease on the small apartment he had been renting, Zach had come back to the United States, staying in one of the safe houses and laboratories he had purchased through Jakub Venelov in Anchorage. He was working to rebuild his life, including his relationships with the Bennetts and Ember, and he very much wanted to be a part of the civilian special operations. It was a good group, full of good people, and he knew he could help be an asset to the team. But he had to come clean first. Ben wanted the truth, and Zach had agreed to tell him. The only question was, would Ben accept this truth as fact? Zach took a deep breath and continued. The part you don't know is what Jakub Venelov was planning to do next. After our confrontation, I managed to obtain some of his confidential files. It turns out, he had been working on a hidden project that goes beyond anything we've discussed so far. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone leaned in. Their curiosity piqued. This project involved the creation of a genetically modified organism, far more sophisticated than the slime mold. Jakub Venelov aimed to develop a bioweapon capable of altering human behavior. It's a mind control agent that could be deployed through various means, including airborne distribution. Gasps and shocked expressions filled the room. Ember's eyes widened, and Reggie clenched his prosthetic arm. But that's not all, Zach continued. He intended to use this bioweapon as a tool for political manipulation. By controlling the thoughts and actions of key individuals, he believed he could reshape the world according to his vision. Silence hung heavy in the room as everyone processed the gravity of the revelation. Zach had finally shared the darkest secret he had uncovered, one that went beyond even the mass genocide plan. Ben's voice broke the silence. So, what happened to this bioweapon? Is it still out there? Zach nodded solemnly. I managed to obtain the research data, but the physical samples were already in the hands of some shadowy organizations. They were planning to weaponize it further and use it for their own agendas. I destroyed the physical samples I could find, but I can't be certain that all of them were accounted for. Reggie leaned forward. We need to find these organizations and stop them. Ember nodded in agreement. We can't allow something like that to exist. Zach smiled faintly, relieved that they understood the urgency of the situation. That's why I'm here. I want to join your team, help track down those responsible, and put an end to this threat once and for all. Ben looked at his brother, his expression softening. You should have told us all of this sooner, Zach. I know, Zach admitted, a hint of regret in his voice. I'm sorry, Ben. But now you know everything, and I'm here to make things right. The room was filled with a newfound sense of purpose. They had faced unimaginable challenges together, but this new revelation had raised the stakes even higher. They were determined to confront this threat head-on, as a united front, and protect the world from the horrors that Jakub Venelov's legacy had unleashed. Chapter 7. Ben listened as he watched his bowl of chili. Its level was diminishing, and while he wanted to get up for seconds, he felt that by moving, he would call attention to himself and the conversation would continue. Unfortunately, the conversation continued anyway. Most of what Zach was saying, Ben already knew. He had been present for some of it. He had seen them send Venelov out his office window. Zach had been frustrated with him then because he needed Venelov alive to enact his own plan. But that's where Ben's knowledge ended. He still had no idea what Zach's ultimate plan was. He didn't understand how Zach's work fit into the larger Venelov manufacturing picture and how the slime mold Zach helped develop was involved. He listened as Zach explained their second trip to Russia, finding the underground research facility and the creature inside that had been frozen in ice. He shuddered as he recalled those events. Events he did not want to relive. He remembered standing on the shore of the small lake near the underground research station built into the cave, arguing with Zach when he realized Zach had betrayed him once again. Only, Zach had explained that he hadn't betrayed Ben. He had merely withheld information. He hadn't told him the full truth, though the time would come when he would. It seemed that time was now. And yet, Ben didn't want to know. As much as he knew deep down that it was better to know the full truth, in this moment he just wanted peace and serenity. His beautiful daughter and wife were in his bedroom, his entire world in this small cabin. He just wanted to hold on to that as long as... Ben? Reggie's voice rang out, abrasively ending Ben's solitude. You still with us, brother? Ben did little to hide his annoyance. Yeah, still here. I was having a nice little moment in my head. Thanks for ruining it. Reggie laughed, but Zach and Ember watched him from the kitchen table. Ember at least looked concerned, though she didn't voice her thoughts. Zach was just telling us about... I know what he was talking about, Ben snapped. As I said, I'm right here. Maybe we should take a breather, Ember suggested. I for one could stand to walk off some of this chili. Good job on it, Zach. Zach smiled. Like I did much. No, Ben said. We can keep moving. As frustrated as this all makes me, it's not your fault. It's the situation. The fact that we still don't know the full picture, and... I was trying to give you the full picture, Zach interjected. And I was going to say that even though you're about to tell us, we still don't know who we're ultimately after. Vanilov is dead, and we can't exactly go up against the entire Russian government. So whoever you think is the major player here, Zach, I feel like we're tackling an enemy that's more of an idea than a person. Zach nodded. You're not wrong, brother. Still, we should dig in. Let me explain everything that's going on. My perspective could help, and certainly should help fill in the details. And even if we did have an enemy, Ben continued, as if Zach hadn't even spoken, your little smear campaign did wonders. Our organization can't even poke its head up without getting it chopped off. Was that a lawnmower running over a prairie dog analogy? Reggie asked, still smirking. Ben ignored him. Seriously, Zach, I can forgive you for lying to us. I can forgive you for working with Vanilov. I can even forgive you for being so damned naive to think working on some magical microorganism that can be controlled remotely is a good thing. Zach's gaze smoldered into him, but Ben pressed on. But I'm having a really hard time forgiving you for your petty retribution. He felt himself getting worked up, but he did nothing to stop it. Let it happen. Your attacks against my organization were attacks against me personally, and attacks on my wife, and on my best friend. Ah, we're best friends? Reggie asked. Save it, Reggie, Ben said, his voice a growl. If you can't tell, I'm not really in the mood. We need to get through this, talk it out. I get that, and I'm allowing it to happen in my own home. But don't think for a second that we can just brush everything under the rug and carry on like nothing happened. Ben, I wasn't... I know, Ben said, finally stopping to breathe. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, pressing his fingers against the bridge of his nose. I know you mean well, and like I said, I'm getting there. I'm just... pissed. Pissed about what's happened, pissed about everything that's going to happen, and pissed that we still can't operate like the organization we originally built. For a moment, no one spoke. Finally, Ben turned to Reggie, and then faced Zach and Ember, and bowed his head. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still reeling. It's been hard. But we're still alive, and we're still here. That's the only thing that's unrecoverable. Chapter 8. Zach. Zach understood Ben's frustration, but he needed to push through and explain things before they could even hope to work out their differences. I hear you, he said. And I told you I would give you an explanation. You've waited long enough. Here's the deal. The slime mold I was working on was stolen. Reggie dropped his spoon. Ember cocked her head to the side, looking at him strangely. He had withheld this information from her as well. Add that to the list of things I need to smooth out with the people I love, he thought. Sometime last year, I noticed a breach on one of my servers. I believe it originated from one of the safe house locations we'd set up. At first, I assumed Veniloff was trying to wrest control of my research as a power move so that I couldn't end up parting ways with him and using his resources against him. But you found out it wasn't Veniloff? Ember asked. He nodded. Pretty easily, actually. It certainly wasn't Veniloff, but it also wasn't someone who had authorized access to the information. They somehow knew about the technology we were building, which narrowed it down. We were doing a few early tests with agricultural companies at the time, getting early versions of the product into their hands so they could use it on their own crops. So it was one of them, Reggie said. It was. I was able to do some digital snooping and trace the breach back to their headquarters in Moscow. They're a tiny company, but their agriculture division is only one small facet of the different things they're engaged in. The point is, once I started doing some research on this company, I realized exactly why obtaining some of this slime mold and reverse engineering it would be of value to them. I'm assuming they want to grow wheat in regions where that's previously been impossible? Ember asked. Zach chewed his lip for a moment before responding. That was my initial thought as well. Yes, at first glance, it looks like this company was just trying to stay one step ahead of us at Veniloff Manufacturing. They figured out pretty quickly what Veniloff was trying to do, and didn't want Veniloff to be the only beneficiary of the tech. If they could compete with you guys, then Veniloff couldn't have a monopoly on wheat production, Reggie added. Exactly. But as I said, that was just my first thought. When I dug a little deeper, I realized that this company was in no way set up to be able to handle that sort of production, even with our chemicals. Say they reverse engineered the slime mold and figured out how to insert enough artificial mitochondria to produce a few fields of wheat. They still didn't have the infrastructure for even such a small farm. Not a problem, though, Ben said. They could just outsource that. What are we talking? Tractors? Combines? That sort of thing? Zach nodded again. Yes, but I just felt like I was missing something. It took me a few more months of digging around, but I finally discovered why they wanted the slime mold. Zach paused, noticing everyone leaning forward a bit, on the edge of their seats. Turns out they're not trying to grow wheat at all. This division is part of a larger conglomerate, one that's made its mark in a wholly different industry, one in which they just about corner the market. Do tell, Ember said. Zach smiled. Well, it's going to take a bit to properly explain the connection, but the industry this company is really interested in is real estate, specifically commercial and residential real estate. Whoa, Reggie said. That is out of left field. I can't even begin to imagine why a real estate developer would want your slime mold. Yeah, that seems a little strange. You're sure there's a connection? Zach looked across the table at his ex-girlfriend. Girlfriend, friend, whatever. He swallowed. Yeah, pretty sure. Basically, I asked myself why they would want the slime mold if they had no way to produce enough wheat to make it valuable. Veniloff simply had everyone beat. You could compete with him, but there was really no point in trying to do it at scale. Russia's economy is closely tied to whatever the government decides it wants, and Veniloff was the kind of guy who had friends in high places. There really would be no point in having a new provider come in. So what was it? Ben asked. Why did a real estate developer want the slime mold? I never was able to finish doing the tests. That's one of the reasons I was upset you killed Veniloff. He had some teams running tests on other products that weren't wheat-related. Tests on things like corn, oats, cereal grains, and tests on other life forms. Life not found in the plant kingdom. Ben's eyes widened. Oh my God. When we were last in Russia, we found out all too well what happens when some of your slime mold gets in touch with certain living organisms. Yeah, Reggie added. Life forms that certainly aren't found in the plant or animal kingdom. Zach's smile faded. Yeah, I was as surprised as you to see some of its effects. But if this could be controlled, if the research could be driven by science rather than nature, What growth properties could my slime mold help improve? Zach watched as Ben nodded along slowly. So you think this real estate company is looking to develop properties of your slime mold that can help them grow different crops? Crops that don't need as much space, as much land? That, and crops that don't have huge competitors like Venila vying for ultimate power and control. This is starting to make more sense, Reggie said. I'm afraid it is, Ember said. The only reason a real estate company would be interested in a slime mold that could grow crops is because they expect to have to feed a lot of people. And the only reason a real estate company would need to feed a lot of people is if they are planning to house a lot of people. Zach's eyes met the rest of the room. He noticed Julie standing in the doorway listening in. That's exactly right, he said finally. This company is not just residential, they're commercial, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've got partnerships with some industrial groups as well. But I looked into their history. They know what they're doing. These guys haven't just built communities, subdivisions, office complexes, and shopping centers. They built entire cities. He waited, still noticing all eyes on him. I believe that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to build a city. And I believe I know where it's going to be. Chapter 9. Ben. A city? An entire city. Ben shook his head in disbelief. Some Russian real estate company was vying for power, trying to control an entire region in which they would build a complete, full-functioning city. And Zach's pet project, the slime mold he had created for Vanilloff Manufacturing, was obviously going to play an important role. Perhaps it would help the company grow food for the inhabitants of the city, or perhaps something else altogether. But the fact that this company had already tried to steal the technology, and had ostensibly succeeded, and had performed a number of nefarious activities, told Ben all he needed to know. The Russian company was likely in bed with its own government on this one. He had no doubt that someone high up in Moscow's political circles, likely someone who had worked with Jacob, or at least knew what the man had been working on, was really pulling the strings. By keeping the project as small as possible, literally giving it to a small company that wouldn't ruffle any feathers or attract much attention, they were hoping to keep the project out of scrutiny. He knew that the CSO's meddling in Russian affairs over the last year had inadvertently uncovered some of this truth. It was serendipitous, even lucky. But Ben knew better than to count on luck going forward. He was still chafed by his brother's betrayals and smear campaign, but Zach was still family. It was clear Zach had been trying to extend an olive branch, trying to repair things as quickly as possible. And Ben knew Zach didn't have to pull them into this fight. He had done so because he truly wanted his brother's help. He truly wanted to figure out what was going on. Ben had excused himself after dinner and was procrastinating by pushing items around his bedside table. He didn't have a proper desk. He didn't like doing that sort of work. As such, he had turned his bedside table into a haphazard storage space for incoming and outgoing mail, documents he needed to review, and communique relating to the numerous PR firms he had contacted to counter his brother's own public relations attacks. As he pushed some of the envelopes and papers around, his hand brushed against the tiny cardboard box he had received in the mail a few days ago. He wasn't sure what it was or who it was from, but he had deemed it too small to be anything pressing or time-sensitive. While he had wanted to open it and discover what lay inside, he had hesitated upon seeing the address of the sender. There was no name, and he didn't recognize the street or the numbers. But he did recognize its country of origin, listed on the customs import form taped to the front of the box. Island of Corsica. At the post office, while picking up his and Julie's mail, upon being handed the small box and reading its address, Ben's blood ran cold. He froze, knowing his face had turned sheet white. Corsica. The last place he had been before being kidnapped, drugged, and taken to an offshore Turkish prison, where he rotted in a cell for 9 months. He had done his best to push those memories far away, but they came rushing back now. They came in waves, undulating against the inside of his skull like a tide at the beach. He vaguely recalled the postal worker asking him if he was okay, giving a quick nod, then a shake of his head. He had swallowed, closed his eyes, turned around, and began walking out. He remembered standing on the picturesque lawn, near the fountain. The massive house in the distance, its occupant standing directly in front of Ben, looking up at him. Mr. E. It was the last place he remembered seeing the man, the first time he had ever met him in person, and the last time he ever would. He didn't know what any of this meant, didn't know what to do next. Of course, he wanted to open the package, but something told him to wait. Maybe he subconsciously wanted Julie there, or even Reggie, or both of them. Perhaps it was a message from Mr. E to his group, and therefore it would be best to wait for all of them. Yet that was 3 days ago, and he had left the box on his nightstand. Perhaps on purpose? He steeled himself, taking in a deep breath. He heard talking and laughing outside. Julie and Hope had re-entered and rejoined the group. Ember was telling a joke, a story from her exploits, but Ben only caught every other word. He cradled the tiny box in his hands, rolling it over. He felt something inside gently move. Finally, exhaling, he flicked the cardboard tab on the edge of the box and upturned it, letting the object fall out onto his hand. It was a rabbit's foot, the same kind he had seen his father carry when he was very young. He, like his father and the rest of his family, was not superstitious, didn't believe in good luck. But a similar charm had been on his father's desk at home. Ben remembered seeing one. His father's dyed blue instead of this dark maroon mahogany gradient. He didn't know the story of where his father had gotten it, had never asked. He had seen it once, perhaps when he was 7 or 8 years old, sitting next to a stack of papers on his father's desk in the house where he and Zach had grown up. He hadn't thought much of it, only that he didn't know what it was. He had asked his father later, and his father laughed, saying it was just a good luck charm given to him by a friend. However, he had never seen the tiny thing again. So why had Mr. E sent one now? Why had this man, whom he barely knew, sent him a good luck charm? Unlike his father's charm, Ben felt he needed to find the significance in this one. Thankfully, there was a folded slip of paper crammed into the box as well. He used 2 fingers to pull it out, carefully unfolding it. It was short, scrawled in shaky writing. He had never seen Mr. E's handwriting, but he knew the man had been sick with some unknown ailment. Perhaps he had tried his best to write this note personally. Ben, there is lots to tell, but now is not the time. We make our own luck in life, but it never hurts to borrow someone else's. Regards, E. Ben frowned. If this was a code, he couldn't begin to wonder how to decipher it. But maybe a code was overthinking it. Perhaps it was just a note. A note from a lost friend, confirming that he was still alive, perhaps even well, and wishing Ben the best. But knowing Mr. E, even the little he did, Ben had to wonder if there were more to it. He decided he wouldn't say anything to anyone yet. He would give it a day or two at least to ponder this message and the gift it was wrapped around. The rabbit's foot tucked into a pocket as he stood up from the bed. He grabbed the empty box and tucked the note back inside, then closed the cardboard flap on it once more. He put the box back on his bedside table, covering it once more with a dossier of work Reggie had put together. He stood upright, then turned, the rabbit's foot an awkward lump in his front pocket. He shifted, trying to get used to it. I don't know how anyone ever carries these stupid things around for longer than a minute. But it was a gift from someone he had thought was dead. A gift from someone trying to tell him something. A gift from someone Ben would have considered a friend a year ago. As such, Ben would keep up his end of the bargain, keep this thing with him for the time being, hoping that answers would reveal themselves soon. Satisfied he had a plan in place to do just that, namely, to simply carry the object around and think about it constantly until he figured something out, he left the room. Reggie was in the middle of toasting Zach for something, and Reggie's facial expression and slurred words made it seem like it wasn't the first toast Reggie had made since Ben had retired to the room. He'd only been gone 5 minutes, but Ben would never put it past his best friend to kick off festivities with a bang. He put on a smile, then accepted a glass from his younger brother. Chapter 10. Donovan. Robert Donovan felt the flex of the stick as he pushed down onto the ice. Smack! The puck ripped toward the net, hitting the goalie's shooter-tutor board he'd hung on the goal crossbar for this practice. It was an odd way to stay in shape when just going for a run or hitting the gym was comparatively easy. But for Donovan, there was nothing like hockey. Nothing like the sound and the feel of skates slicing through freshly finished ice. He had played all his life, his father teaching him to skate on the frozen ponds of northern Minnesota. Every time he hit the ice, the nostalgia and memories of those simpler times hit him hard. It was an emotional, spiritual experience for him. The smell of the cold air, the one overhead heater still alive, on its last leg as it turned a bit of the stale air around and down toward that one spot on the rickety old benches. The lights, brighter than they had any reason to be, swinging gently from the ceiling of the old barn. The creak of the door as he popped it open to get on the ice. All of it was like a religion. And it happened to be a damn good workout, too. The puck bounced back toward him, and he skated in a wide arc, staying inside the blue line as if he were on offense. 1-on-0, not counting the backer board he had put up as goalie. 7 small holes were arranged around the sides and corners of the board to allow the puck to go through, assuming he could hit those targets. He shot again, this time a slightly slower wrist shot, trying to aim for the top right corner. He hit it, the puck glancing off the post in the immediate top right corner of the goal. It bounced away, clanging against the glass and dropping back down in the far corner of the rink. He let out a sigh. He was going to have to get a much more accurate wrist shot if he expected to be able to compete in this weekend's and next month's competition. He played on a men's league at this local rink, though he was hardly above rookie beer league status. It wasn't that he wasn't good, perhaps a bit out of practice, but he was a bit older than the majority of the kids coming out to play. He lived in a hockey hub, and so many people played that there were no problems building leagues stacked with incredible players. His phone rang, and he tapped his watch under his glove to answer it. He was wearing headphones, so the call was piped directly into his ear. "This is Robert Donovan," he said, keeping his voice steady and trying not to let his heavy breaths get sent through the line. "Donovan, Freddie here. Just wanted to make sure you'll be ready for Wheels Up in a few hours, and if you needed anything from me." Robert stopped skating, smiling. "What is this? You don't trust me anymore?" He liked Freddie Rollins. He was a good man and a good soldier. His father was General Rollins, so in Donovan's line of work, Freddie was a good man to know. No, you know I trust you. Just checking in. I guess I'm just a little jealous I don't get to go with." "Sounds like an easy mission. In and out, right?" "Affirmative. But are they ever just in and out?" Donovan laughed. "You got that right. Here's hoping we don't run into any snags. But no, to answer your question, I think we're good to go. We're bringing our own loadouts, but I hear your group has ties in Russia in case we need more." "That's right. Bring what you want. It's a private plane, and we'll land off the grid. Shouldn't have any trouble getting anything you want into the country. And your men? They're good to go?" Donovan nodded. "I've got 3 with me. Good guys. We've run a few together before in the past, and I think they're up for it." "Good deal," Freddie said. "What are you doing anyway? You sound like you're doing sit-ups." Donovan laughed again, slinging the puck toward the net. This time he hit the open rectangle on the left side of the board, sending the puck into the back of the net. There was nothing like it. The sound, the feel. "Just getting a few shots in before the flight. I'm almost done. I'll clean up and then head out in an hour. Should be able to beat my guys there." Chapter 11. Reggie. Another plan, another plane. Reggie had slept for an hour, but slight turbulence broke his slumber. He groaned, stretching his arms above his head. From his perch at the back of the private jet, he watched the others, Ben, Julie, Zach, and Ember, talking quietly. He would join them in a moment, but he wanted to get as much rest as possible. The old adage, "You can sleep when you're dead," came to mind, and memories of his past life in the military flashed through his mind. "I'm getting old," he told himself. In his early 40s, Reggie's body was just as fit as it had been the day he'd started training 20 years ago. He had always been athletic, tall and lithe, muscular, and with a physique that allowed him near-perfect cardiovascular health. He'd done the hard work of keeping in shape over the years, but age had a way of making things more and more difficult. Even now, he felt a tightness in his right shoulder. Geez, couldn't it be the left shoulder? He wondered. At least then they can chop that off too, and my fake arm will go all the way up. He examined his prosthetic arm for a moment, clasping the artificial palm around his right shoulder and using the built-in tensioners to apply bits of pressure over the ball and socket joint. The technology was incredible. The arm, wrist, hand, even down to the fingers. Everything was far stronger than a normal human arm. Electrical signals from his brain controlled the prosthesis just as he'd been able to control his real arm. But that control was aided by a mechanical system that was nearly 5 times stronger than what the average human was capable of. The whole device was attached to the upper part of his remaining arm with a bevy of metal and leather straps, even some screws and bolts drilled into the bone. He felt like the million-dollar man, especially considering the prosthetic and medical personnel required had cost nearly that. It was state-of-the-art technology, far beyond consumer-grade prosthetics, and had been a gift from Mr. E, the late benefactor and original founder of the civilian special operations team. Reggie thought about the man now. He had never met him. Mr. E had only ever appeared to them from behind a television screen, choosing the life of a recluse. However, he had a wife, Mrs. E, who had perished in the same explosion and attack that had taken Ben and Julie's cabin and the CSO headquarters away from them. There was a grave and headstone behind the fence near Ben's cabin, on the northwest corner of his property. And yet, even after the attack and his wife's death, Mr. E still hadn't come to visit in person. Apparently, the only one of their group who had ever met the man was Harvey Bennett himself. But Ben had never spoken of it, had never told them what had happened before he'd been kidnapped and taken to a Turkish prison on an island in the Mediterranean Sea. He had been imprisoned for 9 months, a lucky break alerting Reggie and the others to his potential location, and Reggie, Freddie, and some hired guns had retrieved Ben and brought him home safely. While the memories of Reggie's ability to stay in shape as a younger man were nostalgic, the memories of what had happened surrounding Ben's imprisonment were downright painful. They had traveled with Reggie's girlfriend's father as well, Dr. Graham Lindgren. He was currently living the jet-setting life of a world-renowned archaeologist and lecturer, and his daughter was quickly following in his footsteps. She couldn't join them on this mission because of a grueling university schedule and private lecture schedule that had her in a different city every weekend. Reggie wished she were next to him now, but he knew the life he had chosen was not the one for her. While certainly capable and confident, Sarah Lindgren had chosen the slower, safer life of a university professor. She had no interest in getting shot at, blown up, run over, or nearly dying in a plane crash, all of which she had participated in. Reggie smiled, silently adding to the list of adventures he and his girlfriend had been on. Nearly getting eaten by saltwater crocodiles, attacked by mercenaries, threatened by world governments, chased by spies, nearly getting their heads chopped off by way of a gruesome medieval guillotine. Shit, I need to slow down, he thought. He was getting older. Though he knew he was as physically fit as anyone else in the group, if not more so, he knew his body wasn't going to put up with this treatment forever. He'd always been one to push himself hard, to test his limits and boundaries. He hoped that their next destination, just outside of Seattle, Washington, would provide a bit of relief, a bit of support. He didn't want to have to carry the team on his own, and while he knew Ben was far more resilient than the average civilian, and he had trained well and hard with Reggie over the years, Reggie still had a lifetime of military experience to bring to the table. Ember was trained as well, though she had taken a different path in life. Never serving, she had become an assassin at a young age, and developed a skill set ranging from espionage to stealth to killing. And while she knew her way around a gun, her preferred weapon of choice was a pair of razor-sharp blades she usually kept tucked into her belt. But because they fully anticipated coming head-to-head with the Russian military or hired guards protecting this real estate company Zach had mentioned, Reggie wanted more military-trained help. Their stop-off in Seattle would provide that. Freddie, the newest and youngest member of the CSO, was currently away as well, but he had called in a few favors and got Ben and Reggie in touch with a paramilitary group that offered private security to wealthy individuals. He had served with the group's leader and told the man he trusted him with his life. The plan was for the leader of the group, Robert Donovan, to put together a cohort of no more than 4 individuals who could join the CSO's mission and bolster their forces. It still would be no match against the Russian military, But Ember Clark had also pulled some strings and helped them put a plan together that should allow them to get into the country unnoticed and stay that way while they were there. Hopefully. Reggie stretched once more, finally ready to stand and talk to the others. They had taken to using these plane rides as time to rest, relax, and prepare for the arduous journey that was no doubt coming. The inevitable truth was that they got themselves into sticky situations regularly, so they had come to expect it. They all wanted to take advantage of a relatively peaceful plane ride, especially one as long as a trip from Anchorage to Moscow by way of Seattle. But Reggie knew they were also feeling the same way he was. Anxious. There was an undercurrent of adrenaline, an expectation of action that they were all anticipating. And there was fear. What would they find when they got there? Would this company simply roll over and let them examine what they were doing with the stolen slime mold? Would they welcome them with open arms, happy to have the creator of the slime mold present in their facilities? Reggie almost laughed as he considered it. No, it was never that simple. If they wanted to be unscrupulous, they would have simply asked to access the slime mold. Instead, they had stolen it, right out from under Venilov's nose. That meant they were doing something they didn't want anyone to know about. And that told Reggie everything he needed to know. This mission was going to be a mess, like they all were. As he stood up, he sighed. He began walking toward the front of the plane to meet with the others. It's never easy. Best we can do is make a plan and hope for the best. The plane ride was mostly quiet. Ben and Zach were huddled together, going over the details of their mission, while Ember was sharpening her blades in the corner. Julie was immersed in a book, trying to distract herself from the impending danger, and Reggie found himself lost in thought. He thought about their past missions, the close calls, and the friends they had lost along the way. Each mission had taken a toll on them, both physically and emotionally. But they kept going, driven by a sense of duty and a desire to make the world a safer place. As they approached Seattle, Reggie couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. They were about to step into the unknown once again, and there was no telling what they would find. But one thing was certain. They were a team, and they would face whatever challenges came their way together. With that thought in mind, Reggie looked out the window at the city below. Seattle was just the beginning. The real battle lay ahead in Moscow, and they were as ready as they would ever be. Chapter 12. Ben. Hockey? Hockey. Robert Donovan confirmed the man's question, leaning forward in his seat. He was buckled into one of the aisle seats in the private jet, having taken off a few hours prior. They were on their way to Moscow now, but would divert outside the city and head north, aiming for the private airfield Freddie had mentioned on the phone earlier. Like, on ice? Ice hockey? Harvey Bennett asked. He had never met Harvey Bennett before, but he knew a little about him. He'd heard of the civilian special operations. Almost everyone who'd been paying attention to the news lately had, and knew that Freddie had worked with the group a few times in the past. He trusted Freddie, so when Freddie called to set up the team for a mission the CSO was putting together, it had only taken a few minutes for Freddie to explain what had happened to them, and how Ben's brother, Zachary Bennett, had run a smear campaign against the organization before Robert trusted them all. Yes, he said, slightly annoyed. Ice hockey. You guys have that, right? I mean, we're all Americans. Don't you watch hockey where you are? Ben shrugged, and Reggie, sitting next to him, giggled. Yeah, it's on TV. Not sure anybody watches it, though. Robert rolled his eyes. The NHL commissioner seemed to be doing a fantastic job of shrinking the sport of hockey, making it nearly impossible for fans to watch their local team on TV. Still, Donovan was constantly amazed by how many Americans, even in his home state of Minnesota, didn't pay attention to the sport at all. You watch basketball? Reggie asked. Finals are coming up. I think Denver's got a chance this year, which is pretty surprising. They haven't been that good since... I'm going to stop you there, Donovan said. As much as I want to delve into the finer points of basketball small talk, I'm completely ignorant about it. I stopped watching it 15 or 20 years ago when it was proven the refs were fixing the games. Ben snorted in laughter, and Reggie's mouth fell open. Fixing? Proven? Reggie asked, doing little to hide his shock. Next to him, on the aisle across from Donovan, Ben laughed harder. Great, Donovan. You got him going about basketball, how it's God's sport and should be America's pastime. Good luck getting him to shut up about it. They weren't proven to be fixing anything. It was 1 or 2 refs, maybe 3, and they... See? Ben asked, while Donovan chuckled. Told you so. Well, either way, I'm a hockey guy. I don't really pay attention to much else. Between that and work, I don't have a lot of time to keep track of it. Ben nodded along. I'm not much of a sports guy myself. Don't really pay attention to much at all that happens in the world. I'm the last person you want on your team at trivia night. At least not pop culture trivia night. World War II history and smoking meats trivia. I'm your man. Donovan smiled. Noted, he said. Tell me more about this mission, then. No more current events, pop culture, or sports. Ben let out a breath, nodding along. Of course, Robert Donovan had been given a brief, which he read and reread multiple times. He had dispersed this information to the 3 men in different stages of rest and sleep, sitting a few rows behind him, ensuring they all were familiarized enough with the details within. But briefs often left out nuance, and that helped Donovan immensely. It made him feel at ease about the mission when he could put things together, reading between the lines. Or if he had someone on the inside to simply ask. Well, what do you want to know? Ben asked. Your brother, Zach. He's really the only part of this I don't quite understand. You and me both, man, Ben said. Next to him, Reggie was still mumbling about the public's perception of the NBA, but he didn't interrupt. You said he's working with a company called Venelov Manufacturing. I looked them up. Seems like a pretty wide-reaching company, definitely wide enough to have connections with the government of Russia. Ben leaned back in his seat, thinking for a moment before he spoke. Zach's always been a bit of a mystery, even to me. We had our differences, you know, typical sibling stuff, but he took a different path. Went into science, and not just any science. He got into biotech, specializing in genetic engineering. Donovan raised an eyebrow. Genetic engineering? That sounds like a pretty niche field. Yeah, it is, Ben replied. But Zach's always been brilliant. He got involved with Venelov Manufacturing a few years ago. I'm not entirely sure how, but it's clear they valued his expertise. They're not just some run-of-the-mill company. They have ties to some powerful people, including in Russia. Reggie jumped in. But Jacob Venelov's been involved in some shady dealings, and Zach's become part of it. I don't know all the details, but it seems like they're after something big, something that involves his slime mold research. That's the million-dollar question, Ben replied. I've been trying to piece it together, and it's not just about growing crops. There's something more to it. They want control, but not just over agriculture. Zach seems to think they're developing some sort of off-grid, self-sustaining city, of which the slime mold and its possibilities would play a major part. Donovan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Is that even possible? An entire city? Ben nodded. Since the slime mold's involved, it seems to be the only logical explanation we can come up with. Chapter 13. Krug. Mikhail Krug ran through the projections again and again. He was nothing if not thorough. His entire life had been one long struggle with OCD, not the kind that was clinically diagnosed as an actual syndrome, but the kind that made him a huge annoyance to his teachers and friends. Krug was incapable of half-assing anything. He took his job seriously, not just because he cared about the outcome, he did, but because he couldn't imagine doing anything less. He couldn't imagine doing a job only halfway, failing, or even finishing the task in anything less than an impressive way. As a soldier, he had excelled. He had no trouble following orders. He could compartmentalize his own ego, placing it inside a tiny little box in his mind, close the lid, and ignore that it existed. He had no trouble taking input from his commanding officers, interpreting it in such a way so as to understand exactly what they wanted, and then doing the job. He didn't need credit or glory. He had bought into the mission, protect his country and nation at all costs, upon enlisting. Years of training and decades of experience had only honed that loyalty. After his stint in the military was over, he had taken a job in Moscow, working for the very research firm that was trying to reverse engineer the slime mold. That was his current project, his current loyalty. but the slime mold would have to wait. His team was good, quite capable of continuing on their own. He had applied his genius to the project, given them enough runway. They would have to achieve liftoff on their own. His commanding officers, not military this time, but government, wanted him working on something else. Krug was waiting inside a small room at a small airfield north of Moscow. His men, the 3 in the unit assigned to him, were currently cajoling with the airfield staff and security, ingratiating themselves with the team. He was going over the mission brief, the parameters he would need to have memorized in order for this mission to go off without a hitch. And it would go off without a hitch. He had never failed on assignment. Certain missions had gone sideways. That was to be expected. But he had never let the ultimate goal of his superiors go unachieved. And he was not about to start now. While he missed the relatively laid-back life of a scientist, using his brain to accomplish his superiors' goals, he had to admit he was a man created for action. Physical action. Already he felt the initial sprint of adrenaline building inside him, the anticipation of the mission at hand working its way through his body. He toyed with his weapon, his SR-2 Udav, as he read the mission brief again and again, memorizing specific points he wanted to convey to his team in his own words, while disassembling and reassembling the pistol. His main piece, a brand new AK-15, stood in the corner of the room, no more than arm's length away from where he was seated. He was alone in the room, sitting at a metal table inside a chamber used for any number of purposes. This wasn't like one of the larger airports, where small rooms like this had singular purposes. This was not a holding cell, an interrogation room, a storage closet, or an office. It was all of the above, depending on need. Right now, it was his personal office. Upon arriving at the airstrip, Krug had commandeered the entire base, though the team here would not have used that word. For all they knew, Krug and his men were simply visitors, just passing through. They had been told by the airfield staff what to expect of them, and to treat them with respect, that they were here as government ambassadors and wouldn't be staying long. That much was true. The government had sent them, and they wouldn't be staying long. But as he listened to the laughter out in the hallway, one of his men joking with 2 of the airfield staff, he felt a slight twinge of regret that he couldn't come clean and explain to the staff exactly what was about to happen. Krug and his team would not be staying long, but neither would the staff of this airstrip facility. He knew better than to say anything. No good would come of that. It would only scare them, only worry them into not doing their jobs. Krug needed everyone to be focused and aware, not paying close attention to what was really happening. "All good here, boss," came the report from the soldier as he entered the small office. Krug nodded, looking up at the man. He was husky, bald, with a face resembling a pug's, but he exuded capability and competence. While Krug hadn't worked with any of the 3 other men before, he had full confidence in the man's leadership abilities. So far, the trio seemed to trust him implicitly, carrying out his orders without question. "Very good," Krug replied, rising from his seat. He holstered his Udav and retrieved his assault rifle, leaning against the wall. "And the staff hasn't given you any trouble?" The soldier responded in Russian. "None. They are compliant, just as you said." Krug nodded in approval. This was the expected outcome. The airfield staff had been kept in the dark regarding the purpose of their arrival, and any other details that might reveal their mission. "Regroup with the others. We'll move from west to east, funneling everyone toward the airstrip on the east side of the facility." The soldier listened attentively, refraining from interrupting his boss. "I want this to be a coordinated attack. We don't have time to waste. The plane is scheduled to land in 15 minutes, and I'd like us to be waiting for them." With that, his subordinate nodded and closed the door, quickly barking orders into his radio to the other 3 men. Krug picked up his own walkie-talkie, ignored the chatter, focusing instead on the mission brief spread across the table. He neatly stacked the papers, returned them to the folder they had come from, and then retrieved a lighter from his pocket. Placing the flame beneath the folder, he set it alight, allowing the flames to consume the bottom half of the folder and its contents. Once it reached the halfway point, he tossed the flaming folder into a wastebasket in the corner of the room. A few moments passed, and then he casually walked back to his pack, positioned beside the table on the floor. He slung his rifle and pack over his shoulder and exited the room. His subordinate waited in the hallway, having relayed the orders to the other 2 men patrolling the opposite side of the airfield station.
"Ready?" the man asked.
Krug didn't respond. Instead, he let his subordinate run out the door, heading left toward the stairs. After a half-minute passed, Krug checked his watch. It's time. Krug left the small room and turned right. Immediately, he bumped into one of the airfield employees, a young woman in her late 20s or early 30s. She opened her mouth to speak. He lifted his assault rifle and fired 2 shots, sending her head lurching backward and smacking it into the wall. As she fell, he pushed her roughly out of the way, letting her body sink to the floor, the wall painted with blood and the insides of her skull.
Chapter 14.
Krug. His radio chirped, and from all around him, he heard more gunshots. His men had moved into action at the perfect time, just as he had expected. He heard the rat-tat-tat sound of one of their assault rifles on 3-round burst mode, the other firing single shots as they took out the remaining airfield staff. These civilians would not be the problem. That would come in the form of the security guards on duty. He knew there were 4 total dispersed throughout the facility, likely 2 in this building on patrol, and 2 others in the guard station near the small tower by the second runway. The 2 in this building would have heard the gunshots by now, so they were the immediate threat. Still, even if they had military training in their past lives, they would be no match for the superior strength, strategy, and firepower of Krug's team. He moved through the facility's bottom floor as the shots rang around him. He heard screams, footsteps running above his head. They reached a door where the footsteps stopped. He continued moving, listening above. 2 quick gunshots, then the sound of a body hitting the floor. "All clear up here," one of his men said through their comms. "That means they're down here with me," Krug thought. He heard more footsteps, this time coming from directly in front of him. He moved in that direction, where he saw a doorway leading into a hallway perpendicular to the one he was currently in. He waited by the open doorway for a moment, letting the footsteps come to him. He heard a man speaking in Russian, his voice low. He was talking to himself, trying to psych himself up. Must be just a kid. Or inexperienced. The guard turned the corner and walked into Krug's hallway, so nervous he didn't notice the gunman hiding behind the open door. Krug fired 2 shots into the man's back, then another into the back of his head. The man grunted, falling to his knees and then on his face. His pistol, a tiny thing that would have done nothing against Krug's body armor, clattered harmlessly away. Krug didn't even bother picking it up. Their work here was nearly done, and they had the plane scheduled to land in fewer than 10 minutes. Well, scheduled to arrive. If it went the way he had planned, the plane would never land. He found the second security guard in this building cowering in the lounge room. The door had been barricaded shut by an overturned table, and Krug saw a few chairs sprinkled throughout the room, also on their sides. The man sat in a corner, sobbing into the crook of his elbow. Krug watched him for a moment through the rectangular glass window on the door. It was security glass, the kind etched with diagonal lines crisscrossing its surface. He lifted the assault rifle, took a few steps back, and fired a couple of burst rounds that pockmarked the window, broke through, and punched into the man's side and torso. He heard the man's dying gasp even out in the hallway, but didn't bother waiting to see if he was dead. Judging by the bullet wounds, he had pierced at least 2 major organs, and even if they had miraculously missed, the man would bleed out in less than a minute. He moved to the front of the facility. This was the main building of the airfield with the guard and air traffic control tower on the other side of the east-west facing airstrip. 3 more buildings, 2 small hangars, and an office building and meeting space dotted the area around the north-south runway. 2 of his men would be working through the hangars and office building now. But at this time of day for this small airport, Krug didn't expect anyone to be present inside. He headed for the control tower by jogging across the surface of the runway. At the same time, he lifted his own radio to his lips to bark the next command. "Main building is clear." The affirmative reply came back immediately, but Krug didn't wait for his man to emerge from the building's front door. He reached the control tower just as 2 more guards came out. He took them down with 2 quick shots, then ensured they were dead with 2 more to the men's foreheads. It was dirty work, but Krug didn't feel dirty performing it. Not only had he been trained well, with years of experience in the field and on missions just like this, he believed in the cause. The men pulling the strings of his career were trustworthy because they believed in the same thing he did, a free Russia. A nation unbound by Western expectations and rules. A nation free to experience the true weight of its own power, unbridled by impositions from other countries and organizations around the world. They believed in a Russia that could lead the world in all things, not just follow the lead of whoever happened to be in the seat of Western power at any given time. It was the dream his predecessors had laid the groundwork for, and thanks to the machinations of a few select companies and organizations in Russia, that future was nearly here. But there was still work to be done. Work like this. The organization calling the shots for him today was one he had worked with a few times in the past, one that was currently partnered with certain government officials in Moscow, sensitive to their cause. They wanted Russia, but for the time being, their interests were aligned. He knew little of the organization itself. They clothed themselves in mystery, kept information about who they were and who they controlled close to their chest, but the man he trusted in the government vouched for them. The group had asked for help in a matter, and Krug had been tapped. He would do his job, and he would do it well. As with anything, there was money involved, but that was the last of his priorities. He had money, or rather, he had a way to get the money he needed for anything he might want. This was not about money, nor was it about glory. He entered the air traffic control tower and guard booth with that singular mission in mind. That sole goal that meant freedom for his nation, his countrymen, and himself. He had been sent here to track another organization. An organization his employers had apparently crossed paths with numerous times in the past. An organization they wanted wiped from the face of the earth. This was Krug's mission. To destroy the civilian special operations and everything they had built. To kill anyone involved, whether directly or indirectly. It was a hunt, and the trap had been sprung. He had intel suggesting that this same group was landing soon. Not all of its members and adjacent parties, but the big players. He had read the briefs on each one of them, studied their faces, their quirks. He knew more about them than they knew about themselves. He knew Harvey Bennett and his younger brother Zachary had lost both parents, one only a few years prior. He knew that Harvey, the group's leader, was a reclusive sort, a man others claimed to be resilient, capable of taking hits in stride. Well, Harvey Bennett, Krug mused, let's see how many hits you can take today. Chapter 15. Ben. The plane was making its final approach, and Ben watched the terrain out the window. Next to him, Reggie was yelling something to the man at the back of the plane, finishing an argument he had started earlier. The team they had picked up, including Robert Donovan, seemed capable and qualified. They were all nice, decent guys, and they had proven they had a sense of humor, judging by their banter with Reggie now. Ben only hoped they could get the job done if things got hairy. And this was the 3rd time he had been in Russia in less than a year, and each time had been progressively more challenging. He hoped the cycle would not continue here. He gripped the rabbit's foot keychain in his pocket. These little things had always been a strange charm to him, and he wasn't superstitious in any way. Still, it did seem to give him a measure of peace as he rubbed the smooth, matted hairs on the foot's inside. He hadn't given it much thought after receiving the strange gift from Mr. E. He had been elated to hear from the man, and he had more than a few questions about the man's whereabouts and what had transpired since he'd seen him last on the island of Elba, just before Ben had been kidnapped and thrown into a Turkish prison. But his subconscious had done the thinking for him. He had packed a small duffel before this trip, and upon leaving for the airport, he found the rabbit's foot inside his left pocket. As much as superstition seemed pointless to him, he wasn't above accepting gifts from the universe, and if his subconscious wanted to give him a bit of luck on this journey, he'd take it. Now, as he thought through their plan, get to Moscow and meet up with Zach's contact, who he claimed had been able to find information on the company they were looking for. Ben saw movement near the airfield in front of them. It was hard to see from his seat, but he pressed his head against the glass to try and look in that direction. He saw people running, 2 of them striding across the runway they were about to land on, disappearing behind a small hangar to the west. Weird. He wasn't familiar with how airports worked. He had never been much for flying either, but he assumed it wasn't common practice to run across a runway just before a plane touched down. He was about to shrug it off when he saw movement again. This time, flashes of light coming from the air traffic control tower. The building he noticed the lights in was 3 stories tall, the top floor encased in glass, with windows on all sides. He frowned and looked over at Reggie, but the man was still turned around in his seat, arguing with one of the mercenaries they had picked up. What were those? The flashes reminded him of flashbang grenades, the type used before clearing a room. Not that he had much experience with them, but he couldn't figure out what else the flashes of light might have been. Either way, it did not bode well that air traffic control at the airport they were about to land at was no longer functioning. He felt a bit of solace knowing they would be on the ground in a few more seconds. The pilots didn't need the tower to land successfully. He heard something smacking the outside of the plane. 3 quick taps. Next to him, Reggie stopped arguing and turned to face Ben. The plane hit the ground, landing gently on its back wheels, its nose still in the air. Ben braced himself in the seat, never having liked takeoffs or landings, but tried to identify the source of the strange smacking sound. 2 more smacks echoed over the roar of the engines, and then he spotted the cause. A tiny pockmark appeared on the window in the row in front of him. You've got to be kidding. He realized in an instant it was a bullet hole. Just then, one of the mercenaries behind him shouted, "Everybody down!" The plane was still moving rapidly, braking as the nose gear hit the tarmac. Ben was wearing his seatbelt as the plane raced down the runway. The nose of the aircraft settled just as an explosion jolted him sideways. Windows on his side blew inward, showering him with dust and debris. He blinked, then forced his eyes open to assess the situation. He pushed himself upright in the chair, wind assaulting him from outside. He craned his neck to see the wing, which started a few rows behind him. When he did, his eyes widened. Half of the wing was missing entirely. The engine remained detached, but an explosion had removed the entire outer half. "Holy cow," Reggie muttered next to him. The deafening whine of the engines continued, and though the plane was slowing, it was now swaying left and right on the runway as the pilot tried to maintain control. More gunshots sounded, hitting the left side of the cabin across from Ben. He could also hear the gunshots, their sounds no longer muffled by the windows. The plane strained to decelerate, and Ben felt himself jolted forward and backward in his seat, the seatbelt digging into his waist. "They're shooting at us!" Zach shouted. "Yeah, but who?" Ember retorted. 2 of the mercenaries shouted back, trying to pinpoint the location of their attackers. Ben leapt up, risking injury from the chaotic movements of the damaged aircraft. He was ready to move past Reggie, but Reggie was already on his feet. Unsure of where to go or what to do, Ben thought moving away from the blown-out windows was wise. Reggie met him in the aisle. They crouched to maintain balance, but the plane was nearly stationary. "Anyone have a gun?" Donovan asked. "Mine are stowed. Our gear is below." Reggie shook his head. Ben scanned the fuselage, noticing that Zach and Ember were also standing and moving down the aisle towards them. Ben took action. "We can't stop," he declared. "What?" Reggie shouted in return, but Ben was on the move, heading toward the cockpit. Ember blocked his path but moved aside as he rushed past her. "We can't stop," he repeated. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Ben continued forward. More gunshots pelted the plane. He burst into the cockpit to find a terrified pilot, his hands clenched around the yoke. "Don't stop," Ben ordered. The pilot briefly glanced at Ben. "Someone's attacking us," he stammered. "They actually blew up." "I know, I saw," Ben interrupted. "We can't stop. They're still shooting, and we'll be sitting ducks if we halt completely."
Chapter 16.
Reggie. On the left. Reggie was shouting orders at the mercenaries, while Ben was up in the cockpit, hopefully commandeering the aircraft with whatever plan his friend had cooked up. This had all gone to hell in a handbasket faster than Reggie could say the phrase, and worst of all, they had no weapons. The mercenaries had confirmed their gear was stowed down below, a fact Reggie already knew. All of their gear was stowed. He had a carry-on pack above his seat, but it had a laptop, cell phone, chargers, and cables, and their mission brief inside. It was far from the bug-out bags he used to keep stowed away in his bunker home down in Brazil. As a trained military survival expert, Reggie had picked up every tool of the trade, not just studying them and reading about others' experiences, but putting them into play on his own and practicing the methods. After his discharge, he had bounced around, eventually settling in Brazil, just south of the beginnings of rainforest territory, where he had built a small concrete bunker underground where he lived and worked. That work had been in the form of training others in the skills he had learned and picked up over the years. He took corporate parties, executives, even other military men and women, out into the wild and taught them skills for survival. Most of the classes were leadership endeavors, where a CEO type wanted to show off their incredible management skills and had read that this sort of thing was great for team-building purposes. But Reggie took his job seriously. He always made sure they were prepared, even if it was a simple day trip on his own land. He always had a bag ready to go, one he could grab easily and be able to survive on his own out of. And in that bag, there was always at least one weapon. Pistols were the obvious choice. They were small, packed well, and could often get by any airport scanners if push came to shove. But some of his bags included knives, both tactical and throwing varieties, the latter more fun than anything else. And his largest duffel even carried a backup rifle, with an extended long-range scope and a full suite of attachments. Suffice to say, he felt naked now, standing in the center aisle of a wingless plane barreling down the runway, while angry Russians fired at them from outside. And it seemed he was in good company too. The mercenaries, led by Robert Donovan, all seemed really upset they had been caught with their pants down. They were all looking around frantically, holding on to whatever they could as the plane's wheels bounced and jostled over the aging runway. Meanwhile, the pilot tried to keep the thing straight, the weight of only having one full wing making the job an insurmountable task. The plane listed left and right, dipped to the side, throwing Reggie's body in disarray. His inner ear seemed not to know which way was up, and he felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, the plane began to speed up. He glanced out the window as more shots pummeled through the open space created by the loss of the windows earlier. He noticed the engine whining, its pitch and volume increasing. "What the hell are you up to, Ben?" He ran up toward the cockpit, then dove to the left where there was an exit door and a larger window. He could now see further in front of the aircraft, and saw that they were heading for the end of the runway. The mile-long strip had seemed much longer during their descent. Now it seemed they were going to hit it in a few seconds. And yet, they were speeding up. It was unmistakable now. The bumps and scrapes against the ground caused by the dipping wing on the left side of the fuselage increased in intensity. Reggie felt himself rocked side to side, thrown forward, smacking against the rear cockpit wall, then nearly back into the first row where Ember and Zach had been sitting earlier. But he held fast, using his long wingspan to steady himself while he looked outside. He saw men shooting at them, opening fire on full automatic settings. He counted 2 at least, but the plane was moving fast enough that it was hard to get a good look. He heard Ember chatting to Zach from behind him. They had moved to the opposite side of the plane and started back toward the center, where the mercenaries were gathering. And then Reggie saw it, and his heart sank. "Ben, you're going to kill us all," he thought. Near the front of the airstrip was a building, the hangar set close to the end of the runway. An open pavement of tarmac connected the far end of the runway to the front of this hangar, and Reggie knew that it had been designed to be set back far enough, that it would be out of the way for any plane needing the entire runway to land. But they weren't heading down the center of the runway anymore. The pilot had done an admirable job keeping the plane upright, but the weight of the fuel inside the left wing had caused them to veer off to that side of the runway. They were now heading directly toward the hangar. "Oh shit." He looked backward out the window, noticing the flaps and spoilers moving as the pilot tried to correct course. It seemed it was working slightly, though not as well as it would have if there were still 2 wings to use for the task. Reggie turned to the rest of the men and women inside the plane and shouted, "Everybody hold on to something. Sit down if you can. We're going to hit." There was a gasp from Zach, and a returned shout from one of the mercenaries. Another shouted a question up toward Reggie about where they were headed. Reggie didn't answer. He turned back around and watched their progress. There was nothing he could do now. He tried to calm himself, tried to steady his mind for the impact with the building. Even still, shots rang out, one of them piercing an intact window and landing on the ceiling just above one of the mercenaries' heads. That man had some choice words for the shooter, but Reggie knew there was nothing any of them could do right now. It was all up to Ben and whatever he was planning. That is, of course, if he even has a plan. Reggie watched. The plane rolled, and the hangar grew larger. He squinted, wincing as the plane's front end barreled toward the far edge of the hangar. He felt the plane leaning hard to the right, still picking up speed. Had there been 2 wings left, they would be moving fast enough to achieve liftoff. But they were not going to achieve liftoff, nor would they have cleared the top of the hangar if they could. It was all too close, happening too fast. Reggie inadvertently closed his eyes, reacting out of instinct. He felt the wrenching impact of metal on metal reverberate throughout the entire fuselage, and he braced his body in case he was tossed around like a rag doll. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see the ground moving beneath his window at a rapid pace once again. The plane was shaking furiously, but it had otherwise remained intact. He didn't hear any gunshots, no rounds peppering the outside of the aircraft body, but he did hear the whine of the engine, seemingly far away behind him. He turned his head to the left, glancing once more toward the back of the plane, and that explained why he only heard one engine. He saw the hangar in the distance, the entire side of the building pierced with one long, scarred gash, a wing-shaped hole, and that very wing lay in the dirt behind the hangar, cleaved off from the impact. He saw the trail of jet fuel leaking from the wing and leading to their location. But still, they moved forward, urged on by the single remaining jet engine on the half-intact side of the plane. He laughed, amazed that they weren't all dead, but he knew that there was still plenty of time for them to end up dead. They weren't out of the woods yet. And judging by the looks of what was coming next, it seemed they were about to only get deeper into those woods. Chapter 17. Ben. It was easy enough to think that their current situation was far better than what Ben had planned for, but the truth was, he really hadn't had a plan per se. Upon entering the cockpit, Ben had yelled at the pilot to throttle up, eventually taking matters into his own hands. Literally. Ben had pushed the throttle up steadily and firmly, going from about 30% to nearly 90% in 5 seconds. He didn't know how to pilot an aircraft, but to be fair, their current situation didn't seem to warrant someone knowing how to fly. They were on the ground, and Ben knew they would stay that way. One of their wings had been ripped off at the halfway point, saving the engine, and they were headed directly toward the hangar on the left side. He knew there were men shooting at them, however, and at least one of them had the ability to send a rocket-propelled grenade directly to them. In his mind, the only goal was to get as far away from this airstrip as possible. As it turned out, their single engine didn't need to be in the air to work. Ben throttled up while the pilot fought to push the plane back to the right, without tipping it over and ending their escape before it started. He had succeeded admirably, though not without significant damage to the plane. In other words, this bird would never fly again. One of its wings might have been sheared off at the halfway point, but the other one had been sheared off completely, taking the entire wing, landing in a pile of dirt after destroying the rear wall of the hangar. There was a small heads-up display near the throttle showing the back left side of the aircraft, and Ben watched as the hangar itself collapsed. A cloud of dust appeared, encasing the entire screen in dirty pixelation. But they were already moving away from the scene at the fastest speed the single remaining engine could provide. The going was rough. The aircraft's wheels were sturdy and rugged, but they were meant to deploy upon landing on a concrete runway, not bound over a pothole-encrusted landscape like the one stretching before them. But they had no alternative. To slow down, to stop, meant certain death. They were all unarmed, and the only way to get the weaponry they had stowed underneath the jet was to disembark and go outside. To put themselves at risk of being shot by the Russian group attacking them at the airstrip. Ben didn't know how much fuel was in the remaining half-wing, or if any was stored under the fuselage itself, but he didn't care. He wanted to get as far away from this airstrip as possible, as fast as possible. Even getting just a half-mile away meant they could stop, or run out of gas, and have time to get down below and retrieve their guns and weapons. He didn't want to invite a firefight, but it seemed the firefight was upon them either way. Best to face it head-on, armed and ready to go, than to just stop on the runway and wait around to be shot. The pilot eventually came around, seeming to understand what Ben's plan was. He drove the tube-like vehicle now, his controls doing nothing to change the plane's trajectory, as the wings, and the direction-changing engines and flaps found on them, no longer existed. The single engine was enough to keep the entire thing moving forward, at a bumpy but respectable pace. They were moving. Ben looked down at the ground passing beneath the nose cone and assumed they had to be traveling at least 100 miles an hour still. Impressive, he thought. He was still gripping the backs of the pilot and co-pilot chairs, but the smooth runway had changed to an unbelievably rough pasture. Thick, tall brush impeded their progress, the ground beneath the plants uneven and rocky. But aside from that, it was relatively flat. They weren't in the mountains, and this plain extended as far as Ben could see. That gave him hope that they would be able to put enough distance between themselves and their attackers to at least arm themselves and prepare for a gunfight. "What's the plan?" the pilot asked. "Go straight as fast as possible," Ben said, his words clipped. "That's why I'm asking," the pilot said, annoyed as he held the yoke tightly. "We're heading directly into the suburbs of Moscow. At this speed, I'd say we have about 3 minutes before we start to see houses. At that point, I'm not sure I'll be able to slow us down in time." Ben understood what the man was implying, or more to the point, stating directly. He didn't want to end up splattered on the wall of someone's living room either. Getting shot at was no fun, but if they stopped now, they would at least be able to get their weapons out and prepare. "Slow down," Ben said, nodding. "How long before we run out of gas?" As he asked the question, he saw things appear in the distance, just over the horizon. It seemed they had crested a slight hill, and the suburbs of northern Moscow were suddenly revealed to him. And they were far closer to it than Ben thought. The pilot eased the throttle back while answering. He shook his head. "It's not about the gas," he said, pointing to a button that was flashing near the altimeter. "Our last engine is on fire. I give it maybe 30 seconds, a minute. There's not enough fuel to cause a huge explosion, but we're going to lose all control except for brakes then." Ben's eyes widened. He had always been scared of flying. Scared of the lack of control, the feeling of weightlessness as the giant pile of metal flew into the heavens. But he had to admit, this seemed just as bad. Maybe even worse. Chapter 18. Ben. Anyone got any bright ideas? Ben had left the cockpit, leaving the pilot to his duties, which at this point included little else than slowing down the massive fuselage as they slid nearer to the outskirts of Moscow. Using the rudder and brakes in tandem with throttling the single remaining engine up and down, the pilot was able to gently persuade the plane a few degrees left or right to keep them on track. But Ben wasn't sure exactly what track that should be. He was standing at the front of the aircraft now, while Reggie sat in the first row of seats, watching out the window as they progressed. Robert Donovan had joined Zach and Ember near the middle of the aircraft, with the 3 mercenaries behind him, spread out amongst the rear seats. Everyone was watching the sweeping planes as they rolled by. Apparently, the lucky rabbit's foot in Ben's pocket didn't have any ideas to offer either. For as picturesque as the scene was outside, it was turmoil inside. The plane bounded along roughly, overhead bins and loose objects bouncing and clattering throughout the space. Any loose screws holding something together had been completely dislodged, and pieces of the plane's interior decor and plastic mountings had shaken free and were now flopping around. As he asked the question, he had to lift his forearm to block a blow from an overhead bin door that had fallen away and swung toward him. He wrestled with it for a moment until it fell off completely, letting it hit the chair and topple to the floor in the first row. Zach shouted back at him over the noise. "Ember and I were talking," he said. "I know this area of Moscow we're heading into. As it turns out, there's an old subway station less than a mile from the airfield. It's been abandoned for years, but it might be a good place to hide out, at least for a while. Ben nodded, looking at Reggie. Reggie shrugged, as if to say, I have no idea. Ben wasn't sure it was a good idea or not. They could be locking themselves underground, unable to defend themselves, or unable to get away. That is, if they could even get into the station in the first place. We can't exactly turn much, Ben said. Head up and ask the pilot if he is familiar with what you're talking about. I don't want to run into any houses, hurt any innocent people. Zach was already in motion, heading toward them. Ben stepped aside. He had to brace himself on the chairs so as not to lose his balance as the plane hit a massive ditch outside. Won't be a problem, Zach said as he passed. We should be fine. It's outside of any neighborhoods. They built it on empty land. I know about it because there's a factory on top of it. One Veniloff used to contract for production. I don't think the factory's in use anymore either, so it should be a good place to park and get out. With that, Zach turned and headed into the cockpit. Ben turned and faced Reggie, who was still watching out the window. Only a few seconds passed, and the plane began to lean to the left, Zach and the pilot obviously working to pull it in that direction. Ben felt his feet fall out from underneath him as they hit an even deeper hole. The front end of the plane slammed hard into the opposite side of it as they plowed forward, sending a groan and shrieks of agony as the metal frame continued disintegrating around them. He wondered how long the structure would last, how long the landing gear would hold up against the non-stop barrage of earth and rocks being hurled at them. Even a car, something designed to travel over the ground, would be no match for terrain like this, especially moving at this speed. Every tiny bump, rock or divot was exacerbated and amplified. Every large bump, rock, or divot made Ben feel like his insides were going to end up on the outside. As he felt the plane recovering from this last pothole, he heard a massive snapping sound and felt his body falling forward. He barely had time to catch himself on the seat as the plane lurched forward and suddenly angled downward toward its nose. The door to the cabin flew open, and Zach's voice shouted from inside. I think we lost the forward gear, he shouted. We're fighting against it, and with only one engine. Can we get to the factory? Ben asked, now sitting and holding on for dear life next to his friend. I think so, came Zach's reply. Ben could barely hear his voice over the increasing whine of the jet engine pushing them forward. It felt and sounded as though at any moment the port engine would finally give out, no match for the lack of momentum and the new complexity of losing the front wheels. It wasn't going to last. Even as the volume and pitch of the engine roared higher and higher and louder, Ben felt the plane starting to slow. He could imagine whatever was left of the landing gear, probably just a single shock mount with no wheels attached to the bottom of it, digging into the earth and forming a deep rut. Soon even that would break away from the plane's frame, causing the bottom of the nose of the aircraft to slide along the ground. It might make for a smoother ride in that case, but then knew it would only be a matter of time before the bottom of the fuselage burned out and began to fall apart. At that point, they would have no choice but to pull the throttle back down and let the plane finally die. Just as he was about to turn back to Robert Donovan and Ember to discuss their next steps, Reggie shouted from his seat, Hey guys, we've got company. Ben rolled his eyes, looking out the window. Angled behind the plane and just to the east, Ben saw the cloud of dust far off in the distance. It was where the far edge of the airfield was, likely the road leading away from the place. The cloud of dust had started because whatever vehicle had caused it had left the pavement and was now heading over the same ground they had traversed. It seemed the mercenaries had reacted quickly and were now giving chase.
Chapter 19.
Krug. Krug had never seen such a spectacle. Standing just inside the window on the top floor of the air traffic control tower, he had watched as the jet landed, watched as his men began to open fire from both sides, and watched as one of his men had used an RPG to take out one wing of the aircraft. His radio had squawked to life, the chatter simply the call signs of the men and their updates, as each of them aimed, fired, then reported the results of their attack as it played out. On any other mission, on any other day, Krug would have considered the attack a success, because the attack would have been successful. His men were good, well-trained, and prepared. They had brought a damned RPG with them. But this CSO group, the people inside the aircraft his men had attacked, had gotten luckier than anyone Krug had ever seen. One half of the plane's right wing had been blown completely off, leaking fuel onto the runway, which had been ignited shortly thereafter. But the plane had not stopped. It had veered off the runway, driven crazily by a pilot no doubt doing their best to keep the thing pointed straight. And still, the plane had not stopped. Krug, even standing behind the glass of the air traffic control tower as he watched the single tiny private jet barreling down the runway, could hear the single remaining engine whining. His mouth had fallen open as he watched the plane accelerate. Of all things, the pilots thought the best move would be to go faster. It seemed like a scene from hell. The runway behind it was on fire, the trail of jet fuel igniting quickly, but the explosion from the RPG taking most of the fuel of that wing with it, forming a ball of black smoke that only now was beginning to dissipate. The plane changed direction again, this time heading toward the hangar on the east side of the runway. He had felt satisfaction then, knowing the plane would finally come to a halt, and his men could finish their job. He had considered leaving the air traffic control tower and heading down himself, to at least be face to face with these deranged individuals who thought they could get the best of him. But no, this was the plan, and he would stick to it. So he had watched as the plane once again did not stop as it impacted the hangar. He had watched, in stunned silence, as radio chatter confirmed what he was seeing from on high. The plane's left wing was snapped off at the joint then. An entire section of the wall of the hangar had come with it. The wing itself fell to the ground a few dozen feet on the other side of the hangar, and the building collapsed to the side as it lost its structural support. And still the plane did not stop. He watched as the single-engine propelled metal tube rolled away from the airfield, somehow still accelerating. Krug knew then what had happened. The CSO group was reacting to his attack. Perhaps they somehow knew of the attack, as impossible as it may sound. He had not made a career of underestimating his prey, and he did not intend to do so now. These people had somehow either anticipated the attack or reacted quickly enough to actually get away. A feat Krug had not thought was within the realm of possibilities. At this point, he had raced downstairs once more, and out the front door he had entered only a minute earlier, barking orders the entire time. His men were ready, two of them already pulling onto the east-west runway in the two vehicles they had arrived in. They weren't military vehicles, just rentals from the nearest rental facility. But they were at least SUVs, capable of handling a little off-road driving, so long as the terrain did not get tricky. He had entered the first SUV then, knowing that a jet with a broken engine was no match for a vehicle designed for traveling over land. Still, the jet was moving swiftly, and it seemed their intent was to put as much space between the airfield, Krug and his men, and themselves as possible. He couldn't fault them for that tactic. It was the only one available to them, it seemed apparent. So began the chase, forcing his man to drive while he rode in the passenger seat, rifle in hand. He ordered this lead car to surge forward far faster than was comfortable for any passenger. His teeth nearly rattled out of his skull as they left the edge of the airfield, took a portion of the road leading to it from the northern outskirts of Moscow, then entered the same field the plane was trundling over now. It was barely in his vision, but one of his men reported over the radio that it seemed the thing was finally slowing down. No matter, they could see it, and Krug intended to keep it that way. As long as he had eyes on it, he knew they would chase it down. Unlike the aircraft, the fuel in his tank was dwindling at a far steadier rate, and was plentiful enough to chase these insane people down. As he watched, the plane slowing down as it neared the suburbs and buildings dotting the northern tip of Moscow, his men hailed him over the radio. "What's the plan now, sir?" Krug closed his eyes for a moment, forcing them open again as the SUV bounced and jostled its three occupants. He shook his head, not believing he had failed. "No, I have not failed. Not yet." He knew there was still time, still plenty of space to make another play and finish his job, and that was exactly what he intended to do. "We will catch them," he said into his radio, his voice loud enough that the other two men in the car could hear as well. "We will catch them, and we will kill them." Chapter 20. Zach. The plane was aiming directly toward the far edge of the factory grounds. Zach was now seated in the co-pilot's chair. His first time in such a position, and not the ideal situation for that first time. But he had a role to play, and figured this was the safest place to park himself while they purposefully crashed an aircraft into the second building in 10 minutes. And crash was exactly what they were planning on doing. He wasn't sure if the pilot knew this yet or not, but the man seemed to be on board with Zach's antics, as he hadn't complained audibly yet. Still, Zach could read the terror on the man's face. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his eyes thin lines as they focused intently on their surroundings as they charged forward, his hands white-knuckled over the handles of the yoke. Zach wanted to ask if the man was okay, but didn't want to risk pulling his attention away from his job. He could see the man's feet working beneath the cockpit, could feel the rudder urging the plane hard to the left to keep moving toward the grounds of the factory facility. Thankfully, there were no buildings between this open valley and the facility they were headed toward. Zach had worked with Veniloff long enough to know some of his major suppliers. This had not been one of them, but Zach had come here early on in his tenure, working with Veniloff to ensure they had the proper chemical makeup of a fertilizer compound Veniloff was producing. Zach's interests had been in ingratiating himself with Veniloff to ensure he had enough rapport with the man to gain funding for his own research project. He blinked, realizing how long ago that felt. He started working with Yakov Veniloff a few years prior, first remotely and over video conference calls, then eventually flying out to meet with him and his team, and eventually moving to Moscow and renting an apartment to be close to the small team of researchers and scientists Veniloff had assigned to Zach's cause.
Oh, how times change.
Who would have thought he would be sitting in an airplane, or at least the fuselage that had previously been an aircraft, with his brother and ex-girlfriend, their friends, and a hired group of mercenaries. And one scared-out-of-his-mind pilot, trying to drive the plane directly into a building. When he remembered their task, Zach decided it was probably time to inform the pilot what exactly he was planning. He turned and looked at the man, who risked pulling a hand from the yoke and wiping his brow. "We're going to crash, you know," Zach said. He immediately regretted the statement. "Really, Zach? That's how you tell him there's a good chance we're all going to die?" The pilot's eyes widened, glancing briefly at Zach. Zach nodded, then shook his head, unsure of how to backpedal. No, he thought, no backpedaling needed. I told the truth. What I'm hoping is that we can slow down enough to... Slow down? We lost brakes a mile ago, the pilot said. And I can't throttle back, or we will stop immediately. You said you have a destination for us? So what is it? Zach nodded. Yeah, sorry, we are not... This team, I mean. We're not so good at talking through plans before we start. We're sort of... The destination? It's still the same facility I told you about before. Small company owns it. I had worked there a while ago. It's 4 or 5 larger buildings, smaller ones interspersed, but the entire thing is on about 10 acres of land. Actually, he stopped himself, pointing out the cockpit windows. That's it, right there. See that huge building on the left? The pilot nodded once. Okay, great. That's where we're headed. Zach watched as the pilot removed his hand again and placed it on the throttle. Zach reached over and pulled his hand off again. No, don't slow down. With the landing gear gone, we're lucky to even be moving now. We can't risk slowing down too much or we'll be caught in the middle of the field. And judging by those trails of dust behind us, the same guys that shot at us are chasing us now. The pilot didn't respond for a moment. Finally, he looked over at Zach. If we don't slow down, we're going to hit that building. Zach stared straight out the window, for the first time in his adult life, feeling like he finally understood his older brother. Harvey Bennett was a good man, an honest man. He was the kind of man who did his best to do right by the world, making certain calls that led to certain consequences. This was one such consequence, and Zach was fully on board with it. He had adopted the Bennett mantra of acting first, planning later. He felt confident in his decision as he stared at the encroaching buildings and factories that made up the chemical company grounds. He saw work trucks spread out around the area, Some larger dump trucks to the right, parked. There didn't seem to be anyone working, and if he was right about this place being abandoned, it was cause for relief. Hello? The pilot asked, forcing Zach's attention back to him. Still, he didn't remove his eyes from the glass. Hey, the pilot stressed, we're going to crash. If I don't slow down right now, our speed is going to take us through the wall of that building. Zach squinted. He smiled, the grin reaching his eyes. I know. Chapter 21. Ben. They felt the metal-on-metal contact as the nose cone of the plane dipped through the rear end of the factory building. Unlike the hangar that had ripped the wing off the aircraft, this building was much sturdier, with sheet metal and rebar holding up the rear wall. They hit the building at probably 50 miles per hour, far slower than they had been traveling previously, thanks to the pilot's last-second throttle back. Still, the impact was profound, and Ben felt his body nearly cut in half by the seatbelt he wore. Everyone had donned a seatbelt in the fuselage, including Zach and the co-pilot, who dove back into the main cabin after determining their trajectory was on target. They only had a few seconds to find a seat and buckle, and just as the pilot sat down and pulled the straps over his waist, the nose disappeared into the side of the building. It was a direct hit, and Ben listened to the wrenching, ripping sounds of metal being torn from the factory and the plane. A low, guttural groan gave him the sense that they were being swallowed by an enormous subterranean monster. He remembered the Dune novels he used to read as a kid, and the huge sandworms that would rise up and swallow anything on the surface that moved. He felt like food for a sandworm now. Next to him, Reggie was buckled into the middle seat. They had opted to stay away from the windows, both the intact ones and the many that had been shot out by the mercenaries earlier, to ensure that nothing reached in and snagged them as they slowed. The plane rumbled and scraped over the concrete floor inside the factory, taking out any number of tools, machinery stations, and shop paraphernalia. Ben felt each one hitting the bottom of the fuselage as they rolled onward, still propelled forward by the momentum put out by the single engine. The pilot had almost killed that engine, wanting to ensure they did not have anything pushing them forward once more after they came to a complete stop. But the heavy wingless fuselage bounded over the last of the terrain and then into the backside of the factory with such force that Ben was worried they would roll too far, slamming out the front end and back out into the open. The entire top of the plane was sheared off next. Flashes of light from sparking electrical cables that had been severed danced, making the scene look like a macabre haunted house. He saw fluorescent lights flickering high above, reflecting the plane's own failing lights, casting an eerie glow into the now open cabin. The plane came to a halt, and Ben looked up, waiting for the ceiling of the factory to come tumbling down onto their heads, finishing the job of killing them all. He waited a long 5 seconds, counting out the breaths as he watched, but the only thing that happened was the settling of dust and debris. It seemed the factory was going to stay in one piece, not counting the giant piece that had been taken out of its back wall. The plane, however, had seen better days. It was so far beyond repair it was humorous. Ben undid his seatbelt strap, stood, and began moving toward the exit door across the aisle. Zach and Ember were moving with him, Reggie pulling up the rear of the small CSO team. Behind Reggie, Robert Donovan was shouting orders to his own men, who had all survived the impact and were recovering. Ben pulled the handle counterclockwise to open the door, letting it fall away and clatter to the floor of the factory. Because the landing gear on the front half of the aircraft had been sheared away, and the tie rod connecting it to the bottom of the plane's body shortened after its run through the bumpy ground and factory floor, he found himself much closer to the ground than he would have thought. He jumped down about 4 feet, landing on the hard concrete of the factory floor. Zach was right behind him, and immediately his younger brother started snooping around. He had his phone's flashlight on, not wanting to rely on the flickering fluorescent lights high above. "Over here," Zach said. "I remember seeing a stairwell access door on the side of the building, right behind the offices." Ben looked and saw a low, flat-topped structure seated in the front right corner of the building, with a few windows on 2 of its walls. He assumed those must be the offices Zach was referring to, and looked over to the right of that, and saw the doorway Zach was heading toward. Zach tried the handle, finding it open, and pushed the door away from him. A dark, hollow space greeted him. Ben stepped over, followed by Reggie and the others. He noticed Donovan and the rest of his men already working to retrieve their gear from the storage area beneath the aircraft. They wouldn't have much time, as the mercenary crew that had attacked them at the airstrip was still heading toward them. Their grand entrance into this factory would certainly leave an obvious mark. Ben's best guess told him they had 2 minutes, maybe 3, before the attackers were on them. He knew Donovan's men could get to the weapons in that time, but Ben didn't feel comfortable with this as their last stand. The people up against them were obviously very well trained, and they were now rightfully pissed off.
Let's see where this leads, Reggie said. Make sure we're on the right track at least. If this is just a basement, we don't need to waste time sending everyone downstairs.
Ben nodded, watching his brother as he held the door for them. Zach wasn't motioning.
I've got an idea, his brother said, standing near the door. You guys go check to make sure the old station is down there. Ember and I will stay up here and get things ready.
Ben frowned, wanting to ask a follow-up question, but Reggie pulled him through the doorway. Reggie had his own phone out now, holding it out in front of him in a long, outstretched arm. It wasn't bright enough to see more than 10 or 15 feet in any direction, but it at least allowed them a guide down the stairs. Ben followed behind his friend, wondering what antics Zach was preparing upstairs. He heard shouts of Donovan's men as they prepared as well, the clicks and clacks of assault rifles being loaded. But he trusted his brother. He hadn't realized it at first, but he didn't question Zach when the younger man mentioned he had a plan. His younger brother had made his mistakes, but Ben trusted now that Zach's interests and his own were once again aligned. They reached the bottom floor after heading down 2 small sets of stairs. Ben waited as Reggie moved along the subfloor out in front of the stairwell landing, inching forward as he kept moving his arm in a circle, trying to light the entire space. Ben watched, and Reggie stopped. His feet had reached the edge of something, a concrete platform that descended away into nothingness. Reggie brought his arm down, illuminating the space just enough for Ben to understand that it was an old subway track platform.
Looks like we found it, Reggie said. Just like he said, it's an old subway platform. Probably goes this direction for a few miles at least, but eventually there will be a way back up to the main level.
Reggie turned the flashlight to face Ben, and he nodded. Sounds good. Let's go see what my little brother cooked up upstairs. Chapter 22. Upstairs, Zach was busy relaying orders to the rest of the team. Robert Donovan, his 3 mercenary men, and Ember Clark had all retrieved the gear from beneath the aircraft and were finishing up arranging it in a semicircle around them on the factory floor. Their poor plane sat central to it all, the engine on its half-wing dripping jet fuel onto the floor as it wound down. Machinery lay in heaps around the plane's fuselage. Industrial lifts, feed arms, and elevator belts splayed haphazardly around the space. Zach took it all in with a feeling of reverie. They had come so close to just becoming bloody smears on the side of a wall. The plane had been the perfect size and shape. Any larger and its structural integrity would have given way somewhere bounding over the plains, and any smaller, and they would not have had enough power during the impact to break through this wall. The whole thing was pitched forward, leaning hard against its front skid, which had snapped and started to buckle as it slid across the concrete floor. A 3-inch deep line had been trenched out of the concrete behind it, until the plane itself had lost enough momentum. Lights continued flickering overhead, but Ember had found a power sub-panel and was fiddling with different breakers now. What they were seeing above their heads were the emergency lights, fluorescent lights that remained on 24/7, dim but bright enough to allow camera feeds a decent view of the interior. He wondered if any security forces were watching those camera feeds now. If anyone working for this factory after hours was staring slack-jawed at a computer screen as a wingless airplane crashed through the back wall of the facility and a team of people jumped out and started working. But they weren't planning to stay for long, so Zach wasn't worried about this company's security. Besides, if things got hairy, they were no longer unarmed. The mercenaries seemed relieved by that fact as well, each of them working over every inch of the assault rifles they had pulled from the storage hatch beneath the aircraft's floor. He turned to address Donovan, as lights came on in full force above his head. Ember had, apparently, found the right switch to pull.
They'll be here in a couple minutes, best guess, Zach said.
Donovan nodded. I've already told my guys to stay inside, flanking the hole we made. I want them out of sight as much as possible. Let the baddies come to us. I like that, Zach responded. I'm wondering if you could help me with something, though. Donovan raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. This place produces chemicals for a company I used to do business with. All kinds of agricultural products, including fertilizer. That means there's a bunch of bags stacked up over there full of powdered potassium nitrate. Donovan seemed intrigued. If you don't mind, I'd love to get a few bags of the stuff over here. I'm assuming you have a knife?
Donovan nodded. Of course. We're emptying the bags onto the floor?
Yes, Zach said. Let's make 3 piles. That'll be the easiest way to spread out the contents of 3 separate bags. 1 here and 1 on each side of the plane. That should cover most of the interior of this space. Sounds good. Consider it done. Zach was impressed by this man's willingness to work with him without asking questions. Donovan was paid to trust Zach and the others, so that's what he was doing. Donovan began walking toward the wall where a crate was stacked with bags of thin vinyl. Each of the rectangles was laid crossways over the last, similar to how bags of potting soil and mulch were stacked at big box outdoor stores. Ember was by Zach's side as he prepared to re-enter the aircraft. The stairs had deployed from the emergency exit, but due to the way the plane was listing to the side, they didn't reach the ground. He jumped up onto the first one. You're going back in? She asked. I've got to get something else. You got him grabbing potassium nitrate, she said, smirking. And you're going back in for some other mysterious chemical. What are you cooking, Zachary Bennett? He smiled back as he entered the aircraft, facing her from the fuselage entranceway. Is this something you learned about during your stint as a top-secret mad scientist working for an evil overlord? He made a face, pretending to be impressed. As much as I'd like to say yes, I learned about this one way before. Back in Intro to Chemistry, I believe. Heck, it might have even been in high school. Ember raised an eyebrow, curious. Well, what secret chemical do you need from the plane? She asked. He donned the same smile he had worn just prior to crashing this plane through the factory wall. Sugar. Chapter 23. Ben. Ben and Reggie emerged from the subway stairwell to find Zach, Ember, and the 4 mercenary soldiers piling mounds of powder in 3 separate areas across the factory space. Ben looked sidelong at Reggie, who just shrugged. Guess we'll find out, Reggie said. Ben walked out onto the main floor, noticing that the piles of powder were being poured from bags that looked like heavy burlap or canvas. He noticed more similarly colored bags stacked on a pallet near the wall. He made a beeline for Zach, who was busy pouring what looked to be a pound of sugar on top of one of the piles, then using his hand to mix it all together. Should I even ask? Ben asked his younger brother. Just a little science experiment, big brother, Zach replied. Is this going to kill us all? At first, Zach didn't respond. Finally, he turned around and faced Ben. Not if you stand back far enough. Ben nodded, backing away a few steps. When Zach was finished with the powder mixture, he turned and walked over to where Ben, Reggie, and Ember waited. The other mercenaries finished pouring the sugar on their piles and mixing it all together as well, just as the sounds of approaching vehicles reached Ben's ears. We're running out of time, Zach, Ben said. Whatever you've got planned, it's time to start. Zach nodded again, raising his eyebrows as he met Ben's gaze. There were shouts from outside the factory, and Ben could see SUVs parking, men armed with assault rifles jumping out. He turned back to ask his younger brother what the plan was again, but Zach was already gone. Zach motioned toward Robert Donovan, who was standing near the second of the 3 white piles. One of his mercenaries crouched behind the third. Ben watched as, on Zach's count, all of the men struck and lit a match, then tossed them on each of their respective piles. The effect was immediate and immense. Each of the piles went up in a fiery blaze, with lancing flames shooting like miniature lasers as the fizzing sound of the combined chemicals reacted in the flames. It looked like the end of a bottle rocket, albeit on a much grander scale for each pile. Ben's eyes widened as he watched the display, but Zach was yelling at him to back away, motioning them backwards. Get to the stairwell again, he yelled. Chapter 24. Krug. Men piled out of SUVs, armed to the teeth and ready to kill. Krug almost smiled. He felt like a proud father. These men deserved a second chance. Their plan at the airfield had been flawless. This CSO team had simply gotten lucky. But luck would run out, and Krug's team would make sure of it. He marched at the back of the group, heading into the gaping hole in the backside of the factory, delivering orders as he moved. "Shoot anything that moves," he said, "and I want to hear chatter. Give me the intel as soon as you get it so we can all hear." There were confirmations and nods of approval, and Krug's ear filled with his teammates' voices, everyone eager to move in and start the job. It didn't matter if the CSO team was armed. He was as well, and his men were better. He could afford to lose some, but hoped they could pull off a flawless victory here today. It had been some time since he had lost troops in the field, and it was never something he wanted to repeat. That said, he understood the strategy of war better than most. There was give and take, push and pull. One didn't get into a position to become victorious without risk. The first two sets of men, two on each side of the hole in the wall, leaned back against it and watched him, waiting for instruction. "Move in, just like we talked about." He didn't have to repeat the order. The first 4 men ran inside, followed shortly by others and Krug himself. He moved quickly, his actions planned and methodical. He had checked his weapon before entering the battle space, keeping it up near his face, ready to fire. Over the comms, he heard men's chatter. "What the? There's something over here, boss!" He frowned, listening for any movement that might tell him where the CSO team was hiding. The hulk of the airplane sat centrally in the center of the massive factory. Could they still be inside? He looked around, finally noticing a pile of smoking debris. The smoke was thick, acrid, and he pulled his shirt up over his nose to help him breathe. What the hell are these people playing at? He wondered. He couldn't see the plane. He couldn't see anything. The inside of the factory was just a wall of smoke, 3 bright flashing lights from 3 sources nearby, though he couldn't make out the details. Whatever they had lit on fire was effectively obscuring the room from sight. "Is it explosive?" he asked. The man to his left responded immediately. "Negative, sir. I don't believe so. It's just smoking."
"It's smoking a lot," came another reply. "They must have brought smoke grenades with them."
"I don't care if they brought a nuke with them," Krug snapped. "Someone get on that plane and clear it. If they're hiding inside, they're dead." He walked behind the 3 men who had lined up on the left side, just inside the open factory wall. He waited as 2 men ran down the length of the hole, hearing their footsteps, but not able to see them through the thick haze. He waited an interminable number of seconds. Then the answer came through his headset. "Negative. Plane is clear. I'm checking the cockpit and—" "They can't all fit in the bathroom," Krug snapped. "Grieg, check the area underneath. They might be hiding in the storage cupboards." Another man ran off into the smoke. The first of the piles began to die down, the flames no longer lancing upward, burning with intensity. Now, the pile was smoldering, just a bare pinprick of light through the thick fog of smoke. But that only meant it was going to smoke even longer. Krug cursed under his breath. He forced his mind into action. Somehow they had used chemicals here in the factory to produce all of this smoke. Single smoke grenades, even lit in tandem, would not be enough to fill this entire place with as much smoke as they had. And why? If they planned to kill them, why go through all the trouble of putting something like this together, rather than just using the factory's own machinery and rooms as defensible positions to hide behind? Krug would have to enter the factory, making himself a vulnerable target, not the other way around. So they didn't want to attack us. Which means they're using the smoke as cover for something else. He frowned, listening as more of his men spread out through the large room, slowly moving through the space to find anyone hiding there. Suddenly, he knew. "Grieg, look outside. Get to the other side of the factory. Go outside and around if you need to, but I need you to move fast." The 2 men grunted their confirmation, and he heard their loud pounding footsteps as they sprinted back through the gaping maw in the backside of the factory building. They're using the smoke as a literal smokescreen, as cover to get away. They might be heading into the suburbs by now. He heard a few more groans and curses, but his men were professionals. They accepted the new information in stride, continuing their search of the place. In the interest of being thorough, he would still clear this room, no matter how long it took the smoke to dissipate and their visibility to return. It could be that the CSO team decided to just find hiding spots around the factory's interior, using the smoke as a decoy to throw Krug's team off the scent. He didn't want to leave without turning over every possible rock. Still, he was once again surprised by the ingenuity and craftiness of this CSO team. The intelligence he'd received suggested that they were a hack group, far from a professional paramilitary operation. He couldn't deny that he was impressed. He didn't like it, but he couldn't deny that he was impressed. Chapter 25. Ben. Do you think it'll keep them at bay? Ben turned to his friend, slowing down to a jog. The rest of their team, Reggie, followed by Zach and Ember, and then by the 4 mercenaries, ran behind them. The entire group slowed and began walking quickly while Reggie and Ben spoke. Ben shook his head. Not keep them at bay, but slow them down. I can't believe it worked, Zach said. Ben turned to his younger brother, smiling. He couldn't help but feel pride in the young man's work. I always knew you had it in you, Ben said. Zach rolled his eyes. Have what in me? Supervillain tendencies? Yeah, Ben said. But it's a good thing. Julie calls it our Bennett ingenuity. Ingenuity or not, they're not going to be stymied forever. Ember spoke, picking up the pace to match Ben and Zach's lead. That group was trained, very well trained, judging by how quickly they started shooting at us. And the way they spaced out their attacks from both sides of the plane, so they wouldn't accidentally hit the opposing side of their own team. Ben raised his eyebrows. That's a good point. He hadn't considered that, but wasn't surprised that Ember had picked up on it. And that one guy hit us with an RPG, she continued. They were packing some serious machinery. That means military, or at least funded well enough to get their hands on that sort of thing. Even on the black market, something like that costs a pretty penny. She's right, Reggie said. Those guys are smart and well-resourced. That tells me she's correct in her assumption that they are not going to stop after being stymied by a few smoke bombs. But it also tells me they're not going to stop no matter what, because they are being paid well enough not to stop. Whoever's behind this, whoever ultimately wants us dead, is going to make sure that wasn't the last time we see them. Ben wanted to stop, to just massage his temples and sit down, figuring out what their next move should be. But he knew the chase was on. They were being hunted, once again chased through this country. Okay, what do we do? He asked. I don't suppose anyone knows someone in Moscow who can get us an RPG? Reggie made a face. Actually, it was a joke. Besides, I'm not sure it would help us. This isn't going to be a problem we're going to solve with more firepower, contrary to our previous exploits. We need to think this through. At least that's what Julie would say if she were here. Reggie smiled. And they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They say that, Ben said. But I never said that. If I may, Zach said, interjecting. Those guys are trying to kill us, and they knew where we would be. That implies intelligence we are not privy to, and enough careful planning to be one step ahead of us. Since we knew before getting on that plane we were headed to Moscow, I'm going to assume they know that as well. Ben nodded. Great point. We can't exactly walk into the place now without expecting those guys to show up. They know that's where we're ultimately headed. We need to regroup, get away from that place at all costs. Robert Donovan walked faster, catching up with Ben and Reggie and the others. I agree with everything that's been said. If we waltz in, we'll be walking into a trap, just like the one we almost ended up in today. Zach, do you know where this subway system ends? Unfortunately, no, Zach said. I just saw the stairs and subway entrance the last time I was here. One of the workers said it was connected to the old subway line, but I didn't ask any follow-up questions. However, directionally speaking, we're headed directly towards the university. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up somewhere in that district. Any reason to suspect the subway shaft itself was filled in? Ben asked. I know sometimes they do that when they're trying to build above it. No idea, Zach replied. If I had to guess, They just ended up not needing the line that headed directly here. No reason to suspect they would fill it all in, and the fact that this part is open now tells me the whole way is probably good too. Only problem is whether or not the exits have been sealed shut, Ember said. If they built other buildings like that factory on top of one, but didn't have approval for subway access, we could be trying to exit underneath a solid slab of concrete. True, Donovan said. But if it's anything besides that, my men and I can handle it. At this, Ben raised an eyebrow once more, turning to the mercenary for hire.
Oh, really?
Donovan laughed. Well, of course. You didn't think I was going to outfit my group with just a few guns, did you? What are we talking? Reggie asked, suddenly sounding very excited. C4, Claymore, dynamite, grenades? Chapter 26. Krug. Krug was growing more agitated by the second. He was frustrated, of course. This civilian special operations team had once again somehow escaped his trap. But the agitation was more related to his men's lack of self-control. One of them spat on the floor, cursing as they searched through the factory building. Another was shouting obscenities at the wall, kicking anything and everything that moved. He knew pressure got to every man, but he had thought his men were better trained than this. He had thought they would be prepared for failure. As a leader, he also knew that there came a time when he just needed to let them get it out of their systems. As much as he wished they could simply control themselves, he knew better than to try and force their attention back to him. They would listen, of course, but they would be carrying with them the resentment that came with failing at their task, and that resentment would be channeled toward the next phase of their mission. So he chewed the inside of his lip, agitated and frustrated, but thankful they would have another opportunity to catch the CSO group, and waited. The smoke had cleared from the lower half of the factory. It had risen upward, most of the particulates lighter than the air, and thus being pulled upward as heavier air settled on the concrete floor. Some of the smoke cleared out through the open hole in the side of the building, as well as the long set of windows lining the walls. Unfortunately, the only thing the dissipation of smoke revealed was that they had been duped again. They had searched every square inch of this place, and the CSO team was nowhere to be found. He wondered if they had somehow snuck out the front door, though his men found those double doors still locked and chained together from the inside. There was another access door from the inset room in the far corner of the building that led outside, but inside this smaller building were the main offices and break room, and the whole structure had been locked from the inside as well. Unless the CSO team had somehow unlocked this smaller room, locked it behind them, then unlocked the front door to the building, and once again locked it behind them on their way out, this was not the route they had taken out of the building. Two of his men were on the western side of the factory building, searching alongside that wall. They found stairs leading down to a doorway, but the assumption had been that this led to a subterranean chamber, perhaps a basement. This would be the last place Krug searched. If they were hidden in the basement, he didn't want to run into an ambush, but there would also be no way out for the team hiding there, which meant he had time. He watched as the two men descended the small staircase and found the door at the bottom to be open. One of them whispered through the comms as he worked. "The door seems to be unlocked," came his soft voice. "I'm going to pull it open. Be ready." The other man responded quickly, and Krug noticed the others on this floor watching their two comrades. If these two men were somehow gunned down by the waiting CSO team in the basement, he didn't feel the need to send the rest of his men behind them. It would be like sending lambs to the slaughter. What was the point in that? No, he needed to outthink the team downstairs, if they were still hiding there. Any gunfire they heard as soon as the door was opened would tell Krug there were, in fact, hostiles waiting for them inside. At that point, he had told his men to simply let the door close and wait for his orders. His orders would be simple. They would regroup, approach the door once more, then proceed to throw 3 or 4 grenades into the center of the room. Anyone inside would be overwhelmed trying to dodge, and Krug would then have a few seconds to get his men into the room and begin clearing it. And finally, he would kill the team he had been sent to dispatch. But when the door was pulled open, there was no sound from inside. Krug couldn't see from his angle, but one of the men frowned. He shifted, moving closer to the door. Krug almost shouted a warning, but silenced himself.
Perhaps the people inside were waiting for one of his men to move in fully. He considered ordering his man to toss a grenade inside, but decided to let this play out as it was happening.
The first man stepped to the door, with the second following closely behind him, holding it open. Krug moved to the left, towards the top of the descending staircase, and saw only darkness beyond. It was strange, but not surprising. If that space was a subterranean room, and the CSO group was waiting there, why would they leave the lights on? Of course they would be waiting in the darkness. He said as much over the comms. Move silently, he advised, knowing that the sound of his voice was only reaching the inner ears of his two men inside and not broadcasting loudly. They might be hiding. They'll wait until you are further in. Make your presence known quickly. He didn't hear a confirmation, but he did hear the rapid burst of gunfire, 3 rounds in quick succession, as the man fired in different directions. The man was smart. He would use the brief illumination from the muzzle flashes to get a quick look inside. It wouldn't reveal much, but it might give him an idea if someone was about to attack. To his surprise, there was silence after that. 3 long seconds passed, and then the second man spoke. "All clear," he said. "No one's there? Did you see anything?" "Affirmative, sir. No one's here," came the reply. "But it's not a basement. It's going the wrong direction, and it's long. I think it looks like an old subway line. We're standing on the platform." An old subway?
Krug's agitation surged. He was beyond frustrated now. He was furious. The CSO team had duped him again, preparing for his attack by finding an escape route and setting up defenses to slow his team down. They hadn't failed yet. Failure would come when Krug decided to abort the mission. But he was growing weary of this team's ability to slip through his fingers. He vowed it wouldn't happen again. He was prepared in ways the CSO team couldn't even imagine.
Chapter 27. Ben. Ben and his group had walked for what seemed like hours, when in reality it was only about 25 minutes. They had covered over a mile of ground, probably close to 2. He hadn't seen any sections of the subway tunnel that curved, nor did he sense that they had begun to turn, even a slow, gentle arc. That told him they had been heading due south for about 2 miles, which should take them well past the suburban area around the university and closer to the city center itself. While they had seen old doorways leading to internal rooms for station control access, maintenance, and repair rooms, they had not passed any subway exits or platforms yet. They had corralled together in a single file line, walking in the darkness led only by the light from Reggie's phone, who held it out down at his side, illuminating the space around him. Because of the oppressive darkness of the pitch-black tunnel, even the little light from the phone was enough to progress quickly. It gave Ben a whole new set of fears he hadn't realized he had. Claustrophobia was one of them. It felt like the walls continued to close in on him, reminiscent of a scene from the first Star Wars movie. He had never been afraid of the dark, but this level of subterranean darkness, similar to being inside a cave, was more than he cared for. He continued blinking, his eyes having long since adjusted to the dim light from Reggie's phone, yet he wished they could illuminate the entire pathway. The pathway was far too narrow for his comfort. He believed this line was probably decommissioned, and there was no danger from an oncoming subway train, but he wasn't about to take any chances. He had heard horror stories of people falling onto the tracks, only to be electrocuted before anyone could save them. At the very least, the tracks seemed out of service. Dust and grime covered the long metal sheets where the subway cars once traveled, and many light bulbs down here had been broken and never replaced. This suggested to him that people had accessed this tunnel long after it had been decommissioned, probably kids looking for a place to share spooky stories. But Ben wasn't interested in spooky stories or more darkness. He wasn't here for an adventure. He wanted to get out and return to the surface. They continued in this manner, with Ben being second in line, followed by Zach, Ember, and several mercenaries, until they reached a dead end. It seemed odd to him. He had assumed this line would connect with a major hub, and even if the tracks weren't used, he thought this branch would still be open. But that wasn't the case. They came up against a cinder block wall, and after closer inspection with several phone flashlights, they determined that this wall had been added later. It had likely been constructed to close off the subway line they were in, separating it from the rest of the stations and lines. Robert Donovan mentioned something about this being a standard practice in modern subway systems. They wouldn't fill up old lines with backfill, dirt, or concrete unless there was a structural need. But Ben was only half listening. His heartbeat quickened with anxiety. The realization of their dead-end situation weighed heavily on him. Nearby was another door, just like the others they had seen, but its handle was locked. As they stood there contemplating their next move, one of Donovan's men suddenly lunged forward, striking the door handle with the butt of his rifle. The sound reverberated loudly, startling everyone, including Ben. Donovan swiftly turned, chastising his man. "What the hell, what are you doing?" Before Donovan could finish, the mercenary pulled the door open, peeked inside, and grinned. The rest gathered around, eager to see what was inside the supposed maintenance room. When it was Ben's turn, he discovered it wasn't a maintenance room at all. As he looked in, the mercenary said, "Sorry, guys, I'm quite claustrophobic. It was either hide in here and wait for help or have you drag me out of the tunnel." Ben gave the man a sympathetic smile. "It's not a maintenance closet," Reggie noted. Indeed, it wasn't. Ben looked inside, not finding a closet filled with cleaning supplies or equipment for subway maintenance. Instead, he saw stairs leading upward, reminiscent of the ones they had taken down from the factory building. Ben had expected to find a large subway platform, like the ones in major cities with multiple staircases or escalators leading to broad platforms brightly lit with fluorescent lights. But this was different. This Moscow subway seemed to have a more minimalistic design. Each staircase appeared to lead directly to the main subway line. He wondered if it even served as a regular passenger platform, or if it was a specialized setup. Maybe this subway acted as an industrial train line, operating underground, transporting goods between factories in northern Moscow. However, he didn't have the luxury to ponder these questions for long. The mercenaries they were trying to evade would likely find the door to the subway entrance once the smoke in the factory above cleared, and it would not take them long to catch up after. Reggie and the door-breaking mercenary took the lead, ascending the stairs. The rest remained below on the platform, watching them. At the top, another door awaited, and Reggie paused to listen intently. Ben waited in anticipation. "Sounds quiet," Reggie said after a moment, "but this door is solid metal. For all we know, on the other side could be a bustling mall or even a dance recital." "I'd take a shopping mall or theater any day," Ember interjected, "as long as it's not filled with mercenaries trying to kill us." Ben was eager to keep moving. Their plans had changed due to the mercenaries on their trail and the knowledge that their adversaries had anticipated their every move. They couldn't proceed with their original plan to visit the company they intended to. There wasn't time to investigate, ask questions, and gather information. The mercenaries had forced them into this predicament. Now underground and needing to return to the surface, Ben's priority was to distance themselves as much as possible from their current location. They needed to surface, get their bearings, and head east, away from their original destination. But first, they needed to get through the door ahead. "Do it," Ben instructed. Taking a cue from his earlier success, the mercenary once again struck the door handle with his rifle, aiming to break the lock. The technique worked perfectly, and the door swung open, revealing a world vastly different from the dark tunnel they had left. Dim light filtered in, accompanied by pulsating music. Compared to the silent darkness of the subway, it was a sensory overload. As Reggie cautiously peeked out, colored lights in hues of blue, red, and green danced across Ben's vision. He wondered if he was hallucinating from the extended time and darkness. Suddenly, Reggie pulled back into the stairwell, a broad grin on his face. What's out there?" Zach inquired. Reggie chuckled. "You guys won't believe this." Chapter 28. Zach. Zach had followed his older brother out the doorway at the top of the subway staircase and was now standing in the middle of a nightclub. It was definitely not nighttime, and it was definitely not a club he and his team were members of. They had left the stair landing after the mercenary had knocked the handle and thrown the door inward, and now Robert Donovan and the rest of his team were filing out of the doorway into a shady back room inside a club. And they were not alone. Eyes watched him and the others from multiple locations around this smaller room. Men sat on couches in both corners of the space, much younger women sitting on their laps. The four people in the room had all turned, wide-eyed and shocked, as Zach's team entered, and now one of the men was shuffling around, trying to remove the woman from her perch atop his legs so he could stand up. The mercenary who had broken open the door motioned the man back down with the barrel of his gun.
What? What the hell is this?
Zach asked. Next to him, Ember rolled her eyes. You know exactly what this is.
A little taste of Moscow's entertainment options, Reggie quipped. A bit seedier than what I would have thought, but at least everyone still has their clothes on.
Zach looked over at the girl on the right side of the room, noticing she was wearing nothing but a bikini. Well, mostly clothes on, Reggie added. One of the Russian men shouted at them, a string of profanity that ended with a question. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Zach considered answering, but looked to his older brother to his left. Ben was stoic, his expression unreadable. Zach understood the conflict there. Of course, they could not exactly say who they were, that they were just an American team passing through Moscow on their way to unravel an evil plot cooked up by the Russian government. But they also couldn't outright lie. Because there was no lie that would sufficiently explain why a ragtag group of armed mercenaries and unarmed civilians had just crashed through a locked door leading down to a subway rail no one knew existed. And the fact that the door had led here, into the back room of a strip club, told Zach a few things about the subway line they had just left. It seemed like the powerful and elite of Moscow had built a sort of private line connecting certain business entities. For what purpose a chemical factory and plant was directly connected to the back room of a club, Zach could only imagine. But none of it screamed above board, totally legal, not corrupt. Before Ben could say anything, Ember answered, snapping off a short sentence in fluent Russian. Sorry, we are just passing through. The same Russian man tried to respond, but Ben cut him off. His brother didn't even attempt Russian. He simply began speaking in English. Sorry for the intrusion. We'll be out of your hair in a second. He began striding across the room, working his way around a card table filled with poker chips and empty drink glasses, aiming for another door on the opposite wall. Zach took in the room and tried to assess the quality of the clientele that would be found in a place such as this. The walls were all purple, padded with some sort of carpeted material, but the padding had become grungy over the years. There were spots with a sheen and other spots that were dull, as if something had pressed against them routinely and was never cleaned. Zach shuddered as he considered that. The carpet was also purple, though a darker shade, and Zach immediately wondered if it was because the carpet had never been cleaned either. He saw wear on it as well, 2 pathways around the card table in small arcs that branched out from the main doorway and led to the couches on either side. There were smaller chairs around the room as well, none occupied, though there was one end table next to a plush chair that had a lit cigar smoldering in an ashtray to his right. Zach also noticed another cigar on the card table. The table itself was nothing fancy. A wooden table that had been covered in a tablecloth and then a felt pad, circular and slightly smaller than the tabletop. He wondered how many people had been at the table previously, knowing that at least one had sat where the cigar lay smoldering. That told him there were at least 2 more people who would be re-entering this room shortly. Zach wanted to be long gone by then, of course, but he understood the hesitation Ben had been feeling earlier. The mercenary that had led them into this room, followed by Reggie, both began walking across the carpet as well, meeting Ben on the other side. Zach, Ember, and Donovan's other men joined shortly, but they once again waited behind this door. Zach knew why. This door would lead out into the larger club, which was likely occupied by many more people. Even at this hour of the day, judging by the music and lights he had seen earlier, Zach had a feeling the place was packed. Those same lights danced under the doorway once more, filling the dark room they were in now with a pulsating glow that changed colors every few seconds. The music was typical club fare, unrecognizable dance tunes featuring a 4-on-the-floor kick beat and throbbing, side-chained synths. The 2 Russian men, both corpulent and clearly unarmed, were not the worry. It was whoever they might find outside this room. Certainly there would be bouncers, likely undercover guards working for the club to keep the peace. Zach's team was just the sort of people those bouncers and guards were paid to keep out. and they would also absolutely be armed. As Zach waited once more by his brother on the opposite wall of the room they had entered, the door suddenly flew open. Zach stared as a gigantic Russian man, with long black hair down to his shoulder blades and wearing a black button-down shirt that was at least 2 sizes too small, stared back at them. The man's mouth dropped open, and he stammered a couple of quick words in Russian. Who? How? Reggie didn't wait for the man to finish gathering his thoughts. He reached up with his prosthetic arm and smashed the man's face. Blood exploded outward, splattering both the doorframe and the open door, and the huge Russian fell backward, stumbling but managing to stay on his feet. He brought a hand up to cover his bloodied, broken nose, but his eyes went from confused and surprised to menacing and enraged in less than a second. Chapter 29. Zach. Zach watched his other hand, the one falling behind his back. He's got a gun. Gunshots erupted from the opposite side of the larger club. Zach could only tell they were gunshots because they did not line up with the throbbing beat from the music that had now consumed his every sense as the door had swung open. Reggie raced forward again, just as the first Russian pulled a tiny subcompact from behind his back and began waving it toward them. Reggie's prosthetic arm, completely unharmed from the impact with the man's nose, was ready to fight again, and he swung it down as hard as he could and cracked the man's wrist. His gun went flying, but his gun was not the one that had shot at them a second ago. Zach found himself following behind Ben, his thankfully larger brother, out of the smaller room and into the chaos of the club, which was indeed packed. Men and women all danced in unison, their faces nothing but a glowing mask that matched the color of the lights pulsating above. And by Zach's calculation, no one knew someone had fired a weapon.
He ran forward 5 steps and found himself on the dance floor, joined by Donovan and his mercenaries and the rest of the CSO group, who had all burst forward and spread out through their section of the club.
The Russian Reggie had injured was recovering, though with a broken nose and arm now, and it seemed he was already looking for them in the chaos and throngs of people. Zach knew what his brother's and Reggie's plan was instantly. There was no plan. Or rather, it was simply to run forward, get lost in the crowd, and hope to get away. Zach saw the other gunman a moment later, cutting diagonally through the crowd to try to cut them off at the pass. Zach didn't know the layout of the nightclub, but he knew they were on the bottom floor of a 2-story joint. A balcony ran above him, and around all 4 sides of this dance floor, which was square-shaped and seemed to be centrally located. The lights were all attached to both levels, both above and below the balcony, and a brighter patch of them was currently pointed down to Zach's left, illuminating a giant stack of speakers and DJ equipment. Behind the equipment, Zach saw a young man bobbing his head, wearing headphones while working the equipment. Based on the gunman's path through the crowd and the fact that the DJ was on that side of the room, Zach's intuition told him the exit would be either straight ahead or to the right. He saw Ben's head poking out above some of the shorter people and followed his brother's lead. Ben veered to the right, heading toward a thick group of college-aged people on that side. Zach didn't see an exit or any sign indicating there was one this way, but he knew it was smart to keep moving, and that an exit would reveal itself once they got through this condensed group of people and out into the relatively more open space beneath the balcony on that side. But as he broke through the crowd of college kids, he saw just more people. These were spread out in a massive wing inside the building Zach hadn't realized existed before, interspersed evenly around small cocktail tables and plush leather chairs. Most of the chairs were occupied by women, and most of those women were completely naked. Zach was struck by the realization that he was in a strip club, even though he had realized it the moment he walked through the subway door into this place. Ironically, he realized this was actually the first time he had ever been in a strip club. He had never had friends for whom this was preferred entertainment, nor had he been upset by that fact. He shuddered again. The open, unadulterated nudity mixed with the fact that he was being chased by gunmen seemingly intent on firing at anyone and everyone, running from even more mercenaries who had already shown clear intent to kill them. His senses were on overload, and he wanted to sit down at one of the tables and take a break. So much so that he would have ignored the fact that he was sitting at a table with naked strippers. He tried to put his head as close to Ben's back as possible, knowing his older brother was suddenly in business mode and would simply plow through anyone and everyone who was in his way. Ember was at Zach's side, her hand in his. He didn't remember her placing it there, nor did he shake it off. Though she was more than capable of saving herself and Zach, he knew she had been surprised by the sudden attack, and her heart was pounding out of her chest just as his was. The adrenaline was guiding him now, the lights and sounds and fear swirling together in an atmosphere of panic that somehow gave him only one vision, and that was the vision of moving straight ahead. And then he saw it, or realized that he had seen it, a door. It wasn't labeled as an exit, but it clearly led out of this larger space and into a lobby area, as it was wide enough to reveal a marble fountain stretching from floor to above the doorframe. Even over the roar of the laughing dancers, the men and women seated with them, the shouts of joy and surprise from the men and women seated with them as the newcomers burst through, and the EDM dance party happening behind him, Zach heard a shout from one of the Russian men pursuing them.
"Over there! Close them off before they get to the street!" That gave Zach hope they were at least heading in the right direction. If the man behind them was afraid they'd escape, it meant they must be doing something right.
But the gunshots grazed over their heads a second later, as Ben and Reggie reached the wide doorway leading out of this room. Then Zach saw pinpricks where the bullets impacted the ceiling and wall above the door, even heard the sound of breaking glass as someone dropped their drink. But he didn't dare stop and turn back. Clearly, these Russian bouncers were fully intent on killing the people who had barged in on their private party, rather than stopping them to ask questions.
And it didn't seem they cared about collateral damage either.
Zach steeled himself, gripping Ember's hand as they sprinted and danced around tables, barely noticing the looks of wonder and amusement from some of the people seated around them. He kept his eyes fixed on the doorway, put his head down, and prayed for more speed. Chapter 30. Ben. Out on the street, Ben took a brief moment to catch his breath and identify his surroundings. Unfortunately, he had time for neither, nor did he recognize where they were. The rest of his team, including their hired mercenaries, burst forth from the seedy establishment and onto a narrow alleyway. After sprinting out and around the fountain situated in the front lobby of the strip club and dance hall, Ben and Reggie crashed through the front door. A door that should not have been the front door to any building, much less a place trying to attract any sort of clientele. It was narrow, almost too narrow to even fit through while moving forward. Ben had inadvertently turned his shoulders to the side to exit, crashing through it noisily with Reggie on his heels, noticing that there were two more large, beefy bouncers waiting on either side of the doorway in the alley. But he understood why this door was so small, so unadorned, so ugly. The place they had just left had not been designed to be found. It was not intended to attract clientele. It was intended to be the sort of place one already knew about, either from hearing of it from a friend or acquaintance, or unfortunately, hearing about it from one of the many corrupt politicians and business persons who would call the place their office. He had heard of places such as this. People in positions of power trying to exert power over other people in positions of power often used places like this as their secondary workplace, opting for the dim lights and entertainment options available to remove tension, distract the opposing party, and negotiate shady deals. As such, this club probably didn't show up on any maps. Those who knew about it had been invited either because they had business dealings with the proprietors and friends of the establishment, or had been invited in to make the place look busy, hip, alive. But Ben didn't have time to contemplate much more about where they had just been. The two bouncers on either side of the doorway had not yet apparently heard that there were shots fired inside, that this was the group they were supposed to apprehend. But they were good at their jobs. They recognized immediately that there was a party crashing out their front door, obviously being chased by someone. Reggie had become aware of this faster than Ben, and he got to work taking out the bouncer on the right side of the door. Ben followed suit, eyes widening as he noticed the bouncer on the left pulling another subcompact machine pistol from behind his belt. Ben surged forward, gripping the man's wrist and shouldering him back toward the wall of the building in the alleyway, surprising both of them with his force. The man's head cracked backward onto the brick wall, immediately dazed but not out of the fight. Ben released the man's wrist and used his now free hand to sucker punch the guy across the chin. It felt like he had broken all of his knuckles, but the man finally went down. Cold. Reggie was struggling with his own bouncer, but eventually headbutted the guy in the nose, breaking it with a sickening crack and a spot of blood that landed on Reggie's forehead. The others were outside now, only then noticing the two CSO men fighting off two more bouncers. There was a crowd of people waiting behind a velvet rope perhaps 20 feet to the right, most of them on their phones, not paying any attention to the scene. Ben noticed that those who were holding their phones up, recording the action. No one seemed to care that the two bouncers and employees of the club they were about to enter had been attacked. Ben turned back to the left, heading up and out of the alleyway, just as Reggie recovered from his own attack, wiping blood from his brow. "We've got to keep moving," he said. Ben nodded. The men chasing them and shooting from inside the club would be rounding the fountain now, perhaps only 20 or 30 feet from this tiny door. They didn't have time to barricade the door or put up any other defense. So Ben knew his friend was right. He didn't respond audibly, knowing that the others would follow suit. He continued sprinting down the alleyway, which was thankfully short, then veered sharply to the right. He ran for another 20 paces, finding another alleyway T intersection, and this time turned left. He didn't slow down, didn't bother looking over his shoulder. He heard no gunshots, only the slapping sounds of his friends' feet as they all sprinted together in a pack. They were following Ben, but no one wanted to be the last man. No one wanted to be the one picked off by the bouncers chasing them. How long would they run? How long would these assholes chase us? Surely they only wanted them gone, and wouldn't chase them onto the main streets of Moscow. But Ben wasn't sure of the protocol for security employees of a secret strip club. They had left the subway, the abandoned subway line, into a back room, no doubt one occupied by people higher up the food chain in Moscow's political and business relations. Though Ben didn't recognize either of the men they had stumbled upon, they wouldn't take too kindly to the fact that their private affairs had been exposed. As such, Ben ran on, knowing that everyone on his team was at least in as good shape as him and could run for another 20 minutes before needing to stop completely. He rounded another corner to the right, hoping his zigzag approach through these back alleyways and side streets would be enough to put distance between them and their pursuers, but still not wanting to stop and risk a glance backward. He ran for another 2 minutes, finally emerging onto a large thoroughfare, running through the north side of downtown Moscow. He turned left, then slowed, the others falling in behind him. "This is a main street, Ben," Ember said, her voice shaky. "There are people everywhere. We can't just walk up and down the road like this." "I know," he said quickly, his eyes darting left and right. "I'm just looking for a place to... there." He pointed, aiming his finger up at a sign written in Russian. He didn't understand what the sign said, but it was the two icons next to it, universal apparently, that he did recognize. An icon of the front of a bus, and an icon showing a descending staircase. This elicited a groan from Reggie, but Ben marched on, not caring. He picked up his pace, walking faster toward the sign, which sat about 50 yards in front of them. He could tell this section of the street opened up into a wider pedestrian walk, which fit his expectation of what they would find there. "Another subway?" Reggie finally asked. Ben nodded. "We need to get away from here, obviously. We haven't had much luck with subway lines just yet, but this one's obviously still open for business. Let's get down onto the platform, find out how to get tickets, then choose where to go." Robert Donovan and his men didn't respond, and Zach and Ember didn't offer any other alternative suggestion. Finally, Reggie shrugged, and they continued on. There were lots of people coming in and out of the station, which put Ben's mind at ease. At least they would be able to get lost in the sea of faces. Still, he noted that he and Reggie were taller than just about everyone else around, and he hunched his shoulders and lowered his head a bit, just in case. He still hadn't heard any noise from behind them. Perhaps the bouncers had called off the chase finally after all. But putting a little extra distance between themselves and the seedy nightclub would not be a bad idea at all. As they approached the station and saw that it was indeed a functioning open station that should be able to show them to many points beneath Moscow's metropolitan area, Ben remembered that the bouncers were not the only group after them today. He wondered where those other mercenaries, the far angrier ones, who had nearly killed them upon landing north of the city, were right now. No doubt looking for them, no doubt frustrated, and no doubt even more committed to killing them all.
Chapter 31.
Zach. Once they had descended into the station's interior, Zach sidled up alongside his brother. "I have an idea," he said. His brother cocked an eyebrow up at him as they approached the ticket stand.
I know a guy who lives over on the east side of town. Worked for Ventilov for years. He's an independent contractor now. Does security guard type stuff.
"I think our security guard personnel is already up to snuff," Ben said. Zach smiled. "Donovan's guys are fine," Zach said. "But Schwartz can help us with other things. Information." "What sort of information do you have in mind?" "He might be able to tell us who's chasing us. If the company is trying to find them, they might show up in some of the black databases Schwartz has access to." Ben frowned down at his younger brother. Zach watched his face, knowing Ben was trying to piece everything together. Zach didn't want to have to spell it out for him, and thankfully Ben nodded. "The kind of stuff Ember used to do," he said. Zach nodded in reply. "You're thinking this company is small enough they wouldn't have their own guys on hand, just sitting around waiting to find and kill some Americans. They would have to outsource it, and in that case, they would have to use some of the same channels Ember is familiar with."
Exactly.
"Then why not just have Ember do her thing? We could head to a cafe, any number of places within spitting distance that have internet access, maybe even a library, and then—" "Because they know I'm here by now," Ember said, interrupting the conversation as people milled about and found their way through the open platform, heading to one of 3 sets of tracks in the distance. "Back at that club," she continued, "I noticed cameras. Pretty typical for any business these days. But seedy joints like that have cameras for another purpose altogether. Liability protection. They want to know not just what happens inside their facility, but who the perpetrators are. In this case, us." Zach watched his brother as Ember explained. "I tried to hide my face as best I could, but technology has improved faster than you can imagine. I obviously couldn't hold my arms over my head as I ran, so I have no doubt I ended up on their system. My face in full view from at least 3 angles. That's plenty for them to use to cross-reference in exactly one of these black databases Zach is talking about. And a club like that would absolutely have access to one of those black databases. They would use it to know exactly who their clientele is, not just the public side, but the side of their clients' lives that's a bit more private." Ember confirmed. "When I told you guys I couldn't come back into Russia, I meant it. This place has absolutely no problem sending their army to intercept people like me. People who have a history of taking out those they've felt were not worthy of continuing on in this life. I've made some enemies over the years." Ben smiled warmly. "I can only imagine." Zach knew that his girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, or whatever they were, and his brother had crossed paths before. Not just as his own life had re-intertwined with his brother's, but before that. Before even Zach had met her. He didn't know all the details, but they had met in Denver back when Ember was still working and moonlighting as an assassin. She had killed people for a living, and to his knowledge, had tried to get Ben involved somehow. The story he had heard was that Ben had balked, not interested in getting into that line of work. The few times he had tried to pry Ember for more details, she had dismissed his questions with a wave of her hand. "It's nothing, or nothing to worry about," were her typical replies. He had always loved the mysterious side she had, but had found himself quite annoyed with it when it came to her relationship with his brother. Ben, on the other hand, was even more of a closed book. Getting information out of him that he didn't want to share was like trying to open an oversized clam with bare hands. So, he had let it drop. He didn't think they had had any sort of relationship like what he and Ember had, nor did he think there were any feelings between them, but he didn't like that they had a friendship, or even a working relationship, mired in mystery and cloak and dagger details. It wasn't a big enough issue that Zach had brought it back up, but he had always wondered. "Okay, Ben said finally. Get us tickets for wherever you think the closest stop will be to Schwartz. You're sure he's around?
What?
No way to know, but I spoke with him a couple of weeks ago. He was just checking in, making sure I was okay from our last stint here. He mentioned something about having loads of paperwork to do, and therefore being stuck in his office for the next month. It's as good a place to start as any, Ben said. And I really want to put as much distance as possible between us and the mercenaries trying to kill us. Not to mention those dancers and security guards from the club. And keeping moving is really the only way for me to stay out in front of any government types that come looking, Ember added. Zach disappeared around the corner, where he began conversing with a man behind a booth in Russian, purchasing them all tickets on one of the lines heading east. With any luck, they could get to Igor Schwartz's apartment this afternoon and force a meeting upon him. Zach purchased the tickets, then turned back to face the rest of the group. He had a second thought, that perhaps it would be safer for Schwartz if they met somewhere public, somewhere near his apartment, but not actually in it. If Ember was right to be paranoid, eyes would be everywhere. There's a huge mall near Schwartz's apartment, Zach said, as he approached the group, waiting by the first subway line. The middle platform is the line we want. The next one leaves in 11 minutes, so let's get settled. He passed out the tickets as he explained. I'll send Schwartz an email. Encrypted, all that, no way to intercept it. Sounds good to me, Reggie said. He handed Donovan and his 3 mercenary counterparts their tickets. Donovan thanked him, and they all turned and headed toward the middle platform. For the first time that day, Zach felt like they had finally gotten ahead of things, that they had finally started making progress toward their end goal. As if to underscore that feeling, he suddenly felt Ember's hand grab his. He looked over, startled, but to his surprise, she was smiling up at him. There was a twinkle in her eye, the mischievous look he had come to know and love. She gave his hand a slight squeeze, and together they walked toward the subway train. Chapter 32. Ben. Igor Schwartz was a short, thick man, rounded in all the wrong spots, but wearing clothes that suggested his roundness had been earned from years in the gym and in the field, rather than from too much food. Ben sized him up as they entered the shop in the mall. He seemed the kind of man who could not be intimidated. He wore a permanent scowl, yet smiled through it. In any other circumstance, Ben would not have been surprised to see Mr. Schwartz peddling used cars on any of the lots in the area, glad-handing the women and strong-arming the men until they accepted his lowball offer. His hair was slicked over a naked scalp, desperate to hide a growing bald spot with the thin strands. Or he actually enjoyed looking like a used car salesman. His Oxford button-down shirt bulged around the pectorals and again around the gut. But he leaned forward on his toes as they approached, as if not just excited for their arrival, but anticipating it. They all shook hands quickly while Zach explained their situation. Thanks for meeting with us so quickly, Zach said. He switched to Russian for a moment, and then heard Igor Schwartz laugh, a maniacal cackle that had the effect of raising the hairs on the back of Ben's neck. Zach seemed unfazed by the man's aggressive strangeness, and they continued past the pleasantries. We're being chased, Zach said. Igor's eyebrows wiggled. Mercenaries, Zach continued. Likely hired by the same firm I'd like you to look into. I've sent... Igor Schwartz nodded profusely. Yes, he began in broken English, switching to Ben's tongue for the benefit of his team. I got your emails. I already know a bit about this company. Eyebrows rose. You do? Igor's smile grew. I do, yes. This company, how do you say? They have been interesting. In what way? Reggie asked. Their dealings have been eclectic, to say the least, Schwartz said. They are a small company, focused on real estate, and yet they seem to be trying to branch out. But in my opinion, as a businessman, it seems they are trying to branch out into more categories than they should. Stretching themselves too thin? Reggie confirmed. Yes, exactly. It seems they are trying to do too much, too soon. I know of them because they put in a bid for weapons-grade chemicals last year. Ben's eyebrows shot up. This sounds alarming, but really it is not. Any company involved in the production of chemicals, eventually puts in a bid for a government contract that will grant them the rights, and usually the money, to produce chemicals that might be used for defensive purposes. In Russia, as you all likely know, it's always for defensive purposes. Ben nodded, swallowed. Yes, but this company we're looking at is not a chemical company, correct? Ben had to lower his voice as he spoke, noticing a mother and her 2 daughters, one a teenager and the other younger, passing by. Only then did he realize the strangeness of their location. Zach had arranged the meeting to take place in the mall, but not at a public place like the food court, or near one of the many lobbies around the building. Instead, he had chosen a specific store, one he knew would be totally off the radar of any mercenaries trying to snoop in or swoop in and intercept them. But it was not the type of store Ben would have chosen. The 8 of them, Ben, Reggie, Zach, Ember, and Donovan's men, plus Igor Schwartz, had done their best to file into the store and disperse around the chest-height rotating kiosks. The displays featured the thousands of wares offered by the tiny store, tucked into a corner of one wing of the shopping mall in Moscow. Earrings, lipstick containers, rings, and every other piece of paraphernalia a young girl could want. Pink surrounded him, lit starkly by hospital-grade fluorescent tubes overhead.
Ben knew there were stores just like it in America. They went by a different name, but the cheap outsourced products were all the same. Upon entering the store, his eyes had been bombarded and overloaded by the myriad shades of youthful brightness. They had been greeted by a teenaged clerk, who had promptly left for the back room upon seeing the backpack-laden soldiers filing in. All of them had tucked their weapons away for safekeeping, and to stay relatively incognito. But Ben realized the irony immediately upon entering the children's jewelry store with his friends and hired guns.
They all stood out like a sore thumb, and just because they had their weapons hidden didn't mean they weren't being heavily scrutinized by the clerk and anyone else in the back room watching in on the cameras tucked away in the rafters of the store. Igor conversed quietly with Zach for a moment, switching to Russian once again. Then Ben heard the words for mercenary and attack, and assumed Zach was explaining. Chapter 33. Ben didn't know if the girl who had promptly disappeared to the back room was currently calling her superiors to inform them that there was a group of 8 adults, with no children in sight, currently standing in her store. She hadn't asked them any questions, nor had she seemed alarmed. But he had no doubt she was capable of listening to their conversation from the back room. Any smart person would be calling the authorities at this very moment. He felt himself beginning to heat up, sweat starting to build on his brow. We need to keep moving, he thought. He wanted to interrupt his little brother, but knew that Zach was working with a man he knew and trusted. He didn't want to interrupt, didn't want to change their plan on the fly. If Zach believed Igor Schwartz could help them, he needed to let his brother work. Schwartz, for all his used car salesman smarminess, seemed to relax a bit the longer he conversed with Zach. It seemed he had come to trust Zach and his friends, and for that, Ben was grateful. They were going to need all the help they could get while in Moscow, especially since their typical route would be to ask Ember to access these sorts of databases and informational repositories, and she was obviously unable to do so. Zach was explaining this to Schwartz now. Anything you can find on this company we will take, he said. Contracts, documentation, hell, even just text message references. I'm no hacker, Bennett, Schwartz said. I understand. I know. I'm just saying, anything you can find, anything at all will help us. Schwartz seemed to consider this, chewing the inside of his lip for a moment, looking over the rows and spindles of cartoon earrings, rings, necklaces, and other jewelry hanging in front of him. Where are you going next? He asked. We don't know, Zach answered quickly, flashing a glance at Ben. We're sort of making this up as we go along. But we suspect the group that was chasing us earlier will eventually end up at their company headquarters, and we also eventually want to get there, unless you can give us information on them that might help us skip the trip. Igor was nodding rapidly. I see. Yes, I can get you information. This usually takes time. I have contacts, however, and for a small fee. Tell him to find the information first. Ben said suddenly, his voice deep and booming. It reverberated loudly through the small store, and he flicked his eyes left and right to ensure he hadn't attracted unwarranted attention. But the store was still empty, the mother and her 2 daughters having long since left after realizing the clerk was nowhere in sight and didn't seem to be appearing anytime soon. "We'll pay him his fee, but only after we know he's able to help us." Ben watched his brother, then waited. Finally, Zach spoke to Igor in Russian once more, and Ben noticed the smarmy man's expression shift from eagerness to annoyance, then finally to acceptance. Just then, Ben heard the shuffle of feet and pounding of footsteps outside the store. The gentle cacophony of noise from the mall's typical shoppers had stopped, and he only realized it when his ears picked up the sound of something new. He frowned, whirling around to his friend. Reggie's eyes were wide already, as if anticipating what was coming.
"We're in a bad place here," Reggie whispered. "A real bad place."
Ben didn't need further explanation. He knew exactly what the sound was. Men moving quickly through the mall's hallway, communicating with one another through grunts and low voices that barely carried into the young girl's store. It was clear the mercenaries had found them. Again. But Ben didn't understand why he was hearing them. How had they found them? How had the mercenaries figured out their location, their next destination? And how had they gotten here so fast? Igor Schwartz started to speak to Zach again, but a gunshot cut off his voice. Igor's eyes widened, then his mouth fell open. And then he fell to the floor, dead.
"Shit!" Zach shouted. Ember was pulling him backwards, towards the back of the store. Reggie pushed Ben as well, and together the 2 men followed Donovan that direction.
Ben didn't waste time mourning the loss of the only help they had so far. He knew the path forward was clear. They needed to get as far away from this tiny store as possible. Chapter 34. Ben. "Back room, now!" Ben shouted. He pushed Zach and Ember toward the door the young clerk had disappeared into, hoping against all hope the back room was not a dead end. If so, it would be a death trap. If there was no door leading deeper into the shopping mall inside, it would not only spell disaster for his team, but also for the teenage jewelry store worker. Ember and Zach reached the doorway first, with Ben and Reggie following closely behind. 2 of Donovan's mercenaries had peeled off from the rest of the group and were already preparing to flank their attackers about to enter the front of the store. Ben noticed the 2 men crouching opposite each other, each hunkering down into a corner of the tiny store, hiding just beneath the line of sight, their eyes exposed and their weapons held fast, just below the level of the tops of the kiosks.
It was a good defensible position. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered at least 2 to 1.
Ben was no military strategist, but he had been in enough scrapes by now to know that if the attackers did in fact enter the store, but did so only one at a time, Donovan's men might only get 1 or 2 shots off before their pursuers called a halt and regrouped in the main mall atrium. In other words, Ben wasn't optimistic that Donovan's 2 soldiers remaining outside in the larger area of the jewelry store would be able to completely eliminate their attackers. And if they didn't do just that, it meant they were still going to have a problem. They needed to get somewhere safe, in order to make a plan, in order to figure out how best to launch an offensive of their own. He was relieved to see a door leading either deeper into the back rooms of this shop or deeper into the back end of the mall itself. Zach was already headed in that direction, and he wasted no time turning the handle and pushing the door open. Ben rushed forward through this second doorway. The girl was there, on her phone as he had suspected. But it didn't seem like she had been conversing with the authorities as he had thought earlier. Instead, it seemed they'd all surprised her now, as she looked up at Zach with wide, shaky eyes, gripping the phone tightly in her hand. As they bombarded her inside this inner room, she mumbled a few words in Russian. What did she say? Zach turned to Ben and flashed a grin. She said, "I'll call you back." I think she was talking to her boyfriend or something. Ben rolled his eyes, wondering what today's youth was coming to. Had she not been concerned that a bunch of mercenaries, soldiers, and strange adults, clearly on the run, had stumbled into her shop? Shouldn't she have been alerting the police that she was in danger? She had seemed more annoyed by their presence than scared. But they had to keep moving, and thankfully this doorway was going to allow just that. The back room of the store he had already run through looked exactly as he would have suspected. Shelves with boxes filled with the many wares they sold out in the showroom. A folding table and set of chairs, a small mini-fridge, and sink for lunch breaks.
But the room Ben was in now was very clearly an antechamber for a larger hallway. Unlike the previous two rooms they had been in, the store and the break room, this room was undecorated, unfinished. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were concrete, not unlike the subway tunnels they had crawled through upon first landing in Moscow.
And it was longer as well, with at least 2 more doors Ben could see dispersed down the far wall. The hallway grew dark quickly, but they pushed forward nonetheless. This would be their best chance to get away once again if it came to that. Ben suddenly heard a shout, and gunfire erupted. The girl screamed, dropping her phone to the concrete floor. Donovan's remaining man and Donovan himself joined them inside this antechamber hallway, but motioned for Ben to keep moving. "They'll hold the fort," Donovan barked. "If we try to stay and provide support, we'll be too constricted. We'll all be sitting ducks."
Ben heard the reluctance in the man's voice, that he thought he might be sending 2 of his friends and fellow soldiers to their graves.
But he also heard the firmness, the confidence. They were good men, capable. He was right in his assessment that it was useless for all of them to stay and front an attack. All it would do was attract the other mercenaries' fire inward, making them easier targets. And Ben understood. Donovan knew the mission as well as anyone. They were here to find the company, to see what they were doing. They couldn't complete that mission if they were dead. Without another word, Donovan raced forward, now leading the group as they ran down the hall. Ben hoped the teenage clerk would follow behind them, and although he didn't want to babysit, he knew her best chance at survival was to get away from this jewelry store. As he turned around to find out, he was surprised to see her shoving her skinny body into one of 3 freestanding lockers. They seemed far too small for her to fit inside, but Ember followed her and closed the locker door a moment later. The girl was gone, effectively safe. Ember nodded at him and continued out the door into the back hallway. As they ran, Ben wondered once more who these mercenaries were. How had they found them so quickly? How had they tracked them to their exact location?
And who had hired them?
Were they just trying to kill the CSO team? Would they kill any innocent bystanders they found, like the teenage clerk as well? None were questions Ben could answer, at least not yet. He filed them away for safekeeping, imagining putting the questions in his pocket next to Mr. E's rabbit's foot that gently moved around as he pumped his legs. He let the questions coalesce into the tapestry, a singular picture of who and what they were up against. He knew he couldn't expect to see that picture clearly yet, but by adding more questions, and slowly beginning to answer some of them, he would. It would take time, and therefore that was their main goal at this point. They needed time. Time to think, time to plan. And the only way they would find that time is to get away, as Donovan had said. He followed the shorter man as he thumped along the hallway, his assault rifle out and ready. The hallway was longer than Ben had thought, and judging by its gentle curve, he assumed it must wrap around the outside of the mall's main structure, at least this wing. The wings themselves were curved a bit, rotating outward from a central hub where the food court and open atrium stood. He saw a few garage doors as they ran, likely the hubs for deliveries that fed the shops alongside this wing of the mall. He could see that the garage doors were locked as well, large padlocks on both sides of the doors. Ben knew they would reach the end of this wing soon, and if they didn't find an unlocked exit to the outside, it meant only one thing. They would have to re-enter the mall, heading back inside through another store in order to find a way out. Punctuating the thought was the sound of gunfire starting up again. This time it was clearly 2 attacking parties. As Ben's feet pounded over the concrete hallway, he willed Donovan's men to put up a fight, hoping they could get out of this alive. But the gunfire quickly slowed to a spattering of shots, then ceased completely. And Ben knew what it meant. Chapter 35. Ben was reeling. After running through the back hall behind the jewelry store and subsequent shops on both sides of the hallway, he pushed through the double doors that led into the back storeroom of a much larger warehouse shop in the mall. It was a big box store, the kind found in malls all across America and the rest of the world. One that acted as a main flagship store, attracting people to the mall in the first place. He burst through the doors, turning around to wait for Zach, Ember, Reggie, Donovan, and his remaining man. He ignored the awkward, surprised glances from the two stockroom workers standing nearby. When Donovan's man came through the open doorway, he pushed the door he was next to shut, as Reggie did the same with the door opposite. The double doors were closed once more, and he was happy to see Zach had read his mind. His kid brother had found the first thing in sight to use to seal the doors shut, a bike lock and chain, the kind wrapped in thick, sturdy rubber. He moved aside to let Zach wrap the bike lock around the door handles, weaving it up and around tightly. As Zach worked, Ben heard footsteps increasing in volume from just beyond the doorway. The mercenaries had made their way through Donovan's men's gauntlet, or Donovan's men had prevailed, and they were now approaching. Ben listened, trying to hear how many men were running. If it were more than two. A moment later he heard shouts, a gruff, deep voice barking orders in Russian. Ben's heart sank. He knew what it meant, and he turned to find Donovan standing just over his shoulder, also listening while Zach finished. Ben saw the quick glint of sadness in the leader of the paramilitary force's eye, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. "They did their job," Donovan said, "and they did it well." Ben nodded once. He agreed with the man's assessment, and though it was a shame to lose fine men in the line of duty, there had been no time to mount a proper offensive attack, nor had there been time to outfit the two fallen soldiers with a better defensive position. The two men must have known they were outnumbered, outgunned. They had rushed forward anyway, protecting the larger group and allowing them the time to get away. They had saved their lives, and for that, Ben was grateful. He reached out, squeezing Donovan's shoulder, then released it. No words were exchanged. "Done," Zach said quickly, standing back up to admire his handiwork. The bike lock and chain were now intertwined around the two handles of the double doors, preventing anyone from entering from the facility's back hallway. Ben was satisfied the doors were sealed as much as possible, but he knew the truth even as Reggie spoke it aloud to the rest of the group. "It's not going to hold them back for long," he said. "We need to get through this stockroom, try to use the racks and shelves to our advantage. We could get lost in here, but I'd bet all the routes are going to funnel us out the doorways on the opposite side of this building, out onto the main floor of the store." There were nods all around, and Ben began examining the boxes and crates, stacked from floor to ceiling on huge industrial shelves, to figure out what sort of store's restocking area they had entered. He saw a pallet stacked with smaller boxes, wrapped in plastic, and strode forward to read the words on the box. It was a manufacturing company he wasn't familiar with, some of the words below it in Russian Cyrillic lettering. Zach read out one of the boxes aloud, translating as he went. 100 count baseball, 10 per pack. "Baseballs?" Ember said. "Must be some sort of sports store." Ben turned and looked where Zach had pulled the bike lock from. Just to the side of the double doorway they had come through, there was a smaller shelf with packages of bike lock and chain combinations, some still wrapped in plastic with the hanging cardboard tag on top. On the bottom shelf below the open sets of locks sat two cardboard boxes, both open. Ben noticed more bike locks inside. "Has to be," he said. "One of those huge multi-level sporting goods stores you see back home." They were walking now, heading down the main corridor with rows of shelving units on both sides. The two employees he had seen and surprised after bursting through the doors were nowhere to be found. He suddenly noticed faint strains of music, a Russian pop song, emanating from hidden speakers somewhere above. They reached the opposite doorway, a matching set of double doors, albeit both with rectangular glass windows standing vertically in each one, and Ben peered through. Reggie was right. These doors led into the main store, and Ben saw people bustling around, families shopping for the upcoming sports season, rows and rows of sports clothing and gear to his left and right. The center of his vision was filled by a massive fish tank, inside of which floated all sorts of dazzling and sparkling colorful creatures. But they didn't have time to appreciate the grandiosity of the sporting goods store. Just then, Ben heard pounding on the opposite side of the stockroom. The mercenaries had arrived. He knew the pounding would cease when they realized they had been locked out. But they weren't safe. Not by a long shot. Sure enough, Ben heard the sound of tiny pockmarks on the opposite side of the metal doors.
Here they go, Reggie murmured. They're shooting through. I give them 30 seconds, maybe less.
Ben locked eyes with his friend as the others waited nearby. He nodded again. I agree. It's time to get lost.
Chapter 36.
Zach.
Igor Schwartz is dead.
Zach was reeling, but he knew he had to continue pushing forward nonetheless. He wasn't particularly fond of the man. He neither liked nor disliked him. Schwartz had been a co-worker for a brief period, and they had exchanged pleasantries numerous times, never officially working together on projects. Schwartz had been a source of information for Zach, and Zach had always sensed the man wanted more out of life, the same sort of adventure he saw in Zachary Bennett. Perhaps that's why Schwartz had been all too eager to help on the few occasions in the past when Zach had requested. And now, because of something he was involved in, the man was dead. Zach didn't know if Schwartz had any family, and mentally kicked himself for never asking. They had left the stockroom and entered the main floor of the multi-story sporting goods store and showroom. And it was a showroom. Zach had been through sporting goods stores like this back in the United States. Floor-to-ceiling displays full of sporting paraphernalia, including all manner of clothing and gear for any sport imaginable, especially the ones popular in this region. He saw hockey, baseball, soccer, even lacrosse and basketball. Two sports he didn't know were popular in Russia. Moscow was a vast city, attracting people from all over the world, and anyone settling here would have brought their preferred cultural interests with them. They had slowed to a walk, not wanting to upset or attract attention from the shoppers moving around nearby. Zach weaved between two chest-high racks of hockey skates, hockey pants, and shelves of hockey socks in every color imaginable, heading toward the massive aquarium structure standing in the middle of the store. The back stockroom of the store had exited to a low-ceilinged rectangle of space against the back wall, with some sort of coffee shop or cafe to the left, and gear repair and maintenance store on the right wall. After passing through this section, the main atrium opened up, and Zach saw that the fish tank was actually a structural component of the store itself. It stretched from the floor to the ceiling, 3 stories above, and was filled with bright coral and plant life. It was lit both internally and from the top, illuminating the water and animals inside in a bright spectacle of blues and yellows, with pinpoints of every other color of the rainbow. It was, in a word, mesmerizing. He had always loved aquariums, both freshwater and saltwater, marveling at the ecosystems contained within. Such a small space could host such a diverse assortment of life, and with a little care and attention, could exist for decades as a tiny microcosm of the planet's oceans. But they didn't have time to stop and admire the aquarium, as much as he would have wanted. Zach was keenly aware that there were hundreds of people in the store, dozens around them now, shopping, talking, laughing, enjoying life. At the same time, mercenaries intent on killing them. Indeed, the mercenaries that had already killed 3 of their group were still pursuing them. He had no idea how they constantly tracked their location, how they incessantly found exactly where they were and ambushed them. This was the 3rd time that day the mercenaries had located them. First at the airfield, then at the nearby industrial factory, then after running through the abandoned subway tunnel, exiting into the seedy back channels of Moscow's entertainment district, being chased by bouncers and guards, they had ended up in a jewelry shop tucked away in a corner of a bustling mall to meet with Igor Schwartz. The mercenaries had arrived almost immediately afterward, as if they had known their destination the entire time. And now, after running down the hallway with numerous doors on both sides, the mercenaries seemed to know exactly which doors Zach's team had run through. He squinted up at the aquarium as they walked around its circular facade. He tried to put the pieces together but was drawing a blank as to how these mercenaries seemed so resourceful, so prepared. He felt like he was running through a maze, being chased by wild rabid dogs that would stop at nothing to destroy him. Except he didn't know if there even was an end to the maze. They needed to reach the company he believed these mercenaries had been sent by. the same company he believed had stolen Venilov Manufacturing's chemicals and Zach's work. But then what? Once they found the company and confirmed their suspicions, what was their next step? They couldn't exactly do anything to the company. Zach didn't trust that they would halt whatever nefarious goals they were working toward just by talking to them. Ben's plan was simple. Like all of Ben's plans, he wanted to rush in and start smashing things. But would that plan work here? Even if they burned the company's headquarters building to the ground, would it actually stop them? He wondered if they were, in fact, constructing some sort of semi-autonomous city to the north, using his slime mold as a catalyst for growing food. That region of the country was sparsely populated, mostly because it was inhospitable to most people for over half the year. The conditions made it impossible to grow enough food products to support a burgeoning civilization. And that's where Venilov Manufacturing had come in. Yakub Venilov had a dream for his country, for the world. He believed he could end world hunger, put a stop to famine altogether. By allowing places such as Siberia to grow crops year-round, by creating a slime mold that could be activated remotely, artificial mitochondria could produce energy from sources never before thought possible, including on top of the permafrost. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. It was the proof of concept that would allow the development of wheat production and other cereal grains. Eventually, it could form the basis for a product that could grow anything, anywhere. The slime mold would activate a specialized seed, and the mutually beneficial relationship would keep the other alive in conditions typically not conducive to agricultural growth. That thesis had piqued Zach's interest years ago when he had first learned of Venilov's dream. He had bought into the man's vision and shared a kindred spirit in the man's technical gifts. It didn't hurt that the man had been at the helm of a multi-billion-dollar Russian organization either. Zach knew there were plenty of current affairs issues influencing the world's outlook toward Russia, and that any corporation doing business there technically worked for the same government that many viewed as too dictatorial, too monopolizing. But Zach kept his sights on the science. Venilov had been doing something remarkable, and Zach wanted to help. He had done just that. Zach's unique skill set and superior talent far outshining anyone else in the field Venilov had tried working with the added bonus that Zach genuinely wanted what Venilov wanted. A way to end world hunger. A way to end famine, and perhaps even certain diseases. Only after his older brother had gotten involved had Zach started to peel back the layers of the onion that was Jakub Venilov. Zach had started to see the man's true colors.
Chapter 37.
Zach.
Jakub Venilov was a monster.
An egomaniacal, psychopathic imperialist. It had taken Zach a long time to come to terms with this truth. But eventually, Julie and Ben had persuaded him it was true. Zach had been wearing blinders, focusing on the scientific possibilities and progress rather than the ultimate goal Jakub Venilov had been working toward. Venilov's first phase involved making 15% of the world's wheat-growing population dependent on his products. His fertilizers, seeds, and chemicals would be used specifically in regions targeted by Venilov as the ones most crucial to supporting and sustaining the world's demand for the cereal grain. At first, these crops would thrive. His product would be deemed a massive success, and his profits would soar. But after a few years of growth, the artificial mitochondria in the slime mold, found within many of Venilov Manufacturing's chemicals in these regions, would be activated. This would effectively make the soil and fields barren to all other products that weren't Venilov created. This, in turn, would shut off a massive proportion of the world's wheat crop, a foundational industry on which many regional and national economies had been built, including Russia's. Smaller countries would be harmed, but Russia would be devastated. The move would decimate crop production so much that the nation's economy would falter, threatening the world power. Venilov would be hailed as a hero, but when his crops failed, he would be seen as a martyr. The world would feel sorry for him and Russia. Their attempt at alleviating world famine would be hailed as a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment, and nations around the world would send aid, both in the form of financial support and humanitarian personnel. Russia would unite as a country once more, seen as a new leader in humanitarian efforts, with Venilov riding high as its main advocate. What the world would not realize was that Venelov had orchestrated the entire effort, a literal planet-sized sleight of hand that would solidify Jakob Venelov, his company, and his country as fallen heroes. Julie and Ember had found proof of this in Venelov's own headquarters building. They had discovered a map outlining Phase 2 of Venelov's plan, the exact regions targeted by Venelov's crop products. They had been stunned to find that Venelov was not targeting nations outside of Russia, but Russia itself. At first, they had been unclear as to why he would attack his own country this way. But eventually, the truth revealed itself. Jakob Venelov was playing the long game, drumming up sympathy from the rest of the world by ensuring Russia itself struggled the most. After all, he could let Russia falter economically, just enough to convince the world that his intentions had been pure all along, and then restore the production of the wheat crop without anyone realizing his game. In the fray, people wouldn't realize Venelov hadn't just once again allowed cereal grain to be grown where it had previously been. It would be reappearing in places Venelov commanded, regions previously uninhabited by his countrymen and women, regions thought to be barren. Jakob Venelov could then literally design a new Russia, one unhindered by the requirements of trade routes and military gain. Since its inception, Russia had organized its political powers into certain cities, chosen primarily for their geographic location, defensibility, and connection to other important world powers, such as St. Petersburg, Kazan, and Moscow. But Venelov was working toward a Russia not dependent on these major cities or regions. If agriculture was possible in places far to the north, new cities could be built, cities that were even more defensible, even more unrestricted, even more protected. Russia would become not just one of the world's superpowers, it would become the superpower. When Zach had finally acknowledged the truth, looking at the data he could find, and accounts Ben, Julie, and the others had given him, the picture became quite clear. Venelov had been using Zach all along, allowing him to continue his exploration and discovery in the sciences. He had been funded well, and had been given access to an unbelievable amount of resources, all with the express purpose of continuing work on the slime mold and every possible iteration to come after. The entire time, Venelov was propping up the rest of his business, preparing it to be able to support the next phase of his mission. When Ben and Reggie had killed Jakob Venelov in his office, Zach had been livid. He believed the man was a genius, revolutionary, a man he even admired. But he had eventually come around. And so, while he believed that Venelov's death had been unnecessarily preemptive, he wasn't sorry he was gone. All of this would have been easier if they had captured Venelov instead, perhaps even tried interrogating him. But what's done was done, and he didn't fault his brother or his friend for that. They had made their decision, using their best judgment, and Zach agreed the world was ultimately better off without Venelov in it. Now there was another company chasing them, one that had learned of the slime mold's creation and its inherent abilities. He didn't know what their purpose was, but he knew it had something to do with Venelov's plan to build new cities in the vast expanses of Russia, perhaps even on the ice shelf itself, a humorous thought without knowing what Zach knew about the possibilities of this technology. While he didn't believe even the slime mold and chemicals could grow wheat on a sheet of ice that didn't see the sun for over half a year, it was certainly possible to grow the crop indoors using the technology. He could imagine massive hangar-sized fields of grain swaying in an artificial breeze, lit by thousands of ultraviolet light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. It would be an enormous feat for anyone to pull off, unless his slime mold was involved. At that point, it would be downright easy. Is that what this company was up to? This tiny real estate company, which he was sure was part of a much larger conglomerate, had sent mercenaries to kill them all. They weren't trying to kidnap them or capture them to ask questions later. They wanted them all dead, and Zach couldn't understand why. Whatever they were doing, it seemed extremely pressing to them that Zach and anyone close to him was wiped from the face of the earth. Chapter 38. Krug. Krug's men tasted blood, and it seemed to have awakened them. They were hungry, no longer merely on the hunt, but now in full chase. They had seen their prey, tasted it, and would not stop for anything at this point. As loyal as his men were, and as well trained as he knew them to be, He wondered if he could even stop them from attacking. Upon reaching the shopping mall, he and his men had simply walked through the main doors, not bothering to hide their weapons from the general public. They received plenty of shocked and puzzled looks, but this was Russia. As forward and modern as places like this shopping mall seemed on the outside, many of the citizens of Moscow, and the nation in general, had been desensitized to overt displays of power. Their own president reveled in displays of wealth and superiority, and everyone living in the country was used to marches, demonstrations, and certainly military detachments like his. This mission was unlike all the others he had taken. It was a cause he believed in, one that would help Russia succeed in the long term against other world powers. That alone was enough to excite him, to get him up in the morning. This mission also included a payday that he almost hadn't believed. When they'd offered him the job, explained the delicate nature of what it was they wanted him to do, they had given him a signing bonus, transferring a lump sum of $10 million into his personal bank account, promising that $10 million more would be on the way upon completion of the mission. And the dollars had been denominated in U.S. currency. That had sealed the deal. He had verified the transaction had gone through, then verified that it had been kept in its original currency, not exchanged for Russian rubles, which were extremely volatile and had lost over 50% of their value just in the last 2 weeks alone. Krug and his men were now gainfully employed by a company with the deepest pockets he had ever seen. And at the jewelry store, 2 of the enemy had been left behind to put together a scrappy defense. It hadn't taken long for his men to kill these 2 hired guns. One with a lucky burst that had caught the man on the left in the leg, causing him to fall to the side, only to be peppered by another burst of rounds. The other had been put down with a precision bullet through the forehead after storming the store. None of them paused by the fallen soldiers. He knew the 2 dead men had just been following orders of their own. They had been promised a payday, perhaps even received part of it already, but certainly would not be receiving the other portion. They ran through the small break room behind the jewelry store, then into the corridor behind this row of shops in the mall. It was the only exit from the jewelry store, and he had seen the CSO team run in this direction. But he didn't need to question where they were. He had known their location at all times. He moved confidently, swiftly, not running nor walking, but moving somewhere in between, like a wraith in the night. He knew his enemy's location, perhaps even before they did, so it would not do to waste energy running after them. Krug had assumed they would head for the sports store at the end of this wing, and had been pleased to learn that's exactly where they had ended up. There, they had slowed, perhaps to mingle and become part of the crowd, similar to how they had moved into the nightclub back on the other side of Moscow. He had given a few short instructions to his men, but their time now was spent moving through the corridor and waiting. His men checked their weapons, reloaded ammunition, even chattered a bit as they moved, and he did not put a stop to any of this. He knew their adrenaline was pumping, their hearts racing with the thrill of the fight they had just been through and the one to come. He felt like the lead wolf in a pack, knowing their prey was injured, and thinking it had gotten away. He couldn't help but smile as they reached the doorway leading into the large sporting goods store at the end of the corridor. It was locked, as he expected it would be, but he wasted no time ordering his men to start firing rounds through the metal doors. It would only be a matter of time before they broke through, only a matter of time before they could continue the chase. His smile grew as he imagined moving into the sporting goods store, directly toward the team trying to hide amongst the civilians. He imagined the looks on their faces, horrified, as they realized their mistake.
They had slowed down, taken a break, trying to act like civilians to blend in.
But to Krug, each of them might as well have been wearing bright red shirts with the word prey stenciled on them. His men finished shooting through the metal doors, then kicked them open, revealing a brightly lit stockroom, stashed floor to ceiling with sporting goods still wrapped up in packing crates and boxes on pallets. 2 of his men moved in front of him, 2 behind, and together the group moved directly through the warehouse and into the main room. No, the CSO team had not gotten away, not even close, and he couldn't wait to reveal that fact to them.
Chapter 39.
Donovan. Robert Donovan wanted to play hockey. After entering the main store's back area, flanked on both sides by a cafe and a repair shop, He found himself in a veritable treasure trove of hockey gear and equipment. Much of the stuff he used when he played was old, handed down from other players or items he had purchased many years ago. It wasn't a cheap sport, and the prices, even after translating them from rubles to U.S. currency, supported that judgment. They had walked through the hockey gear, Donovan almost frothing at the mouth with excitement, nearly salivating past rows and rows of high-quality carbon fiber sticks. Perhaps if they made it out of this predicament safely, they could come back and do a little shopping. Since they had a private plane and no luggage restrictions, beside the massive fountain that stretched to the ceiling of the huge store, Donovan turned left. His teammate turned to the right, where the rest of the CSO had gone. The plan was to spread out and intersperse themselves with people shopping, both to give them time to catch their breath and to try to blend in with the rest of the civilians. Tactically, it was a better way to keep them all safe. If they traveled in a pack, they could be gunned down at any moment, before they had time to react. He thought again of his men, the two soldiers dead on the floor of the jewelry shop back down the corridor. They had been good men, decent and kind, well-trained. Both had served in the Army for 8 years before transitioning out and into the role at the paramilitary firm he ran. Both were warm, courageous individuals with a heart for justice. Joseph Simonson was the younger of the two, and he knew the man had been planning a fishing trip with his father 3 weeks from now. Lorenzo Esteban, a grizzled man in his 40s, had a wife and 3 kids he would be leaving behind. The only thing he could do for them now was continue pushing forward, helping the civilian special operations group find the answers they were looking for here in Russia. He would help them do just that, and he would do everything in his power to get them back home safe and sound once again. He believed he ran his company well, with character and integrity. Esteban and Simonson would both receive large hazard pay bonuses for paying the ultimate price in the field, which would immediately transfer to their families. Money was no substitute for a human life, but he had made a vow early on in his career to build the security company that he would do everything he could to take care of the men and women who served with him. He noticed long, tall escalators heading both up and down to his left now, ending about 100 feet away from the base of the huge aquarium wall. Shoppers rose up and down as they passed from the second floor to the first, or the first all the way to the third. Next to the escalators were stairs, and he saw even more people on these, bags and gear in hand, as they either descended to this level for repairs or more purchases, or one of the upper levels, where he saw signs for checkout registers. None of these people knew who he was or why he was here. None of them had any idea that they were currently being chased by gunmen, and at any moment their lives could be put into danger. He thought of the young girl back at the jewelry store. Had she gotten away in time? He knew she had gone into the locker, hoping she had found some place to hide. Perhaps she had waited until the mercenaries left, then went into an adjacent store to get help. He watched as he walked, blending in with a small group that looked to be 2 separate families. He watched the boy holding his father's hand as he played with a plush bear, wearing the jersey of a team Donovan didn't recognize. It was crazy to him how countries around the world existed in their own microcosms. America was no exception. The teams he had grown up with, the Chicago Blackhawks, the Pittsburgh Penguins, Philadelphia Flyers. These were all National Hockey League teams that most people around the world didn't even know existed. He watched the kid flip the bear around in his hand, seeing the logo and the Russian lettering emblazoned on it. For all he knew, the tiny bear was wearing the jersey of one of Russia's most famous athletes. His feet carried him around the extremities of the aquarium, which stood as a central and magnificent fixture in the store, glowing with the soft hues of blues and greens. As Donovan continued walking, he noticed children with their faces pressed up against the glass, their eyes wide with wonder, as they observed the delicate dance of tropical fish inside. The movement of water and light had a calming effect on Donovan, providing a brief respite from the adrenaline and danger that had dominated the day. He watched as a school of fish darted gracefully amongst the coral formations, while a solitary angelfish floated serenely in the current. The gentle bubbling of the water and the muted sounds from the underwater world momentarily drowned out the ambient noise of the bustling mall. Beyond the aquarium, a section dedicated to winter sports caught his eye. Sleek skis and snowboards hung on racks, gleaming under the store's lights. Mannequins were dressed in the latest winter gear, and a simulator in the corner allowed customers to experience the thrills of downhill skiing without ever setting foot on a slope. The store was designed not just to sell sporting goods, but to provide a whole experience. It was a brief and cherished moment of normalcy, a reminder of simpler times before the mission, before everything went sideways. But it was short-lived. The reality of his situation came crashing back as he remembered why he was here. There was work to be done. Chapter 40. Donovan. The plan was simple, if not hasty. Donovan, his man, and the CSO team would split up and intersperse with the crowd, waiting for the mercenaries chasing after them to enter the building. Even now, Donovan heard the faint sound of metal pounding on metal in the distance. It was subtle enough that no one else seemed to notice, but he was aware of it because he had been listening for it. It was the sound of gunshots, trying to open the door they had sealed shut with the bike lock. As he listened, the sound stopped, replaced by the noise of the crowds around him, the strains of pop music cascading gently from above, and children cooing over a fish or creature inside the huge aquarium to his right. He knew it meant only one thing. They were in. He looked up, trying to remain calm and present, but needing to know where his counterparts were. He saw Ben and Reggie first. Their frames stuck out like sore thumbs among the smaller, shorter Russians. Ben was almost directly in front of Donovan, already nearing the opposite side of the store. There was a candy shop there, adding even more delightful colors to the spectrum filling his vision. Reggie was farther off, his long strides having carried him farther away from the side of the aquarium. He was walking toward the back corner of the building where Donovan saw the words for fishing and camping, written in Russian on the second-floor balcony. He saw rows of gigantic fishing poles stretching from the first floor to near the ceiling underneath the second-floor balcony, and mannequins in front of the section wore fishing vests, sun hats, waders, and hiking boots. He wondered if Reggie had a penchant for fishing, if he was doing what Donovan had done earlier, trying to eye some of the wares in each section that were of interest to the man. Zach and Ember were directly in front of the aquarium, and they had stopped between two rows of shoes, their backs to the shelves, facing each other. It looked as though they were deep in conversation, and as he came around to the front of the aquarium, he saw that they were holding hands, facing each other like young lovers. But they both wore frowns on their faces, and he wondered if he was observing a marital spat instead. He shrugged, knowing it didn't matter. They were certainly selling the look of a young married couple, or at least a couple on a date having a deep conversation. They turned and began walking down the rows of shoes, getting lost deeper into the maze of racks on display. He was confident their plan would work. They didn't have all day to waste in here, but he understood how these mercenaries would operate. They were in a hurry. They wanted to eliminate them as soon as possible. Therefore, they would soon come rushing in, running through the store in a frantic race, heading directly toward the giant entrance, or even splitting off and heading toward one of the upper floors. He smiled to himself as a man approached, looking at the price tag on one of the winter coats on a rack in front of him. The man didn't seem to notice Donovan, and Donovan turned slightly to the right to sail past him. Only then did he recognize the warning bells sounding in his mind. It was too late. He hadn't noticed that the man was already wearing a winter coat, and any normal human would have glanced up at Donovan as he passed. No, this man wasn't shopping for a coat at all. Instead, he was waiting for Donovan. He had donned the coat off the rack to conceal his outfit as much as possible, so Donovan wouldn't notice him immediately. The ruse had worked, and just as Donovan began reaching around his back for the weapon he had stowed there, the man pulled both his hands out from beneath his jacket, revealing his own weapon. Donovan heard the shots, his eyes wide in shock. How? The mercenaries had beaten them here. They had somehow entered this room already, somehow surrounded them. He looked up, the alarm bells still ringing in his head, watching Ben, Reggie, Zach, and Ember, as they too carried on, unaware. He wondered if the mercenaries were hunting each of them, one man sent to each group, picking them off one by one. His thoughts were interrupted as he felt the impact of the shots. He looked down at the blossoming stains on his shirt, his senses dimming. He barely heard the screams, the shouts of surprise from the shoppers as they frantically began to run. transforming from calm civilians to a panicked stampede. He tried to comprehend the man's expression as he fell, a mix of hatred, curiosity, and delight. With thoughts of hockey and dreams of a simpler time, Donovan closed his eyes for the last time.
Chapter 41.
Ben. The screams alerted Ben to the problem before his brain registered the other sound he had heard. Gunshots. Close. He immediately fell to one knee, ducking behind two spindles of clothing hanging on racks. He couldn't read the Russian words above each section, but sports were universal. He was on the edge of the camping section, transitioning from outdoor gear to outdoor clothing, including long shirts, pants, light jackets, and overcoats. He hadn't been paying attention to everyone else's location. He had assumed Zach, Ember, and Reggie were still somewhere to his right, having traversed the outside of the aquarium toward the front main entrance. The plan had been to wander around aimlessly, splitting up to not provide their pursuers an easy target. But Ben still wanted to stay close to the exit. He wanted to peruse this section as if he were an actual shopper, feigning interest in the materials and feel of each item. He had his hand out, softly touching a windbreaker, when he heard the gunshots and subsequent screams. He heard 2 more shots, followed by another 3, these from a different location. How the hell did they get here before us? He wondered. How did they find us in the first place? Their disguises weren't foolproof. The mercenaries might very well know what they looked like, but they would have been expecting a single group. They would have been looking for weapons concealed under light coats and jackets. At first glance, they all would have appeared like civilians. Even then, Ben had told them to split up, and Donovan had agreed. By moving around the massive sporting goods store, even under the threat of trained mercenaries, they had the best chance at survival. So who had fired at whom? Ben didn't know, and he didn't feel comfortable lifting his head to check. People rushed past him, running, some tripping, all of them shouting in confusion and fear. Each likely thought they were about to become another casualty in an active shooter situation. He suddenly lost all interest in isolation. He wanted to regroup with Reggie, Zach, and Ember to mount an offensive with some chance of success. He lowered to a half-crouch, heading toward the back sidewall. He didn't want to be cornered, but by staying against the wall, he closed off 1 or 2 approaches. He kept his back to the wall as he moved sideways, the half-crouch quickly wearing on his knees. He glanced up just as bullets tore through a mannequin to his left, mere inches from his head. He pulled his head back down in an instant, realizing they had been tracking him the entire time. He hadn't even determined how far away they were. Were they across the store or just 2 aisles over? Were they approaching from both sides? Forcing himself to not overthink, he acted quickly. He moved left, behind the destroyed mannequin, and kept going, no longer trying to remain hidden behind the clothing rows. Shots continued, some he assumed from Reggie, others from the mercenaries in combat with him, and still more attempting to pinpoint Ben's location. He shifted his position, ensuring he was hidden, hoping the rack provided some shield. A quick look revealed a young man, eyes wide and dazed. He sat in a puddle on the floor. The kid, likely in his early teens, wore a name badge on his green button-down shirt. It was clear what had happened. The kid was shaken profusely, his pants sopping wet. Ignoring the situation, Ben smiled kindly. "You work here? You speak English?" The kid nodded quickly. Ben indicated the weapons. "Hey, are any of these armed?" The kid looked, then nodded again and began to work. Gunfire echoed from the far side of the building, and Ben assumed it involved Donovan's men. He thought he heard Zach whispering to Ember, but couldn't make out the words. A line of bullets shattered the display case's front glass, sending rounds into the floor and wall in front of Ben. He had to act. The young man handed him the shotgun, apparently deciding that Ben was a friend, not a foe. Ben held the heavier shotgun with both hands, not sure it was the right tool for the job. Julie and Reggie were better shots, and he had no doubt the mercenaries, armed with rifles firing single or 3-round bursts, were superior as well. Thankfully, he had options, all laid out in brightly lit fashion within the confines of the display case, and the young Russian employee had given him the keys to the kingdom. He thanked the kid, then positioned himself behind the cabinet, eager to find the perfect weapons for the job, as well as his first target. Chapter 42. Reggie. Shots pounded over Reggie's head, peppering the racks of hiking and camping backpacks behind him. He turned to watch as a backpack was shredded, strips of nylon and Velcro turning into pieces of ribbon. Flashes of yellow and blue, the designer bag's original color scheme, fell around him. The bags to the left and right of that pack also took fire, and Reggie assumed there were at least 2 mercenaries firing in his direction, trying to pin him down. It was working. He heard someone shouting, surprised that civilian shoppers had not yet fled the store. He knew some would be cowering like him and his team, hiding behind racks of gear and store displays, hoping the mercenaries didn't find them in their crosshairs. Surely the civilians who hadn't made it out in time wouldn't be shouting, drawing attention to themselves. It meant he was hearing the shouts of the mercenaries themselves as they communicated, moving through the sporting goods store in search of their prey. Of course, he couldn't understand the words. They were all in Russian. But he got the gist. They were a well-trained outfit, a unit that had worked together before, and they were on the hunt. They were shouting at each other probably because it was faster than dropping their weapon to grab the radio on their belt. Perhaps they even had earpieces that allowed them to communicate without needing to press any button at all, and the shouting was just due to excitement. The gunfire ceased for a moment, and Reggie took a few breaths. He knew their plan. They had him pinned in this corner of the store and wanted him to reveal his position. They would be flanking him now, the 2 or more mercenaries that had been shooting at him. He glanced to his left and right, trying to get a feel for his surroundings. He hadn't had much time to plan out his defense, and he would have given anything to get his hands on a weapon. He glanced over his right shoulder, catching a glimpse of the towering vertical aquarium that sat dead center in the store's large 3-story atrium. He looked up, noticing for the first time the items on display in this section. Ben was in the hunting section, while he was in the camping and outdoors section. He'd seen the backpacks, hiking boots, and tents on his way into this corner, but now noticed the wall in front of him was covered floor to ceiling, with larger items one might need for an extended camping trip: canoes, kayaks, inflatable rafts. Next to those, bear canisters, large jar-like plastic containers with a screw top, designed to keep food secure overnight without attracting bears. All manner of straps and ropes hung near the bear canisters, as well as other smaller items often purchased together. He had a passion for the outdoors, a hobby he shared with his best friend. But he wasn't looking at the gear with a shopping intention. He was formulating a plan. He glanced to his left, spotting the edge of the hunting section. A rack of hunting knives caught his attention, but he knew such blades would be of little help now. "I'm not going to bring a knife to a gunfight," he thought. More gunshots echoed from the opposite corner of the sporting goods store, and Reggie wondered who was being targeted. Were the mercenaries attacking other civilians, or was it one of Donovan's men retaliating? He hoped for the latter, but couldn't be sure without peeking above the rack he was hiding behind. Time to move. The thought was reflexive, automatic. He'd been in so many high-stakes situations like this that it felt like his subconscious was feeding him survival instructions separate from his conscious mind. He agreed with the instinct. He glanced to the right again, identifying a new potential hiding spot. Here, the camping section transitioned into the general outdoors section, delineated by fewer gear items and more clothing, along with hiking poles, day packs, rain gear, ponchos, and headgear. However, what caught his attention was a long, low stretch of cover, comprised of the massive tires and rugged bodies of all-terrain vehicles. 3 or 4 of them were parked side by side, close enough to potentially offer good cover. And if he was fortunate, one of them might be fueled up. He made his move, starting from his knees and propelling himself forward, sprinting towards the ATVs. The gunfire resumed just after he left his previous cover, but they were too late. Reggie dove, sliding the last 5 feet behind the line of vehicles, and continued crawling. Gunshots pinged against metal, some with deeper impacts indicating they had penetrated the thick rubber tires. But none hit him, and he took a moment to catch his breath. Turning around, he saw a mercenary come around the corner, right by his previous spot. Had he lingered for even a second longer, the mercenary would have had the drop on him. But Reggie was prepared. He had picked up a hatchet after diving behind the ATVs, still mounted to its cardboard packaging. It certainly wasn't going to hurt the man, but it did what Reggie had intended. The throw hit the mercenary in the face, catching him off guard. Reggie was still moving, driving forward with his prosthetic arm, which he rammed into the man's face as the mercenary was attempting to get his rifle spun around. It was too late for the man. Reggie smashed through the man's face, eliciting an explosion of blood and cracked bone. No human alone could have hit someone else in so devastating a fashion. But Reggie was no normal human. His prosthetic was nearly invincible, the space-age metal appendage far harder and sturdier than a human hand. He kept moving, grasping the man's rifle and yanking it from his hands. In another second, Reggie had relocated, moving back into the relative cover of the ATV aisle. Once there, he wheeled around again and aimed for the wailing mercenary holding his face in his hands. 2 rounds hit the man's shoulder, spinning him, and Reggie aimed for the soft spot above the hip, where there was no body armor. The mercenary fell hard, lifeless before he even hit the ground. 1 down, many more to go. Chapter 43. Reggie. There was a brief lull in the gunfire, but Reggie knew it was far from over. The mercenaries would regroup, especially since their left flank was exposed. That would only buy him a few seconds, but it would have to suffice. He hoped Ben was taking advantage of his position near a display case full of weapons and their corresponding ammunition. His friend wasn't a fool, but Reggie's audacious plan hinged on Ben being ready with more firepower than the standard assault rifles they were carrying. Desperate, he reached behind him, pulling himself backward into the seat of one of the ATVs. It resembled a small dune buggy, an open shell atop a go-kart-like base, with chunky tires designed for maximum traction. As expected, a key was in the ignition. He turned it halfway, activating the battery and accessories. He assumed the store had left these vehicles fueled up and ready, either for quick sales or for staff to easily move them to a pickup point. He saw the gas gauge read a quarter tank, enough for his needs. He didn't plan on traveling far. Not wanting to start the engine and attract attention with the noise just yet, he leaned out of the vehicle. He landed with a thud on the floor, bruising his hip, but it didn't slow him down. He was already crawling toward another display case, this one filled with small electronic accessories like GPS units and rangefinders. But he had a different objective in mind. Reggie reached the display case and sat with his back against it for a moment, planning out the next phase of his effort. The mercenaries that had been attacking him before had either lost interest or were still working their way around the sides, perhaps thinking he was still behind the row of ATVs. He knew he wouldn't have much time, even if they had left to find his friends. They were all pinned down in different corners of the store, and Reggie hoped some of the others had gone upstairs, putting more distance between themselves and the mercenaries that had come inside. He couldn't fathom how they had been here, as if waiting for them the entire time. But those were questions for later, questions that wouldn't help him now. He estimated he had less than a minute, perhaps even less. He worked quickly, lugging 2 propane tanks he had seen behind the counter over to the ATV. He placed these side by side in the front seats, then crouched and moved back to the display case. He continued past it, reaching an L-shaped case that ran toward the far wall. At the end of this, he grabbed the 2 long rods he had seen earlier, as well as a package of elastic straps with hooks on both ends. He ripped open the bungee cords package while tucking the 2 rods under his arm. Then he awkwardly jogged back over to the ATV. Having everything he needed, he quickly fastened the elastic straps over the propane tanks, extending the ends of the rods out the front window. Since there was no glass on the windows, the frame of the ATV itself made it easy to wrap the elastic around to keep everything secure. He worked swiftly, pushing the rods out the front of the vehicle, aiming forward. Then, he hooked the back end of the rods over the regulator valve on each propane tank. The rods were propane blowtorches, the kind he had used before to burn weeds out of the lawn. The flame wasn't large, he wasn't trying to build a Mad Max-style flamethrower car, but he knew the flames were hot. Satisfied everything was connected and tightened, he turned the valves on the propane tanks to fully open. Finally, he flicked the switch on one of the torches and pulled the trigger to open the jet fuel. He used the smallest of the bungee cords to wrap around the handle itself, holding the trigger open. He repeated this on the second blowtorch as more gunshots echoed from elsewhere in the store. He was relieved the mercenaries seemed to be focused on someone else for the moment, though he grasped the implications. If he didn't work fast enough, his friends were going to be in danger. After both propane burners were on, and releasing jets of propane gas from their front ends, he clicked the piezoelectric igniters on each one. Immediately, a bright flash of orange and red flicked out in front of the ATV, stabilizing to an almost invisible glow as the flame regulated. Chapter 44. Zach. Zach watched with rapt attention through the rails down to the bottom floor. He and Ember had fled up the stairs, quickening their pace as the first gunshots echoed. Screams from shoppers in the vast atrium filled the air, the sudden cacophony louder than the assault rifle that started it all. It hadn't stopped either. People fled toward the exits, but there were still sobs and cries from civilians who hadn't had time to get to the exits, or who simply cowered in place in abject terror. Ember was hiding next to him, crouched beside the faded purple armchair with its back against the railing. They were in a section of the store that sold all manner of boots. Not shoes, not sandals, but boots. As they found their perch above the central atrium and its elaborate, grandiose aquarium, Zach took in their surroundings. Hiking boots, walking boots, even boots labeled for fishing and hunting. He hadn't been aware there was a difference. Every size and color was available, and elaborate displays had been set up with mannequins, casting a line toward an invisible river, or crouched, looking off into the distance, as if waiting for the perfect moment to stand up and continue using the brand new boots they wore. Now Zach had a good view of half the bottom floor. Most of his vision was blocked by the gigantic circular aquarium, but he could see plenty of space to the left and right. He had watched his brother duck into the shoe section downstairs, then a mercenary walk over and begin hunting him down. It seemed the mercenaries had pulled back momentarily, likely to regroup after one of them, just within Zach's limited vision, had been clipped in the shoulder, spun around, and then shot once more in the side. He wondered if it had been Reggie, Donovan's man, or perhaps Donovan himself. He hadn't seen any of their soldiers for hire yet, but he knew the rest were still downstairs. He and Ember had been the first to ascend the long staircase, and they had moved to this side of the second floor, where they could see that same staircase. Unless the mercenaries chasing them somehow came from upstairs, Zach and Ember would be safe here. As he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how they had gotten there so quickly. It seemed as though the pursuers weren't just chasing them, but anticipating their every move. They had walked into a trap, thinking they were at least one step ahead, but when the gunshots had broken out, and Ember had pulled him upward to the second floor, he knew the truth. They were up against something none of them had expected, professionals who were well-trained and prepared. But they were also up against an enemy they still didn't understand. Someone had hired these men to find and eliminate them. Someone with enough resources, planning, and foresight to know exactly what the CSO group was doing at all times. How was that even possible? Zach was sure the phones couldn't be tracked. He had spent time on the plane ensuring just that. Their phones were essentially offline, with the GPS chips and radio deactivated. They could make calls and browse the web thanks to a few VPNs and proxies he had installed, but beyond that, their smartphone capabilities were significantly reduced. Ember, well-versed in technology, had watched over his shoulder as he worked on each of the team's devices, verifying that each was little more than a telephone-laden brick. Signals could only move outward from the device, pinging local cell towers but not allowing a return location triangulation. To their knowledge, none of them had a second phone or device. It was impossible for the mercenary group to track them that way. Yet, there was no mistaking their situation. They had been tracked, chased, and were now under attack. There was a momentary lapse in gunfire as two mercenaries came into view, conversing quietly in Russian. Zach couldn't make out their words, but he knew they were planning their next move. He wondered how many of his team were still alive. Had the CSO group been able to pick any of them off? Or had the mercenaries already taken out Ben and Reggie and were now simply waiting for the moment to turn their attention upwards? Zach knew that if they simply looked upstairs, they would spot him immediately. However, he deemed the exposure worth the risk. He needed to know how his brother and friends fared downstairs. The fact that the mercenaries were still focused intently on something down there told Zack at least one member of his team was still alive.
Holding on to that sliver of hope, he tried to devise an escape plan. As he did, he heard a new noise, barely audible over the sound of sobs and the steady footsteps of boots on the ground. Someone had turned off the music playing inside the store, and the silence was unnerving. The new sound was a squeal, high-pitched and whining, cut off suddenly. It sounded like rubber tires on a tile floor, and his eyes confirmed that suspicion as an ATV rolled into view. It was moving slowly, and he hadn't heard the engine start, so it must have been pushed after being put into neutral. It emerged from a section of the sporting goods store labeled Hunting, but he couldn't see anything underneath the hanging balcony. However, it was what lay inside the ATV that truly caught his attention. Next to him, Ember whispered, "What the hell is that?" He shook his head, still watching as more of the cage and body of the four-wheeled vehicle came into view. Flames shot out from the front of the contraption. 2 propane tanks wedged into the driver's and passenger's seat. The torch burners had been lashed atop them somehow, mounted to the open cage in front of the windshield. The entire thing slid forward, the white noise-like whine of the propane burners finally reaching Zack's ears, faint and barely audible. He saw that the torches, which had been pointed toward each other, had been angled so their tips met. Their individual flames combined into a massive blue pyramid, pointed forward and reaching completely out the front of the craft. It had been pushed delicately, the MacGyver behind the design obviously not wanting to upset the precarious positioning of the torches by pushing too hard. Zack watched in awe as it slid forward and bumped against the glass of the aquarium.
He cocked his head to the side, squinting as he tried to piece together what he was seeing. He thought he understood, and while his scientific mind raced through the possibilities, he couldn't help but be disappointed.
He understood the technique they were going for, thermal abrasion against the glass. The intense heat from the propane burners would weaken the thick aquarium glass.
But even without having a way to do the calculations, even without knowing the exact thickness of the glass, he knew it wasn't going to be enough. He watched as the combined flame from the propane burners reached out toward the glass, the tip of the burners only an inch away. The ATV's tire and front bumper guard had stopped the vehicle against the aquarium, but the flames continued, pressing and heating the glass.
Zack wondered how much fuel was left in the tanks. Would it be heating this section of the glass for the next 15 minutes? Or would the flames die out after only a few more seconds?
"That can't work, right?" Ember asked.
Zack shook his head again. "No, I'm afraid it won't."
He heard the 2 mercenaries' voices rise, the volume increasing a bit. This time he understood the words. They were laughing, making fun of whoever had put this contraption together and slid it toward the aquarium. As they spoke, the mercenaries walked a careful arc around the aquarium, ending up almost directly beneath Zack. They conversed now, quieter again, but Zack could hear them clearly.
"He must be in the hunting section," the first one said. "Becca is down, but let's hit him from the side. Val will likely be on the move, but he'll still be in this area."
The first man nodded, and together the 2 hunters strode quickly toward the edge of the hunting section, their assault rifles ready.
Zack's eyes fell to the floor near the railing. The attempt was solid, and whether it was Reggie, Ben, or one of Donovan's men, whoever had set this thing up, had been optimistic the heat would be enough to cause a thermal reaction and break the glass. The vehicle itself had been a minor distraction, but its effect on breaking the aquarium glass would have been the ultimate distraction. That was what they had been attempting, and that was what had failed. He turned and faced Ember, swallowing. "It didn't work. They're going to need our help, or they're going to get picked off one by one."
Ember was already rocking on her heels, preparing to stand. She reached across the chair and grabbed Zack's hand, pulling him up. They shrank back a few feet, not wanting to make themselves an obvious target, then began walking around toward the stairs once more.
Ember stopped and then released his hand, giving it a tight squeeze quickly before she did.
He looked into her eyes, hers staring right back. He nodded once, quickly. She returned the gesture, then led the way down the stairs to the bottom floor.
Once more into the fray.
Chapter 45. Ben. The gunfire resumed, but it was not directed at Ben. He had been collecting pieces from the cabinet behind him, weighing his options. He wanted something powerful enough to pierce the body armor of their attackers. He also didn't need another assault rifle. He already had one slung over his back, loaded and ready. This time, he opted for a Russian shotgun with an elongated barrel, designed to fire slugs. It was a short-range weapon, but they were in close quarters. While he hadn't trained extensively with shotguns for use against human targets, he had fired many in the past and was familiar with their recoil and kick. But right now, he was most interested in the power they provided. If one of the mercenaries pursuing them happened to get past his flank and threaten him or Reggie, the man would be only a dozen or so feet away. In that case, the impact a shotgun would have was far more valuable than any other weapon on display. As it was, no one came around the corner. He assumed they must have found one of Donovan's men, or Reggie, or one of the other CSO team members. But so far he didn't hear any return fire. That meant the battle was either one-sided or the prey was still hiding. Either way, the status quo needed to change quickly. Ben rolled over onto his hands and knees and crawled the length of the gun case, quickly eyeing the way ahead once he reached the end. He darted forward, aiming for another display case, then hid behind it for a second, continuing this process, trying to leapfrog his way around toward the hunting section where he thought Reggie was hiding and where he thought the gunfire had come from. The initial attack from the mercenaries had died off and had now become a slow, entrenched hunt. The prey was moving around this bottom floor of the massive sporting goods store, hiding behind racks of clothing and gear, hoping to stay one step ahead. The predators, for their part, were not sitting back on their haunches, but pushing forward, keeping everyone moving. But they were armed, so the mercenaries couldn't just walk haphazardly through the sporting goods store and hope to catch them off guard. He knew they had to move slowly and carefully. One wrong move from either side meant death. And where the hell is Reggie? He heard a squeal, the sound of a tire or something rubber sliding against the hard, cold floor, and then some sort of sustained static noise. He couldn't see anything, so he chalked it up to someone inadvertently powering on some piece of gear and let the thought go. He wanted to get back to his friend, at least offer support. Together, they might be able to start picking off the mercenaries. He had heard fire exchanged moments earlier, so he assumed at least one of the mercenaries had been taken out. He didn't want to assume what it meant if not. He saw Reggie a second later, wide-eyed, waving his arms quickly in front of his body. Ben frowned, not sure what his friend was trying to tell him. Reggie was tucked back against two racks, backpacks hanging from them. It looked as though the man had previously been hiding inside the racks, and though he had come back out to warn Ben of something, he still had his weapon in his hand as he waved. It seemed Reggie was trying to tell him something, but Ben couldn't for the life of him figure out what. Reggie pointed, and then turned his head to look. He saw the back end of an all-terrain vehicle, but couldn't see past the rack in front of him to view its front end. He leaned forward just a few more inches, noticing that there were propane tanks sitting on chairs inside the vehicle. He looked back at Reggie, who was making a shooting motion with both hands now, motioning toward Ben's shotgun. Ben suddenly understood what Reggie was asking of him, but in that same moment, he saw a pair of black boots step into view, directly between him and Reggie. He looked up, saw the man's face was looking at Reggie, and the man paused. The mercenary raised his weapon, aiming at Reggie. Reggie backed into the rack once more, perhaps trying to push all the way through it and come out the backside. But the backpacks themselves would be no match against the assault rifle, and the mercenary knew it. He took a single step forward, and Ben saw him bring the rifle up to his eye. Ben was in motion, running forward as he cocked the shotgun. He fired, the deafening round no doubt going to draw the attention of anyone still inside the place to him. But the effect was devastating. The back half of the mercenary exploded outward, flesh, clothing, and vest blasting apart. The slug had traveled through the man, but the impact had been so powerful it had created a 6-inch hole in his back, just beneath his neck. The man died that instant, spinal cord completely severed. He slumped downward to the floor, his assault rifle falling beside him. Ben shook his head, trying to regain his hearing. The shot had been much louder than he'd expected, no doubt amplified by the tile floor and hard surfaces around. As his hearing returned, he heard shouts in Russian, mercenaries from around the bottom floor, too many to count, now turning toward him. In an instant, he knew that they knew the shot hadn't been from one of their own weapons, and therefore they all now had a new target. Reggie was shouting at him now too. "Ben! The aquarium!" Ben suddenly remembered what he had been instructed to do and dashed to the right, just as two more mercenaries came around the far side of the aquarium. Their assault rifles were aimed directly at him, and he realized his predicament. He was running across an open section of the store with nothing to hide behind. The ATV itself was positioned between his body and the mercenaries approaching him, but it was too short, and they had a clear view of his head, not to mention the vehicle was open and wouldn't provide any cover whatsoever. But Reggie was attacking them from the side with an assault rifle he must have picked up from a downed merc. His weapon roared to life, narrowly missing the distant mercenary. The two men ducked back behind the far side of the aquarium, and Ben could now see through it, spotting their distorted figures running at full speed around the back of the aquarium. It was circular, so Ben knew they were simply moving to attack from the other side, away from Reggie. His eyes grew wide, but Reggie continued to shout at him to move. Ben changed direction, running back toward the racks and display cases, then turned and headed toward the other side of the ATV. He wanted to put space between himself and the known location of the two mercenaries, but he would risk exposing his back to other mercenaries still in the area. But he also knew his mission now, knew what Reggie had intended all along. And now that the two mercenaries were heading to the exact spot he had just left, he saw his chance. He'd only get one shot, and he hoped the propane burners had been heating the area outside of the glass long enough for this to work. He crouched to one knee, preparing for the outcome. As the two men rounded the far side of the aquarium, their positions now reversed, Ben locked eyes with the first one. He raised his weapon to fire, but Ben was already prepared. Only he wasn't aiming at the mercenaries. Instead, he stood at an angle, the end of his shotgun about 15 feet away from the aquarium glass. The Russian saw where Ben was aiming, just as the second man joined him by the ATV. Ben pulled the trigger. The explosion was even louder this time, and Ben was knocked back, struggling with the recoil. He didn't hear anything after the blast, neither the shouts of the Russians nor Reggie's voice. He was temporarily deaf, but his vision was clear, and he watched wide-eyed as the consequences of his actions unfolded. Chapter 46. Zach. Zach and Ember had just begun rounding the wide circular aquarium on the downstairs level when he heard the second shot. The gun that had fired it was obviously far more powerful than the assault rifles and submachine guns he had been hearing. He wondered who had fired it, but the second shot left him with little time to ponder. That's because the entire bottom section of the aquarium simply ceased to exist. 1 second he was walking about 10 feet away from the base of the aquarium. The next, Ember was pulling him to the side, reacting on instinct. They had come up behind two mercenaries who had been racing around the aquarium just in front of them, and had stopped near what looked to be the same ATV he had spotted upstairs. Apparently, Reggie's plan had worked after all. A deluge of water shot outward from the bottom of the aquarium. As Ember pulled him backward, Zach was able to make sense of the situation a bit more. The bottom of the aquarium hadn't completely ruptured, just one small panel where the ATV had been heating up the glass. Unfortunately for the two mercenaries, that was the same section they had been standing in, and the glass itself had come off in mostly one piece, obliterating the man standing closest to it. He was on the ground, the thick glass on top of him, and water was spraying out with the force of what had to be hundreds of fire hydrants. The pressure inside worked to force the water out as quickly as possible. It was the stream of water itself that had taken down the second man, and while he was probably still alive, he had completely disappeared from view. Worse, while Zach and Ember were safe for the moment, he saw cracks appearing, zigzagging horizontally across the bulging aquarium base. He saw the individual panels, their nearly invisible seams, slowly giving way. "Ember, we need to..." Before he could finish the sentence, 3 more panels ruptured, sending the plates of glass soaring directly toward him and Ember. He ducked instinctively, and the first glass panel, the one closest to them, smacked against the display case Ember had tucked them behind. It bounced harmlessly over their heads, landing on the floor by the racks of shoes. But the glass panel was nothing compared to the force of the water itself. Half a second after the panel hit the case, Water blasted the thin glass and aluminum display case, immediately cutting through it as if it were not there, and hitting Zack and Ember in the back. He suddenly felt movement. His body was being pushed along by an invisible force. He was soaking wet in an instant, and realized as he slid toward the glass panel and racks of shoes that the water was pushing the display case itself. Already, there was 6 inches of water on the floor. Another second went by, and the water level rose a foot, then 2 more. He looked up at the aquarium, seeing the water now rushing freely out, causing a churning whitewater river as wide as the aquarium itself. He and Ember were in the throes of that river now, sliding and floating along, pinballing through racks of coats, clothing, and down aisles of shoes. His feet were pushed out from underneath him, and it was all he could do to grab Ember's soaking wet hand. She tightened her grip around his wrist, and together they floated down, following the current toward the far wall. He smacked face first against the wall, narrowly missing the sharp protruding points of metal display hangers. But as quickly as he was forced against the wall and pinned there by the unbelievable swell, he was thrown to the side, once again in the current as it changed direction, desperately looking for an exit.
He saw the heads of a few civilians bobbing across from him and wondered where they had been hiding. He hoped they knew how to swim.
He tried to turn to Ember, to find her hand once more, as it had been ripped away when he hit the wall. She was there, but she was blurry. His eyes weren't able to keep up with the thrashing water. Zack opened his mouth to shout her name, but nearly choked on a rushing torrent that hit him in the face. He coughed, sputtered. He needed to keep his feet down, but they kept hitting submerged racks and fallen cases, gear, shoes, and clothing, all forming a hazardous riverbed. The water was probably 4 feet deep now, and he flashed a glance back to the center atrium. Unbelievably, he still couldn't see the top of the waterline. It stretched above his head. All the water that had already filled this bottom floor was nothing compared to the water remaining in the aquarium tank. They were going to have to find their way out quickly while the ground was still reachable. But he couldn't walk. He couldn't control his movement at all. Ember slammed into him, their heads colliding, causing them both to see stars momentarily, but he reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her tightly to him. "We have to..." He couldn't finish the sentence. He heard gunshots and almost laughed at the futility. Were the mercenaries trying to shoot their way out of the water? He didn't care to find out the answer. Now that the water was floating him up higher than some of the racks, he was able to get a better view of the bottom floor of the sporting goods store. He saw a few more heads, but didn't recognize who they were. He saw none of Donovan's men, nor did he see Donovan himself. And Reggie and Ben, where the hell were they? He hoped the torrential outpouring of water hadn't also injured his brother or his friend, but it was all he could do to hold on to Ember with one hand while trying in vain to swim with the other. And then he saw it. His mouth fell open, risking taking in more water. As the water left the aquarium and filled the room, it was calming a bit, the whitewater rapids slowing to a frothing mist. They were still being bumped around, zigzagging down rows and racks of shoes as the water level rose, but his eyes locked onto the object floating toward him from the opposite side of the aquarium. "Is that a..." "Yeah," Zack answered before she could finish the question. "It's a damn boat."
No.
He saw the man on the front of it waving his arms hysterically. He tried to raise his arm, waving back, but his and Ember's heads dipped below the surface, so he resorted to trying to tread water once more. He recognized Reggie, smiling his characteristic grin at the front of the boat. In the back, eyes wide and looking more panicked than anyone he'd seen so far, was his brother. Ben was gripping an oar, and both men were sitting inside an inflatable raft, one Zack had noticed hanging on the wall earlier. One of them must have snatched it from its perch, plopping it on top of the rising waters and jumping inside before things got too hectic. Ben steered the boat toward the center of the room, but the water from the aquarium forced the tip of the craft back toward Zack and Ember a second later. Ben worked like a madman trying to control the boat, but it was no match for the swirling rapids. Still, the force of the water was pushing the boat directly toward him and Ember, and since the boat slid easily over its surface now that the water had risen above the height of all of the racks, it was only a few seconds later before it reached them. Reggie stuck his arm out and grabbed for Ember's hand. Zach coughed again, spitting out another mouthful of water, and Reggie laughed. Need a ride? Chapter 47. Krug. Krug's entire body felt as though it had been sent through a meat grinder. He was sure nothing was broken, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. His rage had built to such a level that adrenaline alone could have fueled him. After approaching the ATV, one of the CSO men, the one he knew to be Harvey Bennett himself, fired a slug at the heated aquarium glass, causing it to fracture. The immense pressure from the water inside sent panels flying, hurling entire pieces of glass outward. One of these struck him, and carried by the weight of the water, thrust him back into the racks and displays of one of the store sections. The water had pummeled him, but it also carried away the glass panel, freeing him. Not that it had done much good. All the water in the aquarium had begun to spill out onto the floor, quickly filling the bottom level of the sporting goods store. He had tried to brace himself against one of the display cases long enough to pull out his sidearm, but the torrential waves caused him to lose his balance and be flung farther back once more. It was all he could do to try to tread water as it continued filling up. The level of water in the store now reached higher than the missing panes of glass, but there was still an unbelievable amount of water left inside the aquarium. As such, the fury coursing out of the bottom of the aquarium had settled to a surge, and most of the churning had turned into a gently rising swell. It was calm enough, as he floated in the water, for him to see two of the CSO team members, the man named Gareth Red and his friend Harvey Bennett, rafting toward the front doors of the store where the water was pouring through the open doorway. He watched as they plucked two others, Zachary Bennett and an associate Krug wasn't familiar with, out of the water and onto the boat. The opposing force had been diminished substantially, but all of the CSO members were still alive. Unfortunately, Krug's own team had been substantially diminished as well. As it stood, he could see none of his men bobbing in the water. He saw a few shoppers, civilians crying for help across the flooded floor, but none wearing the black shirts his soldiers wore. He cursed under his breath, then shouted louder. It was rare for Krug's rage to take control of him like this, but the situation warranted it. The CSO team had gotten away once again, potentially killing some of his own men in the process. His bosses would certainly not be happy, but Krug wasn't about to call them and inform them of his failure. No, he would rather redouble his efforts, make up for lost time, and end the CSO problem once and for all. There was no more time for subterfuge or deception. No more plans needed to be made. He would follow the CSO team and kill them immediately. It was going to be more difficult without his men, and he didn't have time to go get more. But he could now move much quicker, not having to worry about the logistics of coordinating a group of soldiers. As he tread water, allowing the flow to carry him toward the same door the CSO team had now exited, he smiled. It was a way to quell the rage, to temper his previous outburst. He needed to stay sharp, focused. Finding another weapon would not be a problem, so he set his sights on getting out of the sporting goods store and heading in their direction. He could still track the CSO team, know their every move. While he wanted to chase after them now, to catch up with them, and intercept their progress, he knew the smarter choice would be to let them move forward unimpeded, to assume that they had taken out the last of the threats. He would bide his time then, move stealthily, like a wraith. And then he would strike. Chapter 48. Ben. The CSO team and the last surviving mercenary in their group, a man they only knew as Jacobson, left the mall. They had ditched their inflatable raft shortly after leaving the front entrance of the flooded sporting goods store. The water from the aquarium had filled up about 10 feet inside the store before the amount leaving through the open front doors caused equilibrium. At that point, the water from the aquarium drained completely and began spreading outward into the rest of the mall's larger open space. It was soggy, but only about 4 or 5 inches deep when the group left the mall's main entrance and descended the wide set of stairs that led to the parking lot. News crews were already descending on the scene, and 2 mall security guard vehicles and 3 Moscow police cars were parked nearby. Ben corralled the group to the right, away from the civilians seeking help and conversing with the police, and led them toward an ambulance. The ambulance had been parked and was still manned by a single driver. Any EMT personnel that had come along were inside somewhere. Ben had wasted no time moving his group into the back of the ambulance, and while Zach coerced the driver to give them a ride, Reggie, armed and looking very impatient, stood nearby and eyed the driver. Within a minute after leaving the sporting goods store, they were on the road again, this time all seated facing each other in the back of the ambulance, with Jacobson up front with the driver, guiding him toward their next destination. And that's what they were discussing now. Their next destination.
It doesn't matter where we go, Ember pleaded. They've been one step ahead of us the entire time.
Ben squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again, forcing himself to take a breath. We don't know how they know where we're going, but after what just happened in there, it's pretty clear to me they're tracking us. That's impossible, Reggie said. Zach confirmed that all of our phones were untraceable. You don't trust him? Ben eyed his younger brother, seated across from him next to his best friend. I trust him. He said our phones are untraceable. I believe him. Hell, they may not even work now that they've all been submerged underwater. So that doesn't explain how they're tracking us. But there has to be something here. Everyone, check your pockets. Check anything you've got on you. Maybe one of them bugged us earlier. Ember was shaking her head, but reaching into her front pockets at the same time. It's impossible. No one's come in contact with them. They were shooting at us, but none of them got close enough to place a tracer on us. Besides, they've been tracking since before we crash-landed north of the city. They couldn't have put a tracker on us before that. Ben waited, watching everyone check their pockets. Most of them were empty, save for the untraceable, water-soaked phones they were carrying. He looked at Reggie, who pulled out a wet wad of Russian bills from his back left pocket. He hadn't been carrying a wallet, so it was the only thing in his possession besides his weapon.
I don't think they've got technology that allows them to put trackers in bills yet, right? He asked.
Zach and Ember shook their heads. Ben reached into his pocket, pulling out the rabbit's foot. He held it up for the others to see. This is all I have. No wallet, and I didn't bring my cell phone. Reggie squinted, a smirk on his face. Ben, is that a rabbit's foot? A good luck charm?
Ember chuckled. I don't think it's working.
Ben tossed it over to Reggie, who inspected it, rolling it over in his hands. After a few moments, he seemed satisfied and tossed it back to Ben. I didn't think you were the superstitious type, big brother, Zach said. Ben offered him a half smile. I'm not. I didn't tell you guys about this thing because it's sort of been freaking me out. Unrelated to our current mission, but I got it as a gift the night before we left. A gift from who? Ember asked. Ben paused, waiting. He chewed his lip for a moment longer, his mind immediately pulling forth the memories of himself standing on the grounds in front of the picturesque manor on the island of Corsica. He was there for a meeting, to finally see in person the man who had started all of this. The civilian special operations might have been led by Ben and his friends, but another man had spent an unbelievable amount of resources pulling strings and putting it all together. That man had always been reclusive, an enigma. In fact, he called himself only Mr. E, and the team had only ever met with him through a video conference call. But he had been invited to Corsica to finally meet with their benefactor. He remembered standing there, face to face with Mr. E for the first time ever, and then nothing. That had been the last thing he remembered before waking up in a Turkish prison. A Turkish prison where he had rotted for 9 months. Tortured, beaten, starved. His daughter had been born in that span, shortly after his kidnapping. He couldn't understand how Mr. E would have been involved. Had he been behind it somehow? Why would he have done such a thing? He and his friends had worked for the CSO since its inception years ago, and Mr. E had never given them any reason to question his motives. He was a patriot, but would do anything to right the wrongs inflicted upon any innocent people, anywhere in the world. Their interest had always been aligned, their outlook the same. They were supposed to be the good guys. Ben had struggled with this entire line of reasoning ever since he had woken up on the hard mattress inside the island prison. He had struggled with it every minute of every day since, but nothing seemed to make sense about this puzzle. Mr. E might have been trying to warn him. He might have been trying to protect Ben. He was in a wheelchair, after all, so it's not like he could have physically fought against Ben's captors. But his silence had been unbearable. Ben had assumed Mr. E had been killed that day, and his death had helped Ben make sense of things. If Mr. E had been killed the day Ben had been kidnapped, there was no reason to question their benefactor's actions. And then Ben received the rabbit's foot in the mail. The note from the man, scrawled on a piece of paper. He had kept the good luck charm with him, just in case. He had long since learned to collect all of the pieces of any puzzle, to allow them to shuffle around in his head until small aspects of the larger picture fell into place. He assumed the rabbit's foot, and Mr. E's note was part of that puzzle. He didn't think it was part of the puzzle they would need to solve here in Russia, but it was a puzzle nonetheless.
Ben, his brother said softly, toss me the charm.
Ben held the rabbit's foot in his palm, his fingers gripping the metal top, on which was attached a small ball chain with a clasp to hang it from a key ring or zipper. He threw the rabbit's foot to his younger brother, who started examining it as well. He sniffed it, eyed it closely, then started twisting on the top of it.
Hey, don't break!
But it was too late. The clasp that was glued onto the bone of the foot popped off. Zach closed his hand around the clasp and chain and used his fingers to work at something inside the back of the foot. His fingers scratched and dug, removing bits of bone until chips of it fell off, and he saw inside.
It's hollow,
he said. Ben's eyes widened. Hollow? As in there's a cavity inside the bone?
As in there's something inside the cavity inside the hollowed-out bone.
Ben and the others watched his brother work for another minute, finally twisting off a larger piece of rabbit bone to reveal a large interior space inside the good luck charm. His fingers couldn't fit inside, but Reggie reached over and handed him the scalpel he had plucked from the EMT gear behind his head. Using the tool, Zach cut something away from the inside of the rabbit's foot, then held it up once it was free. It was cylindrical, metallic. Ben couldn't see it clearly from across the ambulance's interior, but he had a sinking feeling in his stomach. "What is it?" Reggie asked. Ben locked eyes with his best friend, then his younger brother as he spoke. "A tracking device."
Chapter 49.
Zach. Zach looked down at the rabbit's foot, and then up at the tracking device he held in his right hand. It had been glued inside the bone's internal structure, the bone itself carved away to form a deep enough cavity to fit the relatively large tracker. His mind raced. He was no expert in espionage and the myriad devices found in that world, but he knew technology. He knew that a tracking device this size would be able to pinpoint their location within a 3-mile radius, from anywhere in the world, so long as they passed one of hundreds of thousands of cell towers, internet hotspots, or residential home routers. In other words, unless they were in Timbuktu, in the middle of nowhere, their location was being actively transmitted every few seconds. The most advanced tracking devices he knew of sent a text-based signal, one that transmitted nothing but coordinates in binary, the smallest size necessary to preserve battery life. In addition, the signal wasn't actually sent from the tiny device all the way to the recipient. Instead, it transmitted to whatever local hub it could find, using it as a launchpad of sorts. By his calculation, the battery inside this device would be able to transmit a signal for the next 3 weeks. In other words, they were screwed. They would obviously destroy the tiny device, but it answered the question as to how the mercenaries hunting them had been able to track their every move since they'd left Alaska. "I suppose this changes our course a bit," Reggie said quickly. Zach looked over at his brother, who was staring at Reggie from inside the ambulance. So far, the driver had not changed course. The mercenary member of Donovan's team was still in the passenger seat, guiding the driver toward their chosen destination. They'd planned to rendezvous at the headquarters of the company they were here to investigate. Their pursuers notwithstanding, they still needed to gain access to the facility to see what it was they were building. Zach had a hunch they were working on some sort of advanced, self-sustaining city in the northern part of Russia, a place no one would suspect such a civilization developing, and the real estate company they'd chosen to investigate had ties to that very location. Ben shook his head. "No, we're not going to change direction now." "But the tracker? We don't have to destroy it," Ember said suddenly. Ben smiled. "Exactly what I was thinking." Zach frowned. This isn't the movies, Ben, he said. We can't just tape the tracking device to a live rabbit and expect those mercenaries to follow it. By now, especially, they're going to suspect we've figured out how they're following us. Ben nodded. You're right. I don't think we should tape it to an animal or another human at all. Zach was confused. Then what are you proposing? The assholes chasing us have been one step ahead the entire time. That much we can all agree on. They might be expecting us to find the tracking device, but it's also likely they're now convinced we won't find it. Maybe they think I've got the rabbit's foot stashed in a back pocket, all but forgotten. That's literally what happened up until a few minutes ago. Maybe they think it's clasped onto my belt loop. Either way, we don't know what they're thinking, so we need to proceed as though nothing's changed. Our best bet is to let the rabbit's foot guide them toward our ultimate destination. No one spoke for a moment, until Reggie leaned forward in the ambulance. Right. So how do we do that? They're expecting us to visit this real estate company, right? Likely the same company that hired these guys in the first place. They've known all along we're coming here to Russia, and then Moscow, and therefore we can assume they think we are trying to pay a visit to their employers. Zach watched as Ben shook his head. We're not here to find the real estate company, though. We know exactly where that is. We'll go there just to be thorough. Call it due diligence. Zach watched as his brother spoke, enthralled by the man's ability to put a plan together last minute. But what we are ultimately looking for is this city Zach thinks they're trying to build. It's a real estate company behind it, but that doesn't mean all of the real estate is going to be in the office we end up at. Ultimately, we're looking for where we think they're going to build this city. He paused, took a breath. So that's where we'll send the rabbit's foot. Zach started to understand. Got it. We send the rabbit's foot and the tracker inside it to the ultimate destination, the city I think they're trying to put together up north. We'll send it on a plane, which will be obvious enough to the mercenaries when they realize how quickly it's moving as it updates its location. They'll assume we are still confused about how they're tracking us, completely unaware that it's part of the gift you received, Ben. Exactly. And while our trusty little tracking device flies directly to this city, we'll actually be headed toward this company headquarters, hoping to dig up information and clues as to what they're actually doing up there. Ben nodded, then smiled. Bingo! Reggie leaned forward, looking directly at Zach now. We've got one problem, though, Zach. Zach arched an eyebrow. Where exactly is this city you think they're building? Chapter 50. Krug. Krug did not like to be interrupted. He also did not like to be questioned, especially by superiors who were in their position only because of luck or deft political acumen. He was the consummate professional, which meant he knew what his next steps should be. He had already decided what the steps would be for himself, and he had told his employers that contacting him before the mission was complete was off limits. It could only serve to distract him and potentially endanger himself or his employer. Nevertheless, his encrypted phone vibrated in the cup holder of his car. He snatched it up, frowning at the number. He pulled it up to his ear, answering it. This is uncalled for. There was a pause. We just would like an update on your current status. My current status is that I am working tirelessly to complete my mission. I will contact you when it is done. Rest assured, it will be soon. He lowered the phone to end the call and toss it into the back seat, but he heard a quiet voice through the phone's earpiece ask a follow-up question. We heard there was a situation. Multiple instances of gunshots, both in the downtown Moscow nightclub and farther east at the mall. Krug squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, wishing he could simply hang up and forget they called. But apparently, word traveled fast when one was sitting pretty in a Moscow glass tower like his employers. He had no doubt they had spies around, feeding information to them about Krug's progress, or in this case, his lack of progress. He smiled, forcing himself to calm as he pulled the phone back up to his ear. Yes, there was an incident. 2, but really it's the same problem. I am up against an exceptionally well-trained group, a fact that was not clearly stated in the intelligence brief I received. He wanted to add, from your office. As such, my team has been decimated. They were caught off guard, well-trained but unaware that they were walking into a situation our enemies were capable of using to their advantage. Can you give us details? Krug knew there were others on the phone. His 3 employers at least, perhaps even their assistants and anyone else involved in this debacle. He gripped the phone tighter. No, I cannot. There was a longer pause. Understood, came the clipped reply. Your continued participation in this mission is a direct result of your previous success. But I must warn you, Krug, if any more issues arise, we have a backup team ready to engage. Krug frowned. This was unorthodox, never mind the fact that they used his real name over the phone. He checked the number once more, deciding that it was as encrypted as it could be, and there was no way to really know at this point. However, he recognized the voice of the employer, a man he had never met face to face. Tell me more about this backup team. As I've just said, my team was decimated. I plan to carry on alone, but I cannot be in 2 places at once. If you have a strike team already ready. He didn't know if his employers were bluffing, or if they had in fact reached out to one of the many organizations available for a job like this. His answer came a moment later. They are ready, at least within the hour. They're based south of the city, so you will have to give them time to reach an airport. They've been briefed, but only with the bare minimum. They know it's a strike job, and they understand the stakes. Krug also understood the stakes. Kill everyone, or be killed. No collateral damage, unless it couldn't be helped. He thought back to the massive aquarium at the sporting goods store. His smile grew. I'd call that just a bit of collateral damage. It gave him solace knowing that it had not been his team that had caused any civilian deaths that day. If anyone had died in the attacks besides the CSO team and his own men, any innocent civilians and Russian citizens, it had been the civilian special operations team's fault. He was not afraid of death, nor was he hesitant to deliver it to those deserving. But he hated his countrymen being murdered. It added a personal reason to his long list of reasons to complete this mission quickly. I see, he said. Send me their contact information. I would like to bring them into the fold as quickly as possible. Don't tell them anything yet. I will send you the details of what they need to know. Perhaps you should meet with them first, came his employer's reply. I know they've been briefed on the overall mission parameters, but it might be better for you to meet them face to face, at which point it will have been time wasted, Krug snapped. This CSO team got away once more, due to another stroke of luck. It won't happen again, but only if I can send a message directly to them, and quickly. Fine. What sort of message do you need to send? Krug looked at his phone for a moment, not having expected such a stupid question. Let me be more clear, he said. I need to get to them as soon as possible, so I can kill them. All of them. You know where they're going? Krug thought of the tracking device the CSO was unknowingly carrying. The app on his phone tracked their location. While he couldn't bear the thought of receiving phone calls and text messages from impatient employers while on the job, the phone was as much a part of him as his sidearm. Waterproof and enclosed in a rugged case, the phone was barely a phone and more a computer. Completely closed off from the rest of the world, accessible only by direct connection. He had to manually set up in order to place outgoing calls. It featured a small handful of apps he had curated before each mission. One of those apps was connected to the tracking device's beacons, placing its location on a digital map similar to a standard GPS system. But this system could not be tampered with, not on his end, not on their end. It was as accurate as it could be, save for one thing. If they had somehow discovered the tracking device. I have a good idea where they are, he confirmed, and I have an even better idea of where they need to go. That's what I need your second team for. We understand, came the reply. As discussed, we will send along any instructions you need and have the team outfitted within the hour. Krug gritted his teeth. He didn't like his plans interfered with, but he couldn't exactly deny this was a boon. He hung up the call, finally able to toss the phone into the back seat where it wouldn't bother him again. He would pull over at the nearest coffee shop, figure out what he wanted this second strike team to do, and where to be, and fire off the instructions then. Satisfied, he gripped the wheel and brought the car up to speed, heading westbound on the Moscow highway. He smiled again. Only this time it was genuine. I'm going to finish this sooner than I thought. Chapter 51. Zach. The ride in the back of the ambulance to the airport near the southwestern corner of Moscow was tense. They all knew the stakes. Clearly, this was a life-or-death situation, and the group chasing them was very interested in ensuring their death, leaning toward the latter half of that dichotomy. They had proven resilient so far, but Zach couldn't be sure if it was just luck or ingenuity. He knew that luck was involved, and he only hoped it would hold out a little longer. Worst of all, their every move was being tracked, the tiny rabbit's foot containing the device that would broadcast their location every few seconds. It didn't take an engineer to figure out exactly what the thing was, and it perfectly explained how this mercenary group had tracked them every moment from their departure from Ben's cabin to arriving in Moscow.
The problem was, they couldn't exactly get rid of it or destroy it. It factored into their plan, their far-fetched, harebrained scheme. But it was the best one they had to actually put some distance between themselves and their mercenary pursuers. They had chosen to head toward the small municipal airfield rather than the large international airport, just to be safer given their current status. Ember Clark was still traveling with them after all, and international airports were hotbeds of activity for people trying to skip the country. There would still be security at the smaller regional and municipal airports, but their hope was that it would be easier to gain access to the private hangars at one of the smaller airstrips. Their pilot, who had so graciously decided to come back after they'd cut him loose in the destroyed hangar north of town, would be waiting for them in a fueled-up private jet, all orchestrated by Ember and Ben, working their contact lists while doing their best to stay obfuscated over the dark web. Ember assured him the pilot would be there, ready to go. Zach only hoped they got there before the mercenaries did. Everyone was on edge, even Reggie, who was typically chipper and always waiting for the right moment to drop whatever one-liner he had cooked up. He was seated with his back straight, pressed against a cabinet inside the ambulance, his long legs propped up on the retractable gurney in the center of the vehicle. Reggie had been checking in on the mercenary in the front passenger seat, whose job was to keep the driver focused and ensure the man did not somehow send a signal to any Moscow officials or authorities. But aside from keeping watch on their progress toward the small airport, Reggie had nothing else to do, so he sat ramrod straight, fidgeting with the rabbit's foot. "Are you sure we all have to go?" Zach asked. His older brother looked at him. "I mean, Ember and I could go, drop it off, and then—" Ben shook his head, cutting him off. "No, it's not that it's a bad idea. It's just that I need to keep us all together. Now, after what happened, there's safety in numbers. They may have taken out almost all of Donovan's crew, but we took out some of them as well. Hard to say how many are left, but it was a small team to begin with. I don't think they're going to stop, regroup, then start chasing us again. Even if they think they're still secretly tracking us, they'll know that if they stop, we can put quite a bit of distance between us and them." Zach nodded. This was, of course, expected. After their last excursion in Russia, in the Kodar mountain range with the terrifying species of predator that had awakened from long since being frozen underground, he knew quite a bit about how his brother and the CSO team preferred to operate. They split up only when absolutely necessary, only when doing so would provide them the best chance of success. If there wasn't an obvious reason to split into two or more groups, Ben and Julie, and Reggie, Zach assumed, would much prefer to stick together. Plus, Zach had to admit it did seem safer that way. Ben's logic checked out, and Zach was sure that the mercenaries chasing them had diminished in number. They might very well have a chance if it came to another face-to-face gunfight. Not that he wanted that. According to Jacobson, we're going to be there in about 12 minutes. Once we're at the airstrip, Ember is going to work her magic to get us past the outer gates into the private and commercial main complex. There won't be much security after that, but we need to keep our heads down anyway. Mainly because we aren't exactly traveling in the stealthiest vehicle, Reggie said. True, but it's not exactly going to be seen as a hostile vehicle either. Everyone's seen an ambulance before, and it won't surprise anyone to see one, even on a small airstrip. We just need to get in, deliver the package, then get out. From next to Zach, Ember confirmed the plan. Our pilot just texted me back.
He says he's confident there won't be a lot of outbound traffic, and ATC will have him in the air within a few minutes of package delivery. I feel like a spy, Reggie said suddenly. Package delivery, private jets and back alley hangars. Traveling in style in the back of an ambulance, Ember added. Reggie grinned, but didn't say more. Ember, will you do the honors once we're there? Ben asked. Zach looked up at his brother, wondering what he meant. Ember nodded. I came to the same conclusion. They know all of your faces for sure. Obviously, the official CSO team and Zachary Bennett are their main targets. They might also know me, but there's a good chance they wouldn't recognize me on sight. Besides, Ben nodded. Right. Besides, it's going to be dark inside the hangar, and we'll use the ambulance to block anyone's view if they're snooping in. So it's settled then, Ember said. Phase 1 of our super-secret spy mission will commence in about 10 minutes. Reggie smiled again. You know, this day really is turning up. Ben chuckled, catching Zach by surprise. Well, it was sort of a low bar, what with the being attacked from the moment we set foot in this country.
Technically, it was before we set foot in this country, Ember said.
Zach shook his head, frowning. Eventually, everyone glanced over at him, confused. How can you all be so calm about this? I mean, with everything that's happened, Donovan, his guys, it's a lot. Ember grabbed his hand quickly, and Ben rose from his seat across the ambulance. He jostled over to Zach and sat on the head of the gurney in front of him. He patted his knee. Listen, little brother, we're in this together. We've all been through hell and made it out the other side just fine. No reason we should expect that to keep happening, and we're going to fight to make sure luck stays with us. As if picking up on Ben's cue, Reggie joined in. But if you have to go to hell, you might as well have a sense of humor about it. Right, man? Zach watched as his brother nodded again, smiling. But Zach knew better. He saw in his older brother's eyes the truth. Ben was as scared as he was. Chapter 52. Ben. Well, that went better than expected, Reggie said as the ambulance left the airport. They had parked in the large hangar under cover of darkness, while Ember ran out and handed the rabbit's foot to the pilot, who was waiting on the stairs of the jet. Before their ambulance driver had taken them back out the same gate they'd entered from, the jet was taxiing toward a nearby runway. It hadn't taken much to concoct a story that a local businessman wanted to take a last-minute excursion, and the fueled-up jet was quickly assigned a runway by the local traffic control tower at the regional airport. That's just phase 1, Ben said. You should know by now none of our plans ever survive first contact with the enemy. At least we got to the point where we're making plans, Reggie said, smiling. Remember the good old days, when we would just traipse around the jungle or the desert or wherever and hope for the best? Ben smirked. No reason we still can't hope for the best, right? Ben looked over at Zach, still seated next to Ember, deep in conversation. It didn't look like the pair was discussing the same plan he and Reggie were. Instead, it looked like a lover's quarrel. Zach was frowning deeply, and there was a glossiness in Ember's eyes, which suggested the topic of conversation was of a more emotional sort. He didn't bother them, instead once again facing his best friend. This isn't going to be easy, man. Reggie nodded. I know. It never is. Let's say we do get in. It's a real estate company. They're not going to just have a top-secret lab in the basement working on Zach's slime mold. We're going to have to do some digging to even figure out what our next step is. Reggie nodded again. And we will. But that's why Ember and Zach are here. He'll know where to look, what to look for, and how to look for it. You and I play security guards. We've got Donovan's man as lookout, and we know this office is closed. Doesn't mean there won't be anyone there. True, but we don't need to kill anyone either. He motioned with a flick of his head toward the front seat, where Jacobson was sitting next to the driver of the ambulance. Donovan's team was well outfitted. They had rubber bullets in their bags. Bags which are no longer with us, Ben corrected. And gas cans, 3 of which are still strapped to the guy's belt. Ben arched an eyebrow. So if there is someone patrolling the real estate company's building, you don't have to take them out permanently.
Exactly. They'll have a pretty righteous headache when they wake up, but they will wake up.
And for any of those mercenaries after us, if they happen to be converging on that location as well, well, we've still got the real weapons. We don't need to save the gas cans for those assholes. Ember and Zach had stopped discussing whatever it was they were talking about, and Ember turned to Reggie. You guys still working through the details? Just making sure we're on the same page. I'd like for this to go as smoothly as possible. It's not the end game, it's just one step toward it.
Trust me, if there's anything on those computers that will lead us to the slime mold, or help us figure out what they're using it for, or what they plan on using it for, I'll find it.
Ben's eyes fell to the floor of the ambulance, then back up at his younger brother's ex-girlfriend. Thank you, Ember. I know I didn't get a chance to tell you before, but...
No need to thank me, she said. She sniffed, swallowing. Zach and I were just chatting about us. I was just telling him that there's no place I'd rather be right now.
Really? Reggie scoffed. There's no place in the world you'd rather be than the back of an ambulance running away from mercenaries? I mean, if sitting on a beach sipping a pina colada is an option, I guess I would rather be there, she said. But the point is, her eyes flashed from Reggie to Ben again, there's no one I'd rather be with than you guys, than with Zach. He's been through hell. You've all been through hell. And I know I could have been much more helpful before. I didn't know what you guys had gotten into. I blamed Zach for all of it. But the truth ended up being a little bit more nuanced.
Ben rolled his eyes. You can say that again.
If I may, Zach said, jumping in. I'm glad we're handling this together. I might be able to figure some of this out on my own, but there's no way I would have been able to put something together like this. At the end of the day, they're doing something with my research. That slime mold is being produced by Veniloff Manufacturing and delivered somewhere. This company's behind it, and there's no way around it. At some point, I would have to start knocking on doors myself. So you're saying you're happy we're here to knock on those doors for you? Reggie asked, grinning. Well, I'd feel more comfortable with me and Ember poking around on their internal server than I would letting you or Ben do it. Ember laughed. Can you imagine? These two baboons breaking keyboards and smashing monitors? I mean, I'm amazed they even know how to use their cell phones. Ben made a mock laugh, and Reggie returned the insult. I think the point I was making was more along the lines of how a whiny little boy like you might have come up with that brilliant maneuver back at the sporting goods store. Brilliant? You mean ramming an ATV into an aquarium? It worked, didn't it? Their banter was interrupted by Jacobson turning around in the passenger seat. Driver's telling me it's going to be about 9 minutes until we're there. Understood, Ben said in reply. As soon as the word had escaped his lips, all eyes in the ambulance were on him once more. He felt the weight of their souls, their expectations. Yes, it was good to feel like a team again. It was good to be with friends and family while going through something like this. But it didn't change the fact that they were still under attack, still being chased by people hell-bent on killing them all. Ben didn't need banter or jokes right now. He needed their luck to continue, their plan to work. Chapter 53. Ben. The road leading to the company headquarters was private, but the gate was open. The company had purchased for itself a 9-acre plot of land just outside Moscow, in a space dotted with rolling hills and picturesque scenery. GPS maps suggested the main headquarters building was the largest of 3 structures, and the only one of any real importance. The other 2 buildings were either maintenance sheds or garages, clearly intended to be kept out of sight and accessible only for groundskeepers or work crews. The company wasn't a particularly large one. Its holdings, as best Ben and the others could tell, were in the low $100 million range. It wasn't tiny, per se, but they weren't dealing with a massive multinational conglomerate either. Ben hoped that meant their dealings with this company would be that much simpler, but he had been around the block enough times to know it was probably wishful thinking. Still, they hadn't seen much in the way of security as they rolled the ambulance through the open front gate. According to information they could find online, this headquarters building was currently in a state of repair, and 3/4 of its workforce had been moved to a temporary office complex closer to the city center for the next few months. Furthermore, It was after business hours, and while Ben fully expected to see some people milling about, potentially some security guards patrolling, he was hoping that most of the employees had gone home for the evening. He yawned, thinking about his own workday. It had been one like no other, but he was no stranger to long hours. Getting shot at was something he had tired of long ago, for that matter. They had argued about whether or not to ditch the ambulance and drive something a bit more unassuming onto the company grounds. But they were strapped for time, and Ben figured it was as good a vehicle as any. If there were any security stations, getting an ambulance onto the premises seemed to have better odds than trying to get an unstickered emergency vehicle full of people who didn't work there onto the premises. As it turned out, there were no guard stations. It seemed the building was just an office complex with no need for heightened security. That told Ben two things. First, that he had been right to suspect it would be easy to gain access to this facility. They could park the ambulance in a back lot and simply walk inside, or break in if need be. Ember was fully capable of disabling any connected alarm systems before they even set foot near the front doors, as well as disabling any cameras they might come across inside. Second, it told Ben that whatever they were here to find was likely going to be found on a computer system. It didn't seem there was enough security measures in place at first glance to suggest this company had any of Zach's slime mold on the grounds. If there was a top-secret laboratory in a subterranean level beneath the building, surely they would see additional patrols, perhaps even armed guards milling about. That was fine. Zach was convinced this was the right place, and just because it was under construction and most of its employees were working elsewhere, he had convinced them this would be the best place to find anything incriminating on their servers. Ember had checked if she couldn't just hack those servers remotely, confirming their suspicion. She did find that there was an intranet, a local network not connected to the outside internet, somewhere in the company, likely used for secure email, communications, and file storage of secure documents. It was a common feature of modern corporations to have such a system in place, but the main downside was that it needed to be accessed by someone with the right credentials to not only log on to an access portal using a VPN, but to know the proper VPN protocol in the first place. As Ember had explained on the way over, hacking was one thing, total guesswork and speculation was another. While she was convinced she could find someone capable of bypassing the VPN requirements and gaining access to the portal that could access the intranet remotely, she had told them it was far simpler to just visit the source itself, to access the intranet directly on site. There, any number of computers in the building would be able to access the secure servers maintained by the company, so long as they were logged-in users. She was convinced she could find such a computer, someone who had left their machine logged on after they left for the day. Or she could simply brute force her way into their machine. So, the plan had continued as expected. The CSO team rambled through the front gates of the company headquarters, quickly met with a beautiful scene of rolling hills, dotted by trees and a small pond to the west, with a modern-looking under-construction headquarters building poking up from the horizon in the distance. The moon was bright, the air was crisp but fresh, and if Ben wasn't mistaken, he would have thought he was having a good time. But the tranquil scenery and peacefulness of the moment as he watched through the ambulance's front window vanished in an instant as the dread once again set in. He wasn't having a good time. None of them were. They were running for their lives, trying to track down any information they could find as to what the hell this company was up to, and why they had stolen the slime mold Zach had helped create. They needed to get in quickly, while the tracking device inside the rabbit's foot was en route to their next destination. Ben was convinced that as soon as it landed, the chase would be on once more. The pilot of their plane was confident he could get away shortly after touching down, leaving the plane stranded at the end of the runway, not wanting to waste more time parking the plane in a hangar. But Ben remembered what happened the last time they'd touched down in Russia. The attack had started before the landing gear hit the tarmac, and while he was grateful for the pilot's willingness to put his life on the line once more for all their sakes, he wasn't convinced the jet would be able to get there too far ahead of the mercenaries chasing them. And once they discovered that the CSO crew was not on board, all bets were off. Sure, the mercenaries would have to backtrack, but Ben still didn't want to take any chances. They were approaching the endgame, and he knew with every step forward, with every sidestepping of the mercenaries trying to kill them, the enemy only grew more restless, more enraged. They would redouble their efforts to wipe the CSO team from the face of the earth. And once their empty plane was discovered, he knew it was only a matter of time before the mercenaries locked in on their position once more. The driver parked the ambulance next to the side of the main building, one whose wall was completely covered in scaffolding. Though construction wasn't actively taking place, tools and materials lay scattered about. He nodded at the others as they came to a complete stop and started the next phase of their plan. "All right, here we go," he said. "In and out, no wasted time. Ember, on your cue."
Chapter 54.
Zach. Zach fiddled with the awkward earpiece he was wearing. Their communication system was an off-the-shelf variety they had purchased from a small electronics store nearby. They hadn't had time to source anything elaborate, so this was literally an off-the-rack, out-of-the-box set of walkie-talkies with hands-free features. Zach had used better equipment before, and he knew the military had even higher-end stuff available. But for now, this set would do. As he approached the side of the headquarters building that was under construction, Ember's voice crackled to life in his ear. He turned the volume down a bit, surprised by the clarity. "You guys hearing me?" she asked. Because they had enabled the hands-free features, all of their comms were on and active, so pressing and holding a button to talk and saying "over" after every phrase were both unnecessary. Loud and clear. "Affirmative," came Reggie's reply. The trio, Reggie, Ben, and Zach, were on their way into the building. The plan was simple. Zach would start snooping around the computer system, while Ember provided support from the cheap laptop they purchased with the communication system. Because of their physical proximity to the building, she assured Zach she would have no trouble getting into the network and guiding him through the facility. It would be up to him to figure out what documents, research, and any other information was related to the slime mold, if there was any here at all. He felt a rumbling in his gut, the same feeling he got when food didn't sit well, but he hadn't eaten in a while, and he knew exactly what this feeling was. "We're on the right track," he told himself. "We have to be." He knew the slime mold, or at least something pointing toward it, would be found here. His research back at Ben's cabin had verified it. Now, the only thing left to do was figure out what this company needed the technology for, and what they were planning to do with it. They had tried to hide their relationship to the slime mold, but the break-in at Veniloff Manufacturing and Zach's subsequent research discoveries only corroborated the claim. And the fact that this was primarily a real estate company, ostensibly working toward building a self-sufficient community in the northern part of the country, further sealed the deal. As Zach had postulated at Ben's and Julie's house, his slime mold would be a perfect candidate for introducing into the ecology somewhere like Siberia. It was a proven fact that the slime mold, coupled with some of the other technological innovations he had worked on at Veniloff Manufacturing, could grow wheat and potentially other crops in places where it had never been done before. If the powers that be, government, private corporations or otherwise, were working with this real estate company on this project, the slime mold would be a perfect target for abuse. But of course, they had to find it first. If they found evidence inside this building, Zach would be able to have Ember make copies of whatever files referenced it for use in an international court. They hadn't worked out the details that far ahead yet, but he knew they would have a case against this company and perhaps the Russian government itself. In fact, the last time he had been at Veniloff Manufacturing's headquarters, the company had been preparing for the United Nations Assembly. Jacob Veniloff's plan had been to reveal his and Zach's work at the assembly, showing them what the slime mold and Veniloff product was capable of. Zach had a feeling the United Nations would be keenly interested in whatever he found here. Ben pulled open a makeshift plywood door that led into the bottom level of scaffolding erected outside the building, and Zach followed Reggie inside. Only Reggie and Ben were armed, but the whole place seemed deserted. He hoped that would be the case inside, but he knew better than to expect this to be an easy task. Ben followed them in, allowing the door to swing closed behind them, and together the trio walked north, toward what appeared to be an opening in the side of the building where construction crews could enter and exit. "With any luck, we'll be able to gain access to any part of this building thanks to the construction," Reggie said. Ember's voice filled Zach's ears once more. "With any luck, I can pull up an overhead view of each level, so long as I can get onto the network." And do you think you'll be able to get onto the network? Ben asked. Ember laughed. It's not a matter of if, it's when. In fact, she cut herself off, and Zach thought he heard the sounds of tapping as she worked away in the back of the ambulance. Yep, I'm in. Perfect, Reggie said. We're about to get into the building proper. Keep us posted, and let us know if you do find blueprints or anything. Way ahead of you, boss, Ember replied. Not a blueprint, but there is a map with every office and room labeled. Looks like a directory of sorts. Hold on, let me pull it up. Zach waited a few seconds before Ember spoke again. Yeah, you guys are on the right track. Go through there, and you should be in a hallway that runs perpendicular to another one about 20 feet ahead. Take a right at that intersection and go all the way to the end. There will be a set of stairs waiting for you. I'd recommend going down. And what leads you to that recommendation? Reggie asked with a smile on his face. Well, if you're going to hide secret research, you always hide it downstairs, in the secret basement. Chapter 55. Ben.
They reached the first guard as they prepared to walk across the hallway toward the stairs.
Security guard, 12 o'clock, Reggie said quietly.
Ember's voice reached Ben's ears through his earpiece. Can you sidestep him? Stay out of sight?
Her, actually, Reggie said. And no, I don't think so. We're about halfway down the hall and she just walked out of a room. She's walking in this direction, but we've held back and are hiding against a wall where the hallways converge. 1 second. A moment later, more chatter filled Ben's ears. Okay, I've got the camera feed pulled up. I see you guys and, oh, yep, I see her. You're sure it's a her? Yes, she's thick. Ember chuckled. You can say that again. I definitely wouldn't want to tango with her. Why can't you stay there until she passes? We can stay here, but she'll see us as soon as she reaches this hallway. We can't exactly hurt her, and we can't risk running back down the hallway to get outside. She'll definitely hear us. Ben finally spoke up. Enough, he said. I'll handle it. Zach and Reggie stared at Ben, while Ember made more jokes about the woman's appearance over the radio. Ben unclipped one of the gas canisters Jacobson had given him and held it clenched in his right fist. He had used this type before, so it didn't take long for him to reacquaint himself with its functionality. Just pop and throw, Jacobson had said to him. Ben pulled the tab that would begin to release the gas once he let go of the canister, waited a couple of seconds, then sidearmed the canister around the corner. He heard it bang against the opposite wall and then start hissing its contents into the air. Might want to back up, Ben said. He heard a muffled cry, then a shout in Russian. Then 4 seconds later, the thud of a heavy body hitting the floor. He and the others had backed into the hallway they had come from, hoping to avoid the quickly dissipating gas. How long will she be out? Zach asked. Reggie shrugged. Depends on how big of a whiff she took, he said. I'd guess she'll be out for 4 or 5 minutes, minimum. Then that's our countdown timer, Ben said. Dang, Ember said. The bigger they are, the harder they... No more chatter, Ben snapped. He kept his voice barely above a whisper, knowing that everyone else could hear him just fine. Even Jacobson, who was still seated up front with the ambulance driver, had one of the walkie-talkie systems in his ear. We can't risk being overheard, or any other radios on site tuning in. The trio waited another minute for the gas to dissipate. Then they all held their breaths and trudged through the haze, stepping around the large female guard as they passed. Once on the opposite side of the hallway near the stairwell, they took a breath and stood by while Reggie opened the doors. You've only got 1 can left, Reggie said quietly. Ben nodded. I'm aware. I still don't want to start shooting people if we can help it. Not everyone here is in cahoots with the company and whatever they're doing with the slime mold. That's true, Ember said suddenly. I just found a document on the server listing a third-party firm as the after-hours security. Our friend back there is a rent-a-cop. Good thing you didn't take her out for good. Noted. They descended the stairs quickly, letting Zach take the lead now, feeling a bit more confident that the after-hours guards here weren't just going to start randomly shooting. As they reached the lowest level, Ben was not surprised to see a large cubicle farm stretching across the entirety of the subterranean level. While I wish it was a secret lair filled with slime mold samples, it does look like we'll be able to find a computer with access to the intranet. Unless Ember's got a way in already. Negative, her voice rang. The intranet's locked down tight. I'm still looking for a back door, but I can't keep an eye on you guys while I'm also trying to gain access to a computer remotely. No problem, Zach said. I'll find one.
Speaking of Ember, I thought you were going to shut down the cameras.
I took a screenshot instead, then changed the feed from video to an image, and used that. It's not foolproof, but I figured with it being as quiet as it is, whoever happens to be looking won't notice the difference at first. Plus, I still have the real feed pulled up in a window on this computer. I can track your progress using the cameras, and for now, no one's the wiser. Brilliant, Reggie said. Guys, over here. Ben heard his brother's voice, still whispering through his headset, as his brother had moved off from him and Reggie. Ben's attention turned back to his younger brother, who had already traversed half of the empty floor and stopped in front of one of the cubicles. Thanks to the dim emergency lights overhead, the room was dark, but the tops of the cubicles and workstations were basked in faint light from above. It made it easier to see the computer stations that were still on. A bright blue glimmer came from behind one of the cubicle walls near where Zach stood. He ducked inside, and Reggie and Ben caught up. Perfect, he said. Ember, I'm in. Great, she replied. Let me know what you find. Okay, what exactly do you want me to do? Zach asked. I mean, I'm no computer hacker. My recommendation? I'd say start clicking on things. See what happens. Zach let out a sigh, but did as he was told. Ben and Reggie watched on, glad that his younger brother was taking the lead on this part of the project. Everything in front of him on the screen was in Russian, save for a few English words here and there that formed part of the operating system's core functionality. While Zach was clicking around, Ben's other senses were on high alert. He stilled his breathing, trying to calm the adrenaline coursing through his body. His ears listened for any footsteps that might mean the ruse was up and someone was onto them. He heard nothing but the tapping of Zach's fingers on the keyboard and mouse, and the gentle breathing of Ember as she worked hard outside. Okay, it looks like there's something here related to the slime mold, Zach said finally. It's all in Russian, of course, but I recognize some of the chemical formulas, and it'll only take me a minute to translate for you guys. Fantastic work, Ember's voice said. If you want to drag everything to a secure network folder, I might be able to reach it from here if the system's going to play nice. I will. Wait, it looks like there's something else in here too. Transport schedule, load, logistics information? What does it say exactly? Ben asked. I don't know. It looks like there are some company names and words I don't recognize, at least not in this context. What do you mean? It seems like one of these documents is talking about a train. Like a choo-choo train? Reggie asked. Exactly, but I'm not sure why. Zach stopped. Ben looked at Reggie, then down at his brother, waiting for him to continue. Yes, it's a train. It's mentioned in the same document as the slime mold, which tells me they're related somehow. Wow, Reggie said. That's quite the sleuthing, Zach. There's a train and a slime mold in the same sentence? I think you just cracked the case. Zach looked up at him and rolled his eyes. No, I'm not saying I solved anything, but I am saying I think they're delivering this stuff on a train. Ben's head fell back, and he looked up at the dimly lit ceiling. Of course. That's actually helpful. Or, it could be. Get all that stuff to Ember, and maybe we can figure out where this train is going and when it's scheduled to arrive. Boys, Ember said, time to go. Ben frowned, and the adrenaline forced his heart to start pumping even harder than it had been before. What's up? I've got a feed pulled up from the front gate. We've got company. Chapter 56. Ember, stay in the ambulance, Ben said. Jacobson, tell the driver to turn off the car and get down. Even better, I want you guys to all crawl into the back. I want it to look like you're just parked there. Good call, came Jacobson's reply. He barked an order in Russian to the driver, then came back on Ben's earpiece. We're good out here. We haven't moved. and where we parked earlier seems like a pretty unassuming spot. Not too close to the building, next to a couple of construction trucks. Perfect. Zach was running full speed now, and they reached the hole in the wall leading out of the building and into the scaffolding, just as he heard the sound of car engines roaring into the parking lot. He heard the squeal of tires as one of them swerved around, not slowing as it looked for signs of life. "What are the odds they'll just drive a few laps and then leave?" Reggie asked. "They don't actually know we're here. As long as they don't see anyone, we might be safe."
As long as we don't poke our heads out and wave at them, they may not know we're here at all, Ben retorted.
"What are the odds?" Ben asked as they slowed, walking down the scaffolding. "I'd say the odds are," Reggie began, but he was interrupted. The second SUV rolled closer to the scaffolding, then stopped. Ben heard the sound of a car door opening, men getting out, and orders being shared. Then he heard the unmistakable sound of magazines being loaded into guns. He flashed a glance at Reggie.
"Well, it couldn't hurt. If they come in here guns blazing, the ambulance is our way out. But we can run back into the building if we need to hide in there."
The shooting started a moment later. Zach felt himself pulled backward into the building once more, just as the first mercenary entered the scaffolding.
"They're coming in," he said.
"Guys, we can provide support from out here," Ember said. Zach heard Jacobson confirm in his ear as well. "Yeah, they don't know where we are. We can force them all into the scaffolding section and we can sandwich them in between
"Negative," Ben said. "They have our backs to the wall in here. They don't know where you are either. We need to keep that element of surprise for as long as possible."
"Right," Reggie said. "If you call too much attention to yourselves, it will be you two against all of them." Zach didn't argue. He didn't want anyone's weapons turned on Ember, especially since her back was against the wall inside the ambulance. While Jacobson and the poor driver they had roped into this mess would have a decent view through the front windshield, so long as they poked their head up and risked being seen, Ember was blind, operating from nothing but the internal cameras and the few dotting the outside walls of the building. Ben pulled him and Reggie back into an internal room, one they could peek out of and wait for the attackers to approach. But no one came. Zach wasn't entirely surprised by this. The mercenaries weren't idiots, after all. They would wait there outside the building to regroup and plan their next attack. If they were really smart, half of them would be working their way around the other side of the building, hoping to sneak in from that direction and sandwich Zach and the others inside. Reggie seemed to be reading Zach's mind. "We need to press them," he whispered. "That hole in the wall is our real shot at getting out of here. We can't risk going somewhere else in the building and leaving the ambulance unprotected for too long. Eventually, they're going to figure it out." Zach thought he heard Russian voices conversing from just outside the scaffolding, and he looked over at Ben to see his brother's reaction. He was nodding. "I've got just the thing," Ben said. Zach watched him unclip the second of the gas canisters from his belt and pull off the safety. Reggie smiled as Ben underhanded the canister just to the edge of the opposite hallway wall. It came to a stop mere inches from the hole they had been walking through.
"Damn, perfect throw, mate," Reggie said. "If we're lucky, they won't even see it and we can—"
Zach saw a sudden movement, something long and dark, swinging around the scaffolding section into the inside of the hallway. It was a rifle, but it was the butt end of it. It connected with the canister almost as quickly as it had landed. The canister bounced and clattered against the opposite wall, the one their door was on about 2 feet away.
Get back!
Reggie said. The canister popped, and the gas began spilling out, quickly blocking their vision from the open door. Reggie lurched forward and shut the door with a boot, but Zach still saw some of the gas wafting in through the crack underneath. "It won't be enough to knock us out," Ben said. "At least I hope so." The three of them waited in silence for what seemed like an eternity. Zach counted the seconds off, listening as the gas canister trickled and failed. Neither team wanted to advance through the haze, knowing full well the powerful fumes would end the fight before it even started. After a minute, he heard the sounds of Russian voices once more, and Reggie looked at the other two. "Now our backs are up against it. Ember, Jacobson, you guys hearing me?" "Loud and clear, boss," Jacobson replied.
"Change of plans. We might need some help after all. But listen, I want to make sure you guys don't get pinned down. First, I need you to—"
There was a loud burst of static, and Zach winced with the volume change. He saw that Reggie and Ben had heard it as well, and when it ended, there was an eerie silence as his ears tried to adjust. "Ember? Jacobson? You reading me still?" There was no response.
Ember? Hey, what happened? Can you...
"They cut it off," Zach whispered. Ben and Reggie turned to stare at him.
How? This is not some fancy system. They would have to have known...
"Of course they knew, Ben. They've been watching us from the moment we landed. I don't know how, but this isn't some fancy newfangled tech. It's totally in the realm of possibility for them to get some kind of communication set up. It doesn't take much to figure out that..." His eyes widened, and he felt his face go white. "Zach, what's up?" Ben asked, seeing his brother's sudden change of demeanor. Zach's mouth moved, but words failed him as he looked at his brother, trying to convey the gravity of what he'd just realized. Chapter 57. Ben. Zach. Ben's younger brother seemed like he had just seen a ghost. His face white, an expression of shock registered. He had cut himself off mid-sentence, and while Ben was sure he had a good reason, this was not the time to stop. "It's just, I figured out why..." Zach paused, gathering his thoughts. "Come on, man," Reggie said. "Pull yourself together. We need you. Ember needs you." Zach nodded, shutting his eyes and squeezing them closed for a moment before reopening them. They were able to cut off our communications because they knew we would have something to communicate with. They knew we would try something, and this was all part of their plan. Other than jamming our signal. Something like that, yeah. That's not the point. They knew about it because they knew everything. They're watching us right now.
How is that possible?
When they cut off our communications, it's probably because they hacked into the same camera system Ember found. They're able to see us wherever we are inside the building. There aren't any cameras in here, but there are in the hallway because Ember was able to see us in the hallway earlier. "Yeah," Ben said. "But Ember shut off that feed, right? I mean, she's been playing a video loop for anyone watching that system feed." Zach shook his head. "No, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't hack this company's security feed. Besides, they would have had access to it anyway since the company probably paid them to kill us. I mean, they hacked Ember's computer." Reggie's mouth fell open. "The laptop?" "Of course," Zach said. "It's off the shelf, and she barely had any time to set up what she was doing, much less install security apps, proxies, and all that fancy stuff. It would be no trouble at all for the guys after us to start hacking as soon as they were within range. Basically, when they entered the parking lot." "So you think they hacked Ember's computer and are watching our every move through what she's able to see?"
Yes. And I wouldn't be surprised if they could hear everything we've said as well.
"But not anymore. They're jamming us, right?" He nodded. "That's my guess, yeah." Reggie straightened, gripping his weapon tightly. "Then that seals the deal. They've taken away our option to hide and hope for a chance to ambush them. Means we have to go full frontal assault now. Like a blitz." Zach looked from his brother to Reggie and back. "A blitz? Like, run out the front door, run out the side of the building and start shooting?" Reggie grinned. "Well, hopefully a bit more organized than that. And hopefully we start shooting at bad guys specifically. But yeah, that's the plan. We need to get out there before they actually home in on Ember's location." Ben seemed to treat this like new information. He chewed his lip for a moment. "I agree. If they can hack her laptop, there's no reason to suspect they can't triangulate our exact location." "Ready?" Ben asked. Reggie and Zach nodded. Ben explained how they would move, Reggie and Ben in front with Zach trailing behind since he was unarmed. Ben briefly drew up a plan, and a few seconds later, the trio prepared to leave the room. They entered the hallway, Ben and Reggie facing opposite directions to ensure no one had snuck up on them from those sides. Then their attention turned to the gaping maw in the side of the building. Ben saw a gas canister laying harmlessly along the wall, its contents thoroughly dissipated. Ben waited by the hole in the side of the building, listening. He assumed mercenaries would still be right around the other side, but heard nothing. He waited, then Reggie confirmed. "I don't hear anything. I'll go first, okay?" Ben nodded, and Reggie gave them a count. He threw his torso around the wall, aiming down the length of the scaffolding that led out to the parking lot. There was no one there. "Clear over here," Reggie said. Ben frowned. "Where the hell are they?" Ben started jogging, heading down the scaffolding until he was crouched behind a metal dumpster situated halfway into the parking lot. Reggie and Zach followed behind, and from his perch, he could barely see 2 construction trucks and an ambulance parked about 100 feet away. And then he saw movement. "Ben, there's someone!" Reggie didn't finish, instead rolling to the side to avoid being shot. Ben watched as a mercenary came into view from behind one of the SUVs parked to his left. The man carried a long, slender object in his hands, suddenly hoisting it up and over his shoulder.
Is that a...
RPG. Ben stood and started to fire, but the mercenary was quicker. He watched as the shoulder-mounted rocket-propelled grenade launcher came to life, smoke shooting from the front and back of the barrel. The projectile shot outward, heading directly toward the ambulance. Ben heard Zach shout something, but he couldn't make out the words over the sound of his and Reggie's weapons firing back at the mercenary. Reggie shot the man in the shoulder, and some rounds hit the man in the side as he fell to the ground, but the damage was done. The rocket blasted into the front corner of the ambulance, exploding on impact. The ambulance erupted in a fiery ball of flames, smoke, glass, and metal blasting outward. Ben was shouting now, yelling at his younger brother. Zach had taken off, sprinting toward the ambulance. Chapter 58. Zach ran toward the flaming ambulance as if his own life depended on it. He saw the remnants of the front door opening, a body sliding out. The driver. The man was not dead, but he was close. He groaned, flames already engulfing his lower body and torso. The door stayed open, allowing more oxygen into the interior of the space, feeding the flames. Tears were welling in his eyes, but he sprinted forward, ignoring the sounds of the gunfight ramping up behind him. He vaguely noticed a few rounds pockmarking the pavement around him, and felt the sensation of a bullet whizzing by his leg. He was getting shot at, but he didn't slow down. He heard voices shouting in Russian now. He understood the language but not their meaning. He couldn't think straight, couldn't understand what was happening. He could feel the heat from the burning, smoldering wreckage, and it forced him to slow. He held his hand up to his brow, trying to shield his eyes from the searing flames. He heard Ben calling his name, begging him to stop and get out of the line of sight from the enemy mercenaries firing at him. Reggie's own weapon cut through the sound of Ben's voice, gunning down the mercenaries where they stood. Finally, Zach turned, noticing 2 gunmen already down, a third firing back at Ben and Reggie. As he watched, Reggie put a round into the man's forehead, sending his neck snapping backward and his body crumbling to the ground. He thought there was one more, but he couldn't see anyone else. He noticed one of the SUVs they had arrived in approaching slowly. It was heading directly for him. He frowned, shaking his head in disbelief. Were they trying to run him down? The car didn't seem to be speeding up. In fact, it looked to be slowing down. Maybe he was seeing everything in slow motion. He had heard of situations where immense stress and adrenaline cause the human mind to seem to slow, and he wondered if this was what he was experiencing now. More shouting, more voices, these in English. He recognized his brother's voice and Reggie's. He looked over, trying to blink back tears. Were they waving at him, telling him to move out of the way? He sidestepped the SUV at the last moment, but realized that it had stopped 5 feet in front of him. The window began rolling down. Ben was running across the street, aiming directly toward him. Reggie was right at his heels, swinging his assault rifle to the left and right, as if preparing for an attack from the SUV or... Ben's own weapon was aimed directly at the SUV, as if anticipating an attack from that direction. Zach peered into the vehicle. It was empty, save for the person driving it. He looked in and... "Zach!" a voice called out. It didn't sound like Ben's, and he shook his head, trying to understand. He spun around once more, looking at the wreckage of the destroyed ambulance. The flames were hotter now, though he had moved farther away. Thick plumes of black smoke tumbled outward and upward. The fire had found the oil in the engine. The back of the truck was simply missing, and he could see the opposite side of the parking lot through the flames. A thin metal frame still hung on one side, where the ambulance's ceiling and wall had previously been.
He saw the chairs, the seats they had sat in, curling and melting inside the cab.
He tried not to notice Jacobson, lifeless in the front passenger seat.
"Zach, get in!"
He spun around again, now facing the SUV once more. Ben and Reggie were gone. Then he noticed Reggie's head poking out from the top of the SUV on the opposite side. What the hell? The two men were getting into the SUV, and he looked once more at the driver. Ember? The word fell out roughly, awkwardly. It was as if he hadn't spoken in 10 years. He cleared his throat and asked again, now seeing her face clearly. She was crying, tears falling freely over her cheeks. He opened the front passenger door and stepped inside. Before he could close it, she sped off, aiming toward the single entrance and exit to the parking lot, the road they had come in on. She floored it, and Zach felt his back pressed against the seat as he pulled the door closed firmly. There was a hand on his shoulder, Ben's. It squeezed, a small act of consolation. No one spoke, but Zach looked over his shoulder at Reggie and Ben behind him. Both had stoic, thin lines for mouths, stoic expressions on their faces. Reggie gave him a single, solid nod. His brother didn't move, but finally spoke. That was a close one. I'm sorry, little brother.
Chapter 59.
Zach.
I don't understand,
Zach said.
After?
From the driver's seat, Ember glanced over as she veered to the left to catch the small highway leading away from the company headquarters. So far, the other SUV hadn't come chasing, so Zach's assumption was that there had only been 4 or 5 mercenaries there, and that Ben and Reggie had taken them out. But he wasn't worried about the mercenaries at the moment. Ember is alive. After we got cut off? She asked. Yeah, you guys were just about to beg for my help, and I wanted to be a part of the action anyway. Beg is a bit too strong of a word, friend, Reggie said. She laughed. Well, I was coming around to the north side of the building, planning to sneak in between the scaffolding and those drop cloths acting like a wall. I was about halfway there when the explosion happened. I had ducked behind that SUV. No one was inside. I figured it was as good a time as any to start making our escape. What would you have done if someone was inside? Zach asked. She tossed him a glance that spoke volumes. You and I both know what I would have done in that case. Zach smiled, but his heart rate was still elevated. The action had caused his adrenaline to spike. But it was the thought of losing Ember, the actual sight of losing Ember, knowing she was in the back of the ambulance when it exploded, that was causing his ragged breaths. You need to calm yourself down, little brother, Ben said. It's a lot of excitement for a guy like you. A guy like me, Zach snapped. I've been through some shit before. Hell, I've been through some of it with you. Reggie chuckled. I think he means a guy who's in love. He hung on the last word, as if poking fun at Zach. I will stop this car right now and kick you out, Ember joked. Reggie shrugged. Who said I was joking? Zach let out a sigh, then looked over at Ember. She refused to look back, instead gripping the steering wheel tightly while staring straight out the window. He wasn't sure how he felt in that moment, but he didn't offer a rebuttal. We can finish this lover's quarrel later, Ben said finally. Right now, we need to figure out what we're going to do about that train. What can we do? Zach asked. We don't even know what it is, what it's doing, or if the slime mold's going to be on it. Let's say it is, Reggie said. We already know they're trying to build a self-contained city of their own, and they need the slime mold, lots of it, to help them grow crops and plants. He paused for a moment. Even if it is on the train, what are we supposed to do? Steal it? He's got a point, Ember said. If they need an entire train to get this stuff up there, the 4 of us aren't going to do much about it. Information, Ben said. We've been one step behind these guys since we arrived, and I want that to end. The way we're going to do that is by getting information, and that information is on that train. Now he's got a point, Zach said. Zach, what else did you find on that computer? Anything else you can use? Details about the route, departure time, manifest? Not to the last one, but yeah, I know where it's departing from and what time. We can make it easily. But again, What's the plan once we're there? We can't just say, "Hi, we're here for a ride north." No, we can't. Silence passed for a few seconds, then Ben continued. But we can take a play out of their playbook. Reggie laughed again, louder and longer this time. What are you thinking, buddy? We dress up like mercenaries and say, "Hi, we're here to find those damned Americans." Zach turned around in the seat to watch his brother's reaction. He stuck his tongue out of the side of his mouth, pushing his cheek outward as he thought. His eyes rolled down, then back up at Reggie and Zach. Yeah, he said slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 60. Ben.
Ember drove the SUV to the location Zach gave her, which is where he claimed the train station would be. That was where their train would be departing from, and where they would have the best chance at getting on board.
Ben watched the northern outskirts of Moscow pass by, even the suburb in the distance, where they had first arrived. They followed the contours of the city's extremities upward, through a massive industrial complex that would take them to the train's doorstep. But he still hadn't convinced everyone else this was a good idea. In truth, he hadn't convinced himself this was a good idea. Ben, it's insane, Reggie was saying. I didn't recognize any of those hired guns we shot down in that parking lot, which tells me there could be any number of them waiting for us somewhere else. And that tells me they were hired by someone else entirely. That company is pulling out all the stops to try to wipe us off the face of the earth. And they're going to know what we look like. True, but I'm hoping we don't have to convince the other mercenaries waiting for us at the train, if they are in fact there, that we are just regular old mercenaries. That train is going to be full of cargo, so we just have to convince whoever's in charge of putting the cargo on the train in the first place that we're there to find some American fugitives. Zach turned around and addressed him and Reggie. Yeah, and based on what I saw back in that building, we'll have plenty of time to stop somewhere to get uniforms. We don't need anything special. Even plain clothes can act as disguises. Yeah, and from what I saw on that computer back at the company building, we've got plenty of time. I don't think we need to stop to buy uniforms or anything like that. Going undercover probably sells it even better. But there is time to make it work. That's just it, guys. I don't see how it can work, Ember said, not turning her head as she spoke, focusing on navigating the narrow industrial corridor. Let's say we get lucky and do happen to come across someone in charge of cargo. You know they're going to have to call it in to their supervisor, who will have to call it in up the chain, on and on until somebody calls our bluff. I can't think of anyone who's got the sort of clout and finesse with communications to even make this seem plausible. I do. Everyone stopped, and Reggie and Zach stared at Ben. You're right that it's going to take no small amount of luck to convince the cargo loaders we are who we say we are. But if we can get it in writing, on their manifest, even last minute, it will sell it. Hell, especially last minute. We need them to see that there's a last-minute operation in place. You know someone who can do that? Ember asked. I can't even do that, and neither can your wife. Ben shook his head, squeezing his eyes closed. He thought about the rabbit's foot, the object that had started this whole debacle in the first place. Yeah, I do, but I haven't spoken to him in a long time, and I'm not sure the number still works.
Ben? No.
Ben looked at his best friend. This is our only shot, Reggie, and if there's anything else we need, he might be able to help us. But you don't even know that he wants to help us. You haven't heard from him in over a year. Ever since... I know exactly when the last time I heard from him was. Right before I was kidnapped. Now I don't know if he was involved in that at all or not, and I don't care right now. We know what we need, and you know he can get it done. Reggie chewed his lip for a moment, but then nodded. Yeah, you're right. The worst he can do is say no. No, the worst he can do is say, hey, I've been working with the enemy the entire time, and had you kidnapped at that estate in Corsica. Again, all eyes turned to face him. Ben, Reggie began, is there something you're not telling us? Ben let out a sigh, then took in a sharp breath. Yeah, unfortunately there is. All of this has gone down. The mercenaries tracking us, finding out our every location, it's all because of me. Yeah, but you had no idea. They sent that rabbit's foot to you knowing that you would believe it was from Mr. E, Ember said. They played you, but it would have worked on any of us. But it didn't work on any of you. It worked on me. Ben's eyes fell to his lap. And I don't think it was the mercenaries that sent the rabbit's foot. Now that's just... Ben, what the hell are you talking about? Reggie asked. I told you there was a note with it, and I told you what it said. That was signed by Mr. E. None of us have ever seen his handwriting, so we couldn't have used that to verify it was him or not. Yeah, we remember, Zach said. The note said something about, luck here, don't miss this. Right. And that was the exact same thing he told me the first time I ever met him. Ben sighed again. It wasn't a coincidence, guys. It wasn't the mercenaries, or the company, whoever's behind all of this. They weren't the ones that sent me the rabbit's foot. Ben, it doesn't add up. Why would he? I have no idea why he would do anything, or why he does anything he does. He's always been reclusive, secretive. Maybe along the way, he got in bed with the enemy, or maybe they've been pulling the strings all along. How the hell do I know? But I'm pretty confident about one thing, and that's the fact that Mr. E sent me that rabbit's foot himself. He wanted me to have it, and he knew there was a tracker inside. I don't believe Mr. E would try to have us killed, Reggie said. I don't want to believe that either, and I'm not going to. There's something bigger going on here, and I don't know what it is. But I do know that we can call him right now and ask him. He may lie to us, he may not even answer the phone at all, or he can tell us the truth. But now's the time to find out. Chapter 61. Ben. Hello? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Ben's blood ran cold. He actually answered. Hello? Is this? Harvey, you know it is. He recognized the voice immediately. He squeezed his eyes closed, then opened them again and looked at the others in the car. They were parked outside the station, and they could see the train behind the long, low building in front of them. A few dock workers milled about, some carrying loads of boxes on dollies, another driving a forklift. It wasn't packed, but there were certainly more people around than Ben was comfortable with. Reggie urged him on. He mouthed the words, "You got this." Suddenly, Ben was hit with a wave of emotions. Not just a single emotion, but the entire spectrum of human emotion. Here was a man, one he may have called a friend at one point. He hadn't spoken to since he had been kidnapped, plucked off the island in the Mediterranean, and taken to a Turkish prison, where he rotted in a cell for 9 months. Save for the moments he had been tortured by the prison guards. No one had heard from Mr. E since, and the going theory was that he might have been behind Ben's kidnapping. Though no one wanted to overtly admit it, there didn't seem to be any other plausible explanation. They knew Mr. E had set up the meeting, Ben's trust in the man causing him to go alone. And when Ben had been rescued by the same team put together by Mr. E years before, Mr. E had not revealed himself after the fact, nor had he given an explanation as to why it had all happened. Instead, the man had gone radio silent, not communicating or answering whenever they called. Only Ben had tried to call, and only twice, but the number had been disconnected both times. Now he almost wished it had still been disconnected, but as soon as he heard the dial tone, he felt convinced their old benefactor would answer the phone. As it turned out, he had. "Harvey, we have a lot to discuss." The wave of emotions, nostalgia, anger, confusion, pain, suddenly turned to rage. "Discuss? Listen, man, I was kidnapped at your estate and taken to—" "I understand you're frustrated," Mr. E said, his voice characteristically cool. "I also know everything. I know exactly what happened. It wasn't my estate. I had been invited there, just like you." A tinge of hope sprang forth in Ben's mind. Perhaps this man had been kidnapped as well, and they both had been duped by someone pulling the strings, just as Reggie had suggested. He had Mr. E on speakerphone, a fact he knew Mr. E was well aware of, but didn't care to explain. He wanted the others to hear. He knew they deserved to hear. "You didn't call. You didn't communicate in any way. And you used to run one of the world's largest communications companies on the planet. If anyone knows how to communicate without raising a red flag, it's you. Harvey, I understand you want a lot of things from me right now, especially an explanation and an apology. Rest assured, I will give you both in time. But you didn't call me to ask for either of those right now, did you?
Ben swallowed. No, I didn't.
Then ask what you called to ask me. Ben tried to understand this man's emotional state. He had no facial tics or visual cues to go off of, but it sounded like Mr. E was being short, clipping his sentences and saying only the blunt truth. He wondered if the man was under duress, but he didn't sense any distress in his voice.
We need your help.
I suspected. Why did you suspect? Ben asked. Did you set all this up? Are you working with the people trying to kill us right now? I believe you know the answer to that question. But for everyone else listening to the call, no, I did not set any of this up. Then, what? How can this possibly make any sense? You sent me a tracking device, knowing that I would shove it into my pocket and carry it with me on this mission. To find us. To kill us. We've lost 4 men already. Good men. Harvey, it was never my intention to have anyone killed, least of all you and your team. Again, I will apologize in due time, but I suspect you don't have time for that. Ben forced himself to breathe, to calm down. He wanted to hold Julie in hope right now, to squeeze Julie's hand and let her coach him through this conversation. Yeah, fine. Listen, we need to board the train, but we need your help getting on.
I'm listening.
Ben knew they were putting all of their cards on the table. They were risking everything trusting Mr. E now. But he truly felt they had no other choice. Taking the chance of just trying to walk onto the train without being seen seemed like an even longer shot. The least he could do was ask, as Reggie said. The mercenaries that are after us, they've had a few too many close calls. We need to get on that train, and the only way we see to do it is to pretend like we are some of those same mercenaries. The good news is, it seems like there's multiple teams after us, so this could be a situation of one hand not knowing what the other is doing. I understand. Go on. We don't expect the ruse to last all day, but we just need to sneak onto that train by letting the cargo and transport chief know that we're there for a sanctioned reason.
You need to hack the manifest and put in a last-minute change request ordering the dock workers to let you on board, Mr. E said.
Ben almost smiled. He had put it so succinctly, anticipated their ask so perfectly. For a moment, it gave him pause. Perhaps he was working with the mercenaries? Perhaps this was just another trap, intended to trick them into thinking getting onto the train would be an easy task. It's the best chance we've got, he told himself.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Can you do it or not?
There was a small pause, and then an awkward sound. Was he chuckling? Harvey, I wondered when you would finally ask.
Chapter 62.
Reggie.
Moment of truth.
Reggie looked down at the manifest on the tablet in the dockworkers' hands. They had been corralled here by the station chief, then left to wait for 5 minutes. Zach had assured them the train wasn't scheduled to depart for another 5, but Reggie was beginning to feel anxious. His hand gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, no longer needing to hide it or pretend like he didn't have it. The Russian man in front of them, portly and gruff, scrutinized each of them. He growled something at Zach in Russian, and Reggie wondered for the 100th time whether or not the man would suddenly direct a question at him, revealing his lack of knowledge of the Russian language. He hoped to God Mr. E wasn't playing them, and that he could get them on board as he told them he could. In the corner of his eye, Reggie saw the station chief approaching once more, now also carrying a tablet. He was looking down at it, hustling as he worked. Reggie saw his fingers flick over the screen, pulling up some secret that would make or break their progress. He wasn't worried about dying here. None of these dock workers were armed, and none seemed incredibly fit to begin with. But this was Russia. A phone call to the right person could not just get a small team of crack mercenaries on their tail, but the entire might of the Russian armed forces. He and Ben stood about 5 feet behind Zach and Ember, but all 3 of them let Zach do the talking. He had informed the workers he was the commander of this unit, 2 men and a woman. This much he had explained to them in advance, and Reggie did understand the words for man and woman, as Zach pointed them out. He also saw Zach tapping his wristwatch, a nice addition to the act. The two Russians conversed for another moment, then the chief looked at all four of them with a stern expression. Reggie's heart sank as the man began addressing him in quick Russian, but then his head turned, and he finished the sentence facing Zach. Zach nodded, then replied with a single word. He stood ramrod straight, looking every bit the part of an undercover Russian soldier, with his light skin and dark hair. Even if these two men suspected Zach and the others weren't who they said they were, there would be no reason to suspect they weren't at least Russian. Finally, the chief dropped the tablet to his side and marched away, already yelling at some workers who were standing to the side smoking a cigarette. The second man stared up at Zach for another moment, his round face deepening his scowl, but then he finally relented. He turned and walked in the other direction. Zach turned and faced Reggie and Ben and put his arm on Ember's shoulder. He leaned in, whispering, "They bought it. Whatever Mr. E did worked. I heard the chief say something about orders coming in last minute, and then the dock worker acknowledging it by saying they were confirmed and corroborated by another source as well. I didn't hear the details, and I couldn't see the screen." "Shit, he actually did it," Ben said.
Reggie let out a sigh of relief, wiping his brow of the few droplets of sweat.
In all his action as an army sniper and grunt, as well as his time with the CSO afterward, Reggie had never felt so nervous about being exposed. Perhaps the fact that these mercenaries had been one step ahead of them the entire time had something to do with it.
We don't have much time left, though, Zach continued. Everyone keep your mouth shut. Ember, you're doing great, but your accent's not there yet.
She rolled her eyes at him but then nodded. "You two take up the rear of our little convoy. I'll walk in the front right, so if anyone has questions, they can address them to me. I told those guys we will be out of the way, that we'll hide in the back in one of the cargo cars." "They seemed to think that was okay?" Reggie asked. Zach smiled. "They wouldn't have it any other way." He led them to the open doors of a cargo car being filled with the same size boxes they had seen carried in on a dolly. They were stacking the boxes floor to ceiling, but once inside the car, workers totally ignored the four undercover mercenaries and just stacked boxes around them. Reggie eyed the top of one of them, satisfied it was full of something sturdy enough to use as a seat, then launched himself atop the stack and slung his weapon from over his shoulder. "Now we wait," he said. "Now we wait."
Chapter 63.
Ben. "Let me get this straight," Ember said. "You think this Mr. E guy, the one who started the civilian special operations in the first place, who has been nothing but loyal, sent you a tracker in the mail disguised as a good luck charm? And he has some complex, convoluted reason that makes sense?" Ben shrugged from inside the train car. "I'll admit it doesn't make sense, but I'm also the first to admit that just because something doesn't make sense doesn't mean we can't trust the messenger. In my line of work, that's exactly why you can't trust the messenger. Well, in my line of work, we have no choice but to trust people who have been loyal to us." Ben watched Ember, wondering if the standoff would continue to increase in tension. Instead, she turned to Zach, gave a little shrug and a sigh, then looked back at Ben. "Look, I'm not trying to be difficult. There have been too many close calls. It's a fact that this mercenary group has been chasing us the entire time. It's also a fact that we've had a tracking device with us most of the time. I can't help but think these two events are related." Reggie jumped in. "I know how it looks because I feel the same way." All eyes turned to him. "I've always trusted the guy, but there was always something strange about him. His name is Mr. E, after all. His wife was a character, had enough personality for the both of them, but I wonder if things changed after she—" Ben's eyes hit the floor. Mrs. E had been part of their team, a strong, large woman capable of just about anything necessary. She knew enough about computer systems to help Julie and the others from a security standpoint, and knew enough about combat from her military experience to be useful in other ways. But she had been killed in a bombing at Ben's cabin less than a year earlier. A man had delivered a box truck to his front door loaded with explosives, and it was only by luck that Ben and the others were spared. "I don't see that as a possibility," Ben said. "You don't see that? Ben, think about it. The man lost his wife, the only person who probably understood him, and it was our fault. Ben shot a cold glance toward his best friend. Say that again. His voice was steely, edged with pain and anger. Exasperated, Reggie shook his head. Ben, come on, you know what I mean. Out of all of us, you took it the hardest. You blame yourself. It wasn't your fault, but it was indirectly our fault. She wouldn't have been around if it wasn't for us building headquarters for the CSO there. Ben stood, walking over the moving train car toward his friend. Reggie stayed seated on the stack of boxes containing MREs. I'm not going to tell you again, Ben said. Drop it. Reggie waited a moment, then held his arms up, palms out. His prosthetic hand and arm stared back at Ben, cold and lifeless, though the fingers on the hand wriggled as Reggie controlled them using impulses from his brain. Seeing it reminded Ben of everything they had been through together. Mrs. E wasn't the first person they had lost in pursuit of their goal to be the good guys and help however they could to bring down terrorist organizations and those the government couldn't touch. It reminded him of the people at home now, waiting for them. Julie, Hope, Sarah Lindgren. I'm sorry, Ben said. It's a touchy subject, as you can imagine. The point is, under normal circumstances, I would agree with you that there might be a tie between Mr. E and what's happening now, but I can't accept that he's the mastermind behind all of it. How can he not be? Easy. So he gave us a tracking device. Who knows why? It's Mr. E we're talking about. Maybe he wanted to ensure we were safe, not under duress, moving freely. Maybe he wanted to contact us and needed to ensure we weren't prisoners. I mean, you heard him. He was expecting my call. Ember nodded. That actually makes a strange sort of sense. Maybe he gave you the tracking device because it was a one-way communication piece, something that would fly under the radar. It would tell whoever was watching us that we were being tracked, but without giving us a way to call for help. Ben didn't understand the technology enough to verify her claims, but nodded since this was the line of reasoning he had taken. Right. I suspect these mercenaries, whoever hired them, found out about it.
Somehow they intercepted the package Mr. E sent me, found the device, and hacked it. They used it to their advantage without alerting us, or Mr. E.
He looked to his younger brother for confirmation. Zach stood up, rubbing his chin and nodding. Yeah, that's totally possible, not even difficult. Tampering with mail would be the hardest thing, and that's not even that hard. Okay, so working theory, Ben continued. Mr. E tried to send me the package with the tracking device for some strange reason only he knows, perhaps to ensure we were safe or contactable. The mercenaries intercepted the package, tampered with the device, and used it to keep tabs on us. When I called Mr. E, he was anticipating the call since he reached out first, but he probably didn't anticipate the mercenaries getting involved and didn't realize the trouble we were in. That about sums it up for me, Ember said. Most importantly, we have evidence to suggest Mr. E is still on our side. All eyes turned to him once more. We called him and asked for help. Specifically, we asked if he could hack the manifest of this train so we could get on, disguised as the mercenaries chasing us. He pulled it off without hesitation. That is a good point, Zach said.
I'm choosing to believe that's how things played out, Ben said, because that's the only explanation I can think of. There was a long silence, and Ben turned to stare at his friend. Reggie let out a deep breath, his eyes looking up at the ceiling of the train car. Ben, there is one more explanation, of course.
Ben's heart sank. He knew what was coming but didn't want to hear it. It could be that we're just pawns in a much bigger game. Mr. E has been playing us from the beginning. He's working for someone we can't even fathom, in a game where we can't even see the boundaries. Chapter 64. Ben. Waiting was not Reggie's strong suit, and Ben could see the man itching for action. He watched as his best friend tapped his heels against the boxes he was sitting on, fiddling with his gun. He then looked at his fingernails, chewed one of them, then another, then spat onto the stack of boxes across from him. And how long were we planning to wait? Reggie asked. Ben smiled. What? You in some kind of hurry? The train pulled off the station about half an hour before, and Zach's best guess was that their ride would be about 4 hours long. I'm not much of the waiting around type.
I was hoping we might be able to peek ahead in one of the other cars, or at least peek into one of these boxes. Maybe they're filled with decks of cards and bottles of scotch.
Already checked, Ember said. It's MREs. Like food? Ben watched Reggie jump off his stack, turn, then inspect the box he had been sitting on. He pulled out foil-packed boxes with inked descriptions in Russian. I can't read it, but I'll take your word for it. Weird that they'd be sending a bunch of these up there.
Yeah, I thought they were going to use the slime mold to grow food up there.
Maybe they've got an army base these are going to for now, Reggie postulated. They'll need something to eat while they build the city. Could be an Army Corps of Engineers sort of deal. Planned military-style city built by the Army itself. Checks out to me, Ben said. But that's not what we were talking about. Reggie is getting a little restless. What say we go check out some of the other cars? Zach looked at his older brother like he was insane. Ben, we can't just leave. This is a cargo car, and the doors are on the side, remember? Ben laughed. Oh, I remember. But they open from the inside, and we're not locked in. Plus, I've always wanted to do a Mission Impossible move on the tops of train cars. Was that Mission Impossible? Reggie asked. Can't remember, but I meant without the fighting part. Still, that's our only way forward, if you want to go exploring. Not all these cars are cargo cars. Some of them will have access points between the cars. We can drop down into one of them and get inside just by walking to the door. You mean just by walking on top of a moving train and jumping across the gap to find the car that has a door, Zach said. Ben's smile grew. Yeah, that's what I said.
Chapter 65.
Krug. Krug watched the screen with growing wariness. He was not one to second-guess himself, as he had been trained too well and had too much experience to harbor any hesitation around his decisions. However, there was no denying the fact that this CSO team was apparently far better than he had anticipated. His only solace was in knowing that he had not put the brief together himself, and therefore was relying on obviously incorrect and incomplete information. On the computer screen, the heads-up display the pilot of the fighter jet was seeing was shown, flashing back and forth between the view from a camera mounted in the cockpit, looking out, and a digitized map showing the plane's progress over Russia's terrain. He was standing at the command station inside the bunker, and while there were other people in the room, each was performing his or her own duties, completely ignoring Krug and his mission. He liked it that way. He needed to focus, needed to pay close attention to this phase of his challenge. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and pulled it out to look at the caller. His frustration and anger at having been sidestepped by the CSO team once again at the company headquarters was compounded by annoyance at the realization his employer was calling once more. Apparently, he had not made it clear that he did not want to hear from any of the three men calling the shots until his mission was complete. Still, there was nothing better to do but wait for the fighter jet to be in position, so he lifted the phone up to his ear and connected. I have an update on the mercenary group we sent to the company headquarters, his employer's voice said. Krug sighed. I already know the status of the mercenary team you sent to the company headquarters. We lost communications with them an hour ago, which tells me they're all dead. Yes, but details can wait. They're dead, but I'm still moving forward with the second half of this mission. The CSO team has played their hand. We know exactly where they are going now. How can you possibly know that? Because they sent the plane with the tracking device in that direction, knowing we would be watching it. They needed it to be plausible enough that we would be fooled into thinking they were heading for the train. Besides, they went to the company headquarters building, which means they were on the right track in the first place. It could be they found details about the train there, but the point is, there's nowhere else for them to go. There was a pause as the man on the other end of the phone digested this. Very well. The mission report is being typed up as we speak, and I will send it to you as soon as it's done. Are there details in the report you think I should know about? Krug knew the implication would come through. Did you call for a reason, or did you just want to chat? Only that secure files were accessed. As you suspected, information about the train and its destination were among them. Krug nodded as he watched the icon of the dot on the screen, closing in on the dot on the far edge. The view switched again to the camera mounted on the front of the aircraft, and he saw nothing but sky in all directions. Then the view changed again to the top-down view of the map with both dots superimposed on it.
Is there anything else?
One more thing. The train's manifest was changed 15 minutes ago. Krug squinted through one eye at the screen as he listened. Changed how? He asked. A change order was placed last minute before the train departed. It added personnel to the list of support staff.
For personnel? The CSO team?
We believe so, yes. We suspected they would be on the train, and this must be how they did it. Krug shook his head. I don't understand. How were they able to put in the change request that quickly? Surely someone must have been pulling the strings. We don't know, but we are looking into it. We do know that one of the members, Ember Clark, knows her way around a computer. It's possible she could have hacked the system, but that doesn't explain... It doesn't explain how the team was able to sneak past the dock security. They would have had to interact with someone at least, which means they would have been exposed. Correct. But they didn't change the manifest to allow themselves on the train. At least not by using their names. Instead, they claimed to be a mercenary group looking for the CSO team. At this, Krug smiled. Ingenious, really. I've suspected this team is better equipped to handle tense situations than we initially thought, he said. Had my intelligence been better, or had I been given the time to collect it myself, this never would have been a problem. Be that as it may, you were given the intelligence we were able to collect in the time we had. If you feel like you will not be able to complete the job after all, by all means, I didn't say that, Krug snapped. But this group has worked its way through 2 teams so far. We can't just keep throwing more bodies at them. They'll be expecting that. What then? We can have another team in place if necessary, and the entire train is filled with... I know what's on the train, Krug said, once again cutting off his employer. No more teams. No more mercenaries. They'll be expecting that, and they've already proven to be lucky enough to get past them. I'm doing this myself now, and I assure you, they will not expect that. There was a longer pause, then a single word before Krug hung up. Understood. Krug ended the call and shoved the phone back into his pocket. On the screen in front of him, the white dot representing the fighter jet was now in the middle of the screen. The yellow dot, representing the private commercial jet, was still moving in the same direction, but it had joined the white dot near the center of the screen. As he watched, both dots converged into one for a moment. Engaging target, the pilot said. His calm words piped directly into Krug's ear. There was a pause of 3 seconds, which felt like an eternity, and finally, the single dot continued moving past the center of the screen. Only this time, there was no yellow dot near it. Krug waited for the words he knew would come next, and they did another second later. Target eliminated, mission success. It had taken a lot of string pulling for Krug to scramble a fighter jet from the Russian Air Force, but he had convinced his employers to do just that. It was perhaps a grandiose move, one that might be considered overkill, but he was done playing games, done taking chances. It was a final solution, one that was irrevocable. He hadn't known if the CSO team was on the jet when he first scrambled the fighter pilot, but it didn't matter. The tracking device had been, and he intended to destroy it and anyone else on board. At least that phase of the mission was a success.
Chapter 66.
Ben. The air whipped over Ben's face and nearly caused him to stumble out the open door of the train car. His right hand was clasped tightly around the inside handle, the left half of his body hanging out the side of the train as the rolling hills and small lakes dotting the region blurred past. He took a breath, steeling his nerves. Should have brought bourbon, he thought. He had considered asking Reggie. He knew his friend was always good for that sort of thing, but he knew full well no one had any liquid courage on their person this time. One step at a time, he told himself. He pulled his foot out and placed it on the step lining the outside of the train car. He was grateful the designers of these cars had at least thought to put steps, though the shelf was little more than a 4-inch slit running alongside the bottom of the car. One wrong move. He shook his head as he stretched his left arm out and across to try to grasp the tiny gap bent into the sheet metal exterior. It wasn't a handhold, but it would have to do. He forced his breaths to steady as the train gently rocked and swayed, and began pushing out over a bridge. He dared to look down, saw that it wasn't terribly high, but there was no water underneath. A fall from this height wouldn't be the best way to end his day.
"The hell are you doing, man? Hurry it up," Reggie shouted at him.
Ben pressed his lips into a thin line. He wasn't in a joking mood, though he knew Reggie was only teasing him to keep their spirits high. It was normally one of his favorite characteristics of the man, but right now Ben just wanted to get to the end of this train car, and around to the space between this car and the one in front of it. He reached it a minute later, moving slowly and sliding so at least 3 points of contact were on the train car at all times. He pressed himself into the space between the cars, holding onto the metal ladder riveted to the side of their car. He waited there for another minute until Reggie's face appeared.
"You still catching your breath?" Reggie shouted. "I thought you'd be up in the engine by now."
Ben raised his eyebrows and forced a smile, then reached forward and grabbed the ladder on the back of the train car in front of them. As they suspected, there was at least one more cargo car like theirs in front of them, which meant the only way to the cars in front of that would be to go around, a feat Ben was not excited to repeat, or go up and over the top. He pulled himself up the ladder, allowing his body to sway and move with the train car, surprised by how relatively sturdy it felt. It wasn't like driving a vehicle, where every tiny bump and groove in the road was felt. Trains were extremely smooth since their weight was distributed across the two rails and any number of wheels contacting them.
But he didn't want to get cocky. The last thing he needed was to assume his footing and let himself stumble and slide off the top of the roof of the car.
He reached the roof quickly, crawling forward on his hands and knees to the center of the car. There, he paused and looked up. The train stretched in front of him to the horizon, and he could only see 4 or 5 cars ahead. Reggie joined him, coming up behind and just beside him to shout into his ear once more. "Hard to say which cars are which," he said. "Guess we're going to need to do this the old-fashioned way." Ben smiled, then stood up. He placed one foot in front of the other, as if surfing on top of the fast-moving train. The wind hit his face again, daring him to press forward. But it was relatively easy to stand, and he found that by sort of sliding forward, shuffling each foot as he moved, he could actually make good progress.
Reggie was with him every step. "Feels good, doesn't it?" he asked.
Ben's smile grew. The plan was simple. He and Reggie would push forward and find a car with a rear or forward entrance, which implied the car was carrying either precious cargo or humans, who would need to be able to move freely through the train. It was possible the company had put the slime mold in one of the cargo cars the CSO team had hidden in, but there would be no way to check that many cargo cars anyway, and they didn't want to risk trying to shimmy along the sides of them to open the huge bay doors of each one while the train was moving. With any luck, the slime mold was kept in a climate-controlled car, at least one with air conditioning, or one guarded by security personnel. If the slime mold was as valuable to the company as they suspected, and Zach assured them it was, they would not have stored the slime mold in haphazard stacks like the MREs they had found in their own car. So they would push forward on the rooftops, moving as far to the front of the train as they felt necessary, then drop down into one of them to start looking around, while Zach and Ember worked on the next phase of the plan back in the cargo car. Ember's voice crackled into Ben's ear. "Still hearing us?" she asked. The cheap walkie-talkie system had proven to be very useful, and they kept it when they boarded, hoping the range would be enough to allow them communication if they had to split up. "Loud and clear," Reggie said. "Good. The computer's got good battery life, so I'm sniffing around trying to see what access points might be installed on board. I wasn't able to snag a copy of that manifest Mr. E altered, but I suspect if I can find one on board, it will tell us exactly where the slime mold samples are being held." "Good work," Ben said. "Stay out of sight, and let us know if you find anything useful. We're just going to be..." "Walking on top of the train? Acting like a professional stuntman?" "Invoking your inner Jason Bourne?" Zach added. Ben smiled again. "Yeah, let's go with that." They had reached the end of this train car, and now stood on its front edge. Ben looked over at Reggie, who was also grinning. Jason Bourne it is, Reggie said. Though I prefer Bond. James Bond.
Did he ever run on top of a train? Ben asked.
Did Jason Bourne?
Beats me. Either way, I'm Jason Bourne or James Bond. That means you're...
The hot chick you get to sleep with? Reggie asked, a sly look in his eye.
I think I just vomited in my mouth,
Ben muttered. But Reggie didn't hear him, as he had backed up a few steps and suddenly sprang forward, lunging over the gap between the two train cars. He landed deftly, hitting the roof of the next car lightly, and immediately crouching, one hand on the roof with the other out for balance. Ben let out a breath and backed up to open up as well. He once again calmed his nerves, psyching himself up. All right, Jason Bourne, he thought. Here goes nothing. Chapter 67. Ben. Together, Ben and Reggie pulled open the rear of the train car they were standing behind. With a heave, the door creaked and slid open, revealing a dark interior. Ben blinked a few times to let his eyes adjust, looking down into the depths of the train car. As they'd suspected, this car was also devoid of human life, but its cargo was a bit more sensitive, and therefore had to ride in climate-controlled cars. Food, Reggie said, stepping into the car behind Ben. Ben was already moving down the aisle, working toward the opposite end of the train. Looks like food and drinks. Yeah, let's keep moving, Ben said. Can't we just stop for a cold one real quick? Ben turned and stared at his friend with a strange expression on his face. Reggie shrugged, reaching over and pulling out a long-necked bottle from an open container to his left. And they are cold ones. As he watched, Reggie pulled the beer bottle out of a sheath of cardboard and smacked the top of it with the heel of his palm, while holding the bottle's neck against the metal table the boxes were stacked on. The bottle cap skittered away and clattered amongst the other bottles behind it, and Reggie pulled the beverage up to his lips and took a swig. Ben couldn't help but laugh. You're insane, you know that? Reggie made a foul expression, swishing the liquid between his cheeks, then finally swallowing. It's not that it's bad. It's just not good. Sit, Rep, Ember said in both of their ears. What did you guys find? Reggie found the slime mold, Zach, Ben joked. Unfortunately, he's taken to drinking all of it. What? Zach's voice rattled in Ben's ears. Reggie, you can't. It's not meant for human consumption. Easy, little Bennett, Reggie said. He's making a joke. A bad one, which is how you can tell it's one of Ben's jokes. We're on our way. I just got sidetracked by the sight of thousands of free beers. Ben turned and began marching toward the door once more, with Reggie following behind him. Ben heard the bottle crash as Reggie threw it to the side. They reached the opposite door, pulled it open, then stepped out into the narrow walkway between the cars. The retractable walkway made moving from one car to the other a breeze. The automated system pushed out and met in the middle from both cars, connecting on three edges with strong electromagnets. It was able to sway a bit with the motion of the train, and Reggie joined Ben on it next. Let's hope the next train has something besides beer in it, Ben said. Yeah, we need to get that slime mold found before this train gets to its destination. This place is going to be swarmed by workers, and I'd like to have our answers on hand before that, so we can more easily blend into the crowd and get away. We're on the same page, Ember, Ben said. Going as quickly as we can. He pulled open this door by himself, but let Reggie step through first. Ben was closing the door behind them when Reggie whistled. Seems like we've got a little bit of military strength on board, he said. Ben whirled around, half expecting to see soldiers holding them at gunpoint. Instead, this car was almost as dark as the previous one. But instead of beer bottles and other food and beverage items, it was filled with 8 sinister-looking barrels. They're modified mortar weapons, Reggie said. Modified? How? Ember asked. Not sure exactly, but they don't look right. The barrels are aimed straight up. Maybe they transport them that way? Zach asked. Reggie shook his head but didn't answer. He and Ben examined the tubes, situated 4 to a side of the train car, a narrow hallway down the middle. Each one was mounted to a base bolted to the floor of the train car. For starters, I don't think these are meant to be taken off the train, Reggie said. Confirmed, Ben said, examining his own mortar tube. I've never fired one, but this doesn't look like what I've seen before at all. They're definitely meant to go straight up into the air.
Seems like a terrible way to take down an enemy with a mortar, Reggie said.
Unless the enemy was directly overhead, Ember said. Like World War II-era anti-aircraft guns? Flak, that sort of thing? Zach asked. Ben bit the inside of his lip. Could be, but I suspect the answer is somewhere else on this train. We'll keep moving, but Ember, let me know when you've got the system open and can snoop around a bit. I'd sure like to know why this company needs this sort of weaponry, whatever it's meant to do.
You got it, Ember said. This one's a little trickier than the company headquarters, because there's no wired connection. It's like a proxy server bouncing from satellite to satellite, so it's a little hard to pin down. But I'll get it. Just give me a few minutes.
They continued forward, and in the next car up they found another set of artillery shells. Looks like we've got some sort of artillery shells in here, folks, Reggie said, still in the lead. He opened the box and held up a bullet-looking object, far larger than any Ben had ever seen. It had fins behind it, the kind that spun after firing to keep the round heading in a straight direction. Then Ben looked over at his friend as he examined the rounds in the box. Don't recognize them? Ben asked. Not only do I not recognize them, but they're custom, Reggie responded. What do you mean, custom? Well, there are only a few manufacturers of record for any of this sort of artillery. Mortar shells, artillery rounds, grenades, that sort of thing. Just like with weapons and small arms munitions. There are tons of people making their own guns at home, but the big-name providers you'd recognize. And for a Russian train packed to the gills with artillery and some sort of weaponry, it would have to be from a company you recognize? Reggie nodded. I would definitely recognize the manufacturer name, or something about it. But I've never seen anything quite like that shape or this weight. And check it out. He shook the projectile in his right hand, and Ben heard the slight sound of sloshing. Is it liquid-filled? He asked. Reggie nodded, smiling. Hand me your phone. I'm going to snap a picture and send it back to Ember and Zach. Ember, can you get a read on our location from Ben's phone? Hang on. I can set up an ad hoc network that will let you transfer the image back to me as soon as you take it. As Ben held the projectile out in his hand and revealed the Cyrillic lettering to Reggie, Reggie snapped a few pictures of the lettering and the projectile itself. He waited, allowing the connection to find him, and initiated the transfer. While he waited, they verified that all of the boxes in this car were filled with similar liquid-filled projectile explosives. Got it, Ember said. I'm going to have Zach look. I don't need any time at all, Zach said, cutting in. I recognize this anywhere. Ben stopped. You recognize it? What's it say? It's a chemical compound, and I know it because it's mine. It's the slime mold, although slightly altered. Not sure how yet, but that's not even the important part. What's the important part? Reggie asked. Underneath the compound, it has the manufacturer of record. It says, prepared exclusively by Veniloff Manufacturing. Chapter 68. Zach. They've weaponized the slime mold? Ember asked. Zach was sitting in the same spot he'd been sitting the whole time, tucked between boxes of MREs inside the moving train car. He looked up at Ember with a confused expression on his face. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense. How does it not make sense? Reggie asked. His voice crackled a bit, and Zach suspected they were nearing the end of the range of the consumer-grade walkie-talkie and in-ear devices. Russian bad guys are using your slime mold as a weapon. Makes sense to me. No, Zach began. I mean, it doesn't make sense how they would do it. The slime mold isn't a weapon. It's just a slime mold with an artificial mitochondria. Shooting it into the air at a target isn't going to do anything. Even if there is an explosive component of the projectile you guys found, it will destroy any of the slime mold upon detonation. It renders the whole thing pointless. Ben jumped in. His voice was crackling even worse, and Zach assumed it meant they were still moving forward through the cars. Well, to be a point because, did it. It's pretty obvious to me these party favors fit inside these barrels. Passing, and there's a whole lot of them too. Whatever they're planning, it's pretty big operation. Can we talk about the other elephant in the room? Ember asked. Zach looked at her. It says these were prepared exclusively by Veniloff Manufacturing. That means Jacob Veniloff knew about it, and not only knew about it, he helped them produce them. She's got point, Reggie said. Our working theory was, this company stole Zach's research and stole from Veniloff Manufacturing. While the former still be true, it seems to me the latter isn't. These guys working with Veniloff right under your nose, Zach. Zach nodded, standing up and facing Ember while he spoke. Right, I hadn't considered that. Jacob Veniloff hid it from me. Not surprising, considering he wasn't exactly the benevolent benefactor I thought initially, but it's still surprising. I believed he trusted me, but it's clear he trusted me only with part of his ultimate goal. Which we still don't understand ourselves, Ember added.
Where are you two? Zach asked. Have you looked around those cars anymore?
Negative, Reggie responded. We're still pushing forward. 4 cars full of the weird little missile launchers so far. That's quite a bit of slime mold these guys can put in the air. We are going to keep moving, as long as there are access points on the front and rear of the cars. Eventually, I'm assuming we'll get to some security. There have to be guards or some kind of personnel on the train.
And what happens then?
Zach asked. He almost didn't want to hear the answer, assuming his brother and Reggie were going to answer it like they usually did. We're going to kill them on sight, or something to that effect, was what he expected. Who knows, Reggie said, his voice still cutting out. We'll figure, when we get there. But we're on manifest, so it shouldn't take too much cajoling to convince them we're poking around for their security to keep them safe and all that.
One problem with that, Reggie, Ember said.
Yeah?
Neither one of you speaks Russian.
There was a pause and Ember met Zach's eyes. There was a slight smile on her face, a sly grin that Zach had seen many times before.
Oh yeah, Ben said. We didn't really think of that.
In that case, we'll probably shoot them on sight, Reggie said.
Zach rolled his eyes, then let out an exasperated sigh. You guys are going to get yourselves killed. And then Ember and I will be on this train, helpless. At this, Ember flashed Zach an angry glance.
Helpless? I'll have you know.
Zach was about to interrupt, but Ben's voice and laughter crackled over his earphones. Something tells me, be in good hands as long as you're with Ember Clark. But if it makes you better, I'm not planning on dying today. You guys are cutting out, Zach said. Just be safe. Try to keep us updated. But the farther forward you push, the less likely it is we'll be able to pick you up.
Copy that. We're about to... into the next car up, Reggie's voice said.
The crackling was getting more frequent, and entire words were missing from his sentence. We'll let you... when we... Oh, shit. That sentence came in loud and clear. Ben's voice, and Zach assumed it meant he was standing slightly behind Reggie, still just at the edge of the range. Zach stood and walked over to the front of their train car, hoping it would help with the quality of the transmission to get a bit closer.
What? Why, oh shit! What did you guys find?
Not found, but really who found us. Zach frowned, shaking his head. Ember cut in. You guys okay? What happened? Well, it seems the entire Russian army is this car.
And they don't? Happy, Reggie added.
The next thing Zach heard was the sound of his brother's voice rising in pitch and volume. Reggie screamed something unintelligible, and he heard the sound of gunshots before the transmission cut off completely.
Chapter 69.
Ben. Move! Move! Reggie shouted at the back of Ben's head.
I am moving!
Ben yelled, half growling, half shouting, as he moved into the breezeway between the two train cars.
Move faster then, Reggie said.
Ben didn't respond. Instead, he focused his attention on yanking the handle that would open the door they had just left prior to entering the next car. As he did, 2 shots pinged against the metal door, both of them deflecting off and falling onto the magnetic metal bridge. Upon entering the next train car, Ben had seen scores of Russian soldiers, all seated with their backs to them, facing the front of that car. At a glance, Ben figured there must have been 30 or 40 men seated inside, all of them young. He pegged them as recruits, maybe fresh out of boot camp. Each one of them was brandishing a company-issued assault rifle. It told him in an instant this was not a drill or a training exercise. These men were prepared to fight. Who they were prepared to fight, he did not know. And he did not care either. They were all ready to attack any intruder they came across. Worst of all, he was positive they had not been told of the late edition change to the manifest, nor to be looking out for two obvious foreigners who had snuck onto the train. For a brief moment, Ben felt his fate torn between these two extremes. Would they be confused and start asking questions they wouldn't be able to answer on account of the fact they didn't speak Russian? Or would they assume he and Reggie were friendlies, simply traipsing about through the train for some unknown reason? Ben knew the answer almost the same instant he thought about it. Two of the young men, 3 rows up, turned at the same time, hearing the door open. Others joined in when the pinprick of daylight became a gaping maw that illuminated half the interior of the passenger car. Then 2 others stood, shouting in Russian, as Ember and Zach had been saying something in their ear.
"Oh, shit!" Reggie had said.
Ben swallowed, retreating by taking a step back into the breezeway outside once again. Reggie followed, nearly bumping him as he scrambled for his own assault rifle. And that had been the nail in the coffin. One of the overzealous young infantrymen must have seen Reggie move for his weapon, immediately pulling up his own gun and barking something in Russian toward the others, toward his comrades. One by one, they all followed suit, lifting their rifles and beginning to aim them at Reggie and Ben.
Reggie had turned then, slamming the door shut behind him. Only the handle was not raised, and the door didn't stay closed.
While Ben was fumbling with the other car door's handle, the soldier's car door swung back open again, exposing them and letting a soldier get 2 quick shots out.
"Hurry the hell up, man,"
Reggie shouted. Ben heard his voice in his ear more so than in person, thanks to the wind whipping by as they stood outside. Ben saw Reggie flash his left foot out, kicking the door with his boot to keep it closed. He held his foot up there, preventing any more free shots from coming out of the passenger car. But it wouldn't hold any soldiers trying to get out, which is exactly what happened next. 2 soldiers pounded against the door, and Reggie yelled in pain as they punched against his extended leg. By now, Ben had the door to the other car open once more and held it for Reggie to duck inside. Reggie wasted no time, barreling forward and nearly clipping Ben and knocking him over the railing to get back into the relative safety of that car. He flew past Ben, entered the car, then turned and began firing a few rounds back at the other car. "Now," Reggie shouted, his rifle silenced. Ben followed the order, angling inward and landing in a heap wrapped around one of the barrels of the mortar cannons. Reggie fired a few more shots, holding the Russian soldiers at bay for the moment, while Ben regrouped, recovered, and came over to close the door. This time, he held the handle upright and slammed the door quickly, letting the latch close behind him. "Anything we can lock it with?" Reggie asked. Ben shook his head, looking around but seeing nothing within reach. "Negative, we're going to have to just fall back and hope that these closed doors and your weapon will slow them down enough. You and I both know it won't." "Got a better idea?" Ben asked. Reggie thought for a moment, then smiled. "Yeah, maybe. Well, the longer you think about it, the worse this idea gets, and I haven't even heard the idea yet." Reggie's smile grew. "That's because it's really not a good idea at all. But it might be the only one we've got." "That's the most promising thing I've heard in a while," Ben said. "Let's roll." He followed Reggie to the rear end of the train car, where Reggie opened the door, held it for Ben to exit, then closed it behind them. Already Ben heard, as he passed through into the open space between the cars once more, he turned and caught a glimpse of the first Russian soldiers opening the door they had just come through on the front end of that car. "They're moving fast, and there's nothing we can do to slow them down. We're going to have to hold them back for a minute, though." Ben looked at Reggie, wondering what he had in mind. "Don't worry, brother," he shouted. "You're not going to like it." "Ben? Reggie? What hell's going on?" Ember's voice shouted through the walkie-talkies. Apparently, they were now once more close enough within range of communications they had set up with Zach and Ember, and Reggie wasted no time explaining. "I'm holding them back from entering the car we just left," he began, firing a few more rounds through the train car that landed in the wall around the door. The door there slammed shut, the soldiers on the other side terrified to enter for fear of being ripped to shreds. But it's not going to work forever. I need you guys to do something for me. I need Ben to do something for me. What? We can't hear you, there's too much wind. Reggie roared in anger, firing another burst as the door glanced open quickly, then turned to Ben. We're going to have to do this manually. Ben, be ready. Ben swallowed, crouching down so he could hear his friend yell into his ear while he held off the Russian soldiers. Ben knew they were running out of time. The Russian soldiers would quickly realize they were at a standstill and would begin scaling the ladder on the front side of that train car and heading over the roof. He guessed they had less than a minute before the first of the soldiers would appear above their heads. At that point, their defensive position would be completely gone. He was starting to understand what Reggie was thinking. We need to go on the offensive. And a second thought, and Reggie's right, I am not going to like this at all.
Chapter 70.
Zach.
We need to help them.
Zach was pacing frantically in the car, waiting for the connection to return. He was sure Ben and Reggie would be able to get out of this, no matter how many Russian soldiers were coming at them. But no amount of assuredness helped him feel better about being stuck inside this train car, unable to lend a hand directly. He looked down at the weapons they had brought, the small subcompact rifles, and wished there was someone or something he could shoot at, if only to make himself feel better. Working on it, Ember said. She didn't lift her head from the screen in front of her, the laptop seated on her lap. What are you doing? He hadn't intended for the words to sound so clipped, so short. After a moment, she looked up by raising her eyebrows. I said I'm working on it. He shook his head, frustrated, but kept pacing. This was where he felt out of his element. Ember was better with this sort of thing, the high-stress, high-stakes situations. Reggie and Ben had been in the line of fire plenty of times themselves, and while he knew neither man preferred it to sitting on a beach, they were far more used to being shot at than Zach himself. Make yourself useful, he told himself. He kept pacing. Okay, how? He thought through the day's events. Landing in Russia and nearly getting killed before they even stepped off the plane, barreling through a warehouse and narrowly escaping being shot at once more as the mercenaries that had been chasing them arrived at the destroyed industrial plant. He recalled how he had been able to help then. Chemicals were something he could do. He remembered building the smoke bomb that at least masked their escape, buying them precious seconds to get into the uptown Moscow subway system and an abandoned subway tunnel.
Chemicals.
Venilov Manufacturing had supplied chemicals for the projectiles Ben and Reggie had found in the cars up ahead. He knew his slime mold was part of that chemical concoction, part of the cocktail inside whatever it was that explosive device was intended for. No, not explosive. He had already ruled that out, on account of whatever the slime mold was intended to do would be rendered useless by the flash of fire from any explosion. He continued pacing, his mind relaxing into a problem he knew only he could solve. Finally, he felt useful once more. Ember was clicking away at something, working on the train's onboard network, either hacking into it or doing whatever it was she thought necessary to aid in Ben's and Reggie's safe retreat from the Russian soldiers. He watched her work, her tongue slipping out from between her lips as she focused on the screen. Her eyes furrowed forward, her neck and back hunched, completely oblivious to the outside world. He knew in that instant he loved her. He guessed he had always known, but there had been moments of doubt after his betrayal and disillusionment. He wanted to run over and tell her now, to apologize and make up for everything that had happened. Instead, he continued pacing, continued working, continued piecing things together. His mind churned through the repercussions of knowing there was some sort of weaponized slime mold on board. What was it for? What was Venilov originally working toward? And perhaps even Venilov didn't even know about his company's goals. Perhaps he had given them these mortar round-like projectiles for something wholly different than what they were intended for now. How in the world was he supposed to figure that out? Ben had said the barrels themselves seemed to be mounted to the train car itself. He speculated that the roof above them opened, allowing a clear line of sight to fire these things straight up in the air. Zach knew that was unlikely. Even anti-aircraft guns didn't fire straight up. Any unexploded ordnance would simply fall back to the ground, rendered useless. The only reason for someone to want to fire a powerful weapon such as this would be to get whatever it was firing up into the air as high as possible. But they weren't railguns, certainly not powerful enough to hit a target moving quickly, so it couldn't be some sort of anti-aircraft weaponry. He was no military buff. He didn't know heads or tails when it came to defense applications of modern machinery and technology. But he was a scientist, and he knew he could figure this out. "Almost there," Ember said, mumbling under her breath. Zach hardly heard her. He was already moving to something else, another application of the potential weapons they found. What if they weren't weapons at all? What if they weren't intended to take out a flying object like a plane or helicopter? And what if they weren't intended to launch mortar rounds or slime mold-enhanced projectiles at an enemy base or enemy forces? What if this train wasn't heading toward the site of a future city at all? Zach shuddered. No. Chapter 71. Zach. He suddenly had an idea. A crazy, insane concept that at first blush seemed like the last possible scenario that Vanilov, and whatever Russian counterparts he was working with, was after. But the longer he thought about it, the more he paced, the more he realized it made some sort of sense. He shook his head. No, it makes a lot of sense. He thought back to the map he found in Russia, within Vanilov's headquarters building high up in the mountains months ago. It was where Ben and the others learned about Zach's betrayal, and he had pushed away most of those memories, of working with Julie at the library and watching Vanilov's speeches, all the way back to when Vanilov first presented the idea of artificial mitochondria inserted into a slime mold sample to him. He thought of Vitaly, the man who had escaped the laboratory to deliver the message that the slime mold worked, but that it was being used for some nefarious purposes. He thought of the map they had found of the wheat crop production Vanilov Manufacturing had a hand in all around Russia and the rest of the world, and about Vanilov's brilliant, if quite terrifying, plans to make Russia seem like the victim. Suddenly, it clicked. A train full of army soldiers, Russian technology heading north, toward the frozen edges of the continent itself. His slime mold, an organism capable of withstanding enormous pressure and not die, instead thriving and allowing food crops to be grown in places never before seen. Or, if altered in a very specific way, an organism that could alter the state and shape of weather patterns itself. If launched directly into the atmosphere, no. He had a working theory, and every single thing he had learned, discovered, and uncovered about Vanilov and his company, as well as everything he and the CSO team had found since then, seemed to point to this now being the most probable outcome. If it's true, it changes everything. Ember. He stopped pacing. She looked up at him briefly, then went back down to her screen, continued tapping. Ember, he said more forcefully. She looked up again, an exasperated look on her face. What is it, Zach? I figured it out. Good. Now let me figure this out, because it's the only way we're getting Ben and Reggie back here alive, once they inevitably run out of bullets. He shook his head. No, I figured out where the train is going. North, got it. Ember, I need you to listen for just a moment. I need you to tell me why this idea won't work. She squinted up at him, finally giving him a chance. Because right now, I think we are sorely mistaken about what Vanilov's plan was all along. It doesn't have much at all to do with wheat crops and overpopulation. How does that matter? We know this train is going north, and that this company that stole your stuff, or got it from Vanilov some other way, is working on a self-sustaining city, right? No? No, that's just it. I don't think that's what it is at all. I think Vanilov was working on something far bigger than that. Spit it out. The sooner we have a working theory again, the sooner we can try to stop it. Zach swallowed, then looked at her. Ember, we can't just figure out how to stop the train and get away. Information is not going to cut it. Whatever we found here, we can't just turn over to the Russian government or any other government. It's going to be too late as soon as this train stops. Why? Zach, just tell me. Because they're going to launch the slime mold into the atmosphere. Low level, but high enough to spread and dissipate over a huge area. I need to do the math, run the calculations, but enough of it is going to completely change the entire region's ecology.
Zach, we know that, remember? That's how they're going to grow crops up here.
No, you're not getting it. It's not about the crops. It's not about the ecology. But it's all a system. One feeds into the other, and by changing the ecological landscape, they're trying to change the weather itself. I don't know quite how they've done it, but I'm confident they figured out how to alter my slime mold in a way that allows them to actually cause chain reactions to the weather itself. Similar to how fears of nuclear testing led scientists to slow down. Can you be more specific? She asked. He could sense worry building in her eyes. Good, he thought. That's how I feel, too. He heard a voice crackling through the speaker in his ear, but he ignored it. He nodded. Yeah, I can. She looked at him, waiting for him to explain. Ember, I don't know how, but I'm confident they are using the slime mold to alter the state of the world's weather patterns. They're trying to heat up the globe, enough to change everything. Chapter 72. Ben. Get back! Reggie shouted. Ben looked up at him, ducking at the last moment as 3 rounds flew over his head and implanted into the metal wall just above him. They were standing on the bridge between the 2 cars, the Russians on the other side having just broken through the opposite side, and now were running towards them, through the center of the car in front of them. Reggie had been correct in his assessment that Ben would not like the plan, but then agreed that it was the only thing he could think of. They needed to detach the cars. As such, he was working the massive lever, connecting their rear section of the train where Zach and Ember waited inside one of the cargo cars, from the front section that ostensibly held all of the Russian soldiers now preparing to attack them. By detaching, they would slow down and eventually stop, but it would put enough distance between them and the Russians that they could get off and run away. Sure, they would then be stranded out in the middle of nowhere, and judging by the rolling plains and flat fields and the absolute complete lack of human life surrounding them, Ben still thought it was a better deal. Reggie fired a few return rounds, aiming them down the open tube formed by the open doors on either side of the train car, just as 2 Russians appeared overhead. Back inside, Reggie exclaimed. Ben was already in motion, diving through the open door of the car behind them, as the rounds from the Russian soldiers clattered onto the bridge and doorway. Ben thought he felt one burn past his leg, but he ignored that sensation and looked back toward the doorway. Reggie was crouched just inside, then turned and released a volley of fire at the top of the train. Ben saw one Russian soldier lurch backwards, either hit by one of Reggie's stray rounds or jumping backwards in surprise, trying to get away from them, and he fell overboard and off the side of the train. He was nothing but a blur as he passed the space to Ben's right. The other soldier was on the roof, but his head was still poking out, trying to get a read on where Reggie was. Ben knew he couldn't see him, and he motioned for Reggie to take the shot. Reggie leaned out once more, now knowing exactly where he was about to aim, adjusted his shot with the steady, trained quickness of a career soldier, and fired. A spray of red mist appeared above on the train's roof, and Ben nodded once. Got him, he said. But there's going to be more where that came from. Reggie nodded in reply. You're damn right there will be. Ben, you need to separate these train cars. Now. I can't, he said immediately, speaking over the walkie-talkie to his friend. The latch is rusted or something. It's too tight for one person. It's made to be lifted by one person. You have to try again, Ben. Trust me, I've got your back. Ben swallowed, not convinced, but he knew Reggie was right. They had no choice. If they were going to separate themselves from the Russians, this was the only way. They couldn't keep leapfrogging back one train car at a time. The Russian soldiers were too many, swarming toward them like ants, and the more Reggie picked off the top of the train car, the more would enter inside. On cue, Reggie peeled off a few more shots through the train car's open door, and Ben thought he heard a loud cry from inside the opposite car. Wind buffeted both of them from the open doors, but Ben pressed forward and ran out once more, leaning as far over the magnetic bridge as he dared. He turned and faced the small panel next to the latch that would ostensibly separate the 2 cars from one another. This time, he gave it everything he had with both hands, even putting his shoulder and legs to work. The lever was a half-circle mechanism, a long metal wand situated perpendicular to the ground, facing outward. He could see how it was supposed to move, and there was no other object or lock holding it in place.
The damn thing should be moving by now, he thought.
He may not have the keen eye and shot of his best friend, but he knew he was strong enough to lift this lever. As Reggie had said, it was certainly made to be lifted by a single operator. It was too small to require 2 sets of hands on it anyway. Something doesn't add up. "Ben, come on, man," Reggie shouted while firing a few more rounds.
Too late, Reggie shouted again. They're on us, man. Retreat.
Ben gave it one last thrust, sensing eyes on him. Just as he dove back inside the train car for the last time, rounds pierced the air above his head. These landed on the wall opposite him inside the train car. Had he not stumbled forward and fell flat on his face, 2 of them would have gone through the back of his head. Reggie was firing wildly, shouting something incoherent as Ben rolled over and stared. Finally, after another 2 bursts of rounds, Reggie's weapon died with a click. Frustrated, his friend swung the door closed and latched it from the inside. Reggie then fumbled with another magazine. "We're going to have to try again. It's not working here," Reggie said. He was already in motion, jumping over Ben's prone form and running toward the back of this train car. This car was filled with the barrels meant to shoot the slime, mold-filled projectiles into the air, and Ben still hadn't figured out why they were necessary. He didn't know what the Russians were planning with them, nor did he care at the moment. He had failed.
Reggie, it's going to be the same. There's something we're missing about those levers.
Reggie turned and stared down at Ben. His face was filled with rage, confusion, anger. "I don't care, Ben. It's our only shot at getting some distance between us and the literal army of Russian soldiers up there. We need to move back and figure out a way to detach this car from the others."
"But we can't." "Hey, boys," Ember's voice said, echoing through Ben's head through the earpiece he wore. "Long time no talk. Listen, keep moving. I think I can help you out."
Ben looked at Reggie, who stopped his tirade and listened. "Are you saying the locks are electronic?"
"Yeah, you dunce, that's exactly what I'm saying. Now get a move on, unless you want to get stuck in the same car as the guys shooting at you."
Reggie's anger had turned to a smile, and Ben was already on his feet to join his friend near the back of the car.
One problem, Ember. How the hell do you know which car we're in?
Well, that's the problem. I don't, nor do I know exactly which car I'm in right now.
So what you're saying is...
I'm saying I'm going to make a calculated guess. But you guys better start moving before the cars get too far apart. You know, just in case.
Ben looked at Reggie with a worried glance. Rather than his characteristic grin, Reggie reflected the expression. A moment later, he turned to open the door behind them.
"I guess it's time to start heading back," Reggie said. "Russian soldiers be damned."
He held the door open for Ben, and Ben could see the bridge just outside. He walked a few steps forward, getting ready to start running, then stopped. "Shit. Ember, I thought you were going to give us some sort of signal or something." There was a long pause.
Signal? The signal was, you guys better start moving.
Ember had already detached the car, and unfortunately, they were now on the side with the Russian soldiers. "What the hell do we do now?" Ben asked. He felt Reggie's arm on his shoulder, urging him forward. "What do you think we do?" Reggie asked. "We jump." Chapter 73. Ben. "Ben! Jump!" Reggie shouted. Ben felt his insides turn to mush. This was the opposite of adrenaline, though he couldn't think of the name for it. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Every second, his train car advanced farther away from the one Reggie was on. Worse, the one Reggie was on was slowly beginning to descend and decelerating, while his was moving forward at the same speed it had previously. In other words, they were getting farther apart. In other words, the distance between the 2 cars was increasing faster every second. Reggie leaned on his half of the magnetic bridge, bouncing up and down with his added 200 pounds of body weight. Ben stood on his section, wondering if the bridge half could even hold 2 men. "Ben!" Reggie pleaded. He held his arms out in front of him, bracing himself with a knee between 2 slats of the bridge. It was precarious. Any uneven surface or slight shift in the train's movement could send Reggie flying forward, and then down underneath the train car. Ben didn't want to think of that gruesome sight, but at least it took his mind off the task at hand. He tried to think back to all the times in the past where he had to make a last-minute calculation, a terrifying jump over a deep crevasse, a literal leap of faith. The distance between the cars was about 5 feet now, and Ben knew it would continue to grow. 6 or more feet, and Ben wasn't sure he could even get close. As it was now, 5 feet felt like a huge risk. But what was the other risk? Staying here, waiting for the Russian soldiers coming down the car behind them. In fact, only a few more seconds before, he heard Reggie's weapon firing again. He looked back and noticed Reggie had hoisted the rifle off his shoulder and was firing above Ben's head. Ben slid to the side, back onto the relative safety of the platform just before the magnetic bridge. "No, Ben," Reggie shouted. "You need to come back out. You have to jump across. It's the only way." Ben heard his friend's pleading voice in his ear, unable to even recognize the sound shouting at him from only 5 feet away. He heard the sound of gunfire from farther away, wondering if the Russians had perched atop the roof and were trying to fire through it at an angle to try to hit Ben. He had his answer a second later as bullet holes appeared in the wall to his right. A single round clattered to the metal platform and bounced off the edge of the speeding train. Ben steeled himself, knowing this was his last chance. Reggie was still aiming up above his head, but he saw the end of his friend's barrel tipping and panting as he searched for targets that didn't appear. Ben sucked in a breath, then turned around the edge of the platform. He wasn't going to be able to get a running start, but it didn't matter. Opening the door behind him and using the inside of the train car to get a running start would only do 2 things. First, it would diminish his chance of survival significantly, considering there were probably Russian soldiers in there right now preparing to open the door. And second, it would only put Reggie and the rear half of the train farther away. He strode forward, taking 2 small steps and then planting his left foot on the far edge of the metal bridge. It felt like a diving board, swaying and bending under his weight as he pushed down to prepare to launch himself off. It almost caused him to lose his balance and fall headfirst into the tracks below, which would probably be the sickest way he could think of to die. He almost vomited bile as he pushed himself upward, but he kept his cool as he threw his arms upward and aimed back toward his friend. A moment later, he was motionless, floating freely through the air, delicately balanced between 2 fast-moving train sections. And a moment after that, the toe of his right foot hit Reggie's platform, and it bent downward, eliciting a groan from the metal as the heavy impact, coupled with the weight of 2 full-grown adults, nearly caused the metal to shear off the edge of the platform behind it. It bent downward, curving toward the nearly invisible rails as they blurred past him, and for the second time in less than a second, he wanted to vomit. His arms wheeled frantically, and he felt himself falling hopelessly backward. He hadn't wanted to die by landing face first on the train tracks just before the train itself plowed over his head, but he realized now that landing on his back first seemed somehow worse. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness drift as he fell, his arms and legs useless. And then he felt himself being pulled forward again, an impossible vice grip latched onto his shirt. He frowned, opening his eyes, not sure how Reggie had been able to grab him. Any other man's fingers would have been ripped from their sockets, unable to maintain such a grip on a guy Ben's size, reeling backward and falling away. But Reggie's were not any man's fingers. In fact, they weren't technically fingers at all, at least not human ones. Ben saw Reggie's prosthetic arm, attached as a bionic implant to his shoulder socket. Further reinforced by sturdy leather straps, Ben knew Reggie wore under his clothing. The arm wasn't going anywhere, and Reggie had sent an electronic signal from his brain to close his hand around Ben's shirt, the only thing he could have reached in the moment. The arm and hand reacted immediately, and his grip on Ben's shirt was as good as that of a junkyard electromagnet built to lift entire vehicles. Reggie held both their weight with his right hand holding the railing of the magnetic bridge, but quickly pulled Ben toward him until Ben was standing on 2 feet, his hands wrapped around Reggie's shoulders. They embraced for just a moment, until Reggie realized what it looked like, and quickly tossed him aside, into the car behind him. "Would love to keep going, but usually, I'd ask you to buy me dinner first," he quipped. Ben opened his mouth to respond, still trying to catch his breath, but Reggie suddenly started firing once more as 2 Russians appeared out the door on the platform across from them. Then watched as they ducked back inside, and Ben realized the cars were now about 10 feet apart. The gap was growing quickly, and unlike their half of the train which was slowing down, the Russian side was still moving at a clip. The Russians would not be able to wait for the train to stop before jumping off. It meant as long as there was enough distance between them, they were still safe. Chapter 74. Krug. Krug watched the screen with growing interest. It had taken an hour to convince the military personnel in the bunker to let him commandeer another terminal, but once he made his case, a low-ranking computer systems engineer had come by and set up the second machine, this time with 2 monitors connected to it. He knew it would be far more efficient to just let him walk over to one of the myriad other consoles in this same bunker room, but that was not how military efficiency worked. He knew all too well how inefficient military efficiency was. If there was a harder, more expensive way to get something done, you could bet the military would opt for that exact method. But the point was, he now was able to monitor both the fighter pilot's path back to base and the moving train as it headed north. He had been in touch with the base commander, albeit choosing to keep his cards close to his chest. The base commander had assumed him a low-level logistics officer, and Krug had not opted to convince him otherwise. He just wanted to check in, to get a better understanding of how many personnel were currently stationed there. It had been a delicate song and dance, decidedly having to convince the general to give this information over an unencrypted line. But the particular information Krug was after was not terribly sensitive to begin with. He had explained that he was sending a mercenary team on the train directly to the general's front door, and that his job in the operation was to ensure they arrived and were not interfered with. This was a lie, of course. The mercenary group was none other than the CSO team itself, and he would be more than happy for that CSO team to engage with the Russian soldiers on the train set to arrive at the base, as it would only make it more likely they would be killed on the way. But he needed to get an understanding of where the train would stop in relation to the base. There was a chance he could have called his employer and have them pull strings for him, but if they asked too many questions, began prying into the current iteration of his plan, it would only throw a wrench in things. Besides, he didn't want to talk to his boss again. He would call them when the mission was over, as he told them before. So, he'd sat on the phone with the general for a few minutes, discussing logistics and playing every bit the part of the logistics officer, only trying to do their job. The general didn't balk when he had pretended to not have key bits of information. This was the very same Russian army the general was intimately familiar with, after all. Nor did the general seem to care that Krug had called the highest-ranking official to get a number for, rather than asking these same questions to any number of lieutenants who might be stationed there and would know the answers. As Krug had predicted, the man was bored and actually seemed to enjoy the conversation a bit. Best of all, he had gotten perfectly precise answers, and he could even see the train's arrival location on a small map he had superimposed on the second monitor. The train station, if one could call it that, was no more than a hut situated near the tracks. The train itself would stop right at the end of the landmass beneath a sheet of ice that stretched further out into the bay. The train was far too heavy to reach all the way to the base, which was built on the sheet of ice itself. Any arriving personnel, including soldiers, would have to travel overland to the base, a walk of about half a mile through thick, heavy snow. And it meant the train was far enough away from the base and their operations that Krug's plan should work perfectly well. As he watched the train's progress on the main screen, glancing over to check on the fighter pilot that had just arrived at base and was refueling for the next leg of his operation, Krug thought about collateral damage. Like most professionals, he knew it was one potential downside of military-style operations like this. He also knew it was sometimes a requirement of the job. He didn't want to destroy all of the lives on the train heading toward the base, just 4 of them. But those 4 lives were worth more dead than any number of Russian soldiers were alive. This was Russia after all. There were always more men, always more soldiers. Right now, that train had the disease, a cancer that couldn't be surgically removed with a scalpel. No, it needed to be removed by killing the host entirely. The pilot had followed orders diligently, but Krug had gotten a bit of flack from his superior officers running their side of the logistical mission from the base the pilot was currently parked at. They hadn't understood why a mission that had gone off without a hitch was now urgently ordered to extend indefinitely. The pilot had taken out his target, the commercial jet flying north. So why should Krug need to continue spending an ungodly amount of money sending a fighter pilot after a friendly Russian military train? As Krug had calmly explained, that was none of their damn business. His orders were to scramble the jet once more, approach the train's destination, then do what it did best: destroy. It had taken a bit of jostling, a bit of back and forth, and Krug had almost had to call his boss again to have them relay the orders from on high, but eventually things played out exactly the way he knew they would. The Air Force lieutenant at the base, the bird colonel, eventually relented and sent the orders down the line. Now that Krug had the information he needed and a monitor to track everyone's progress, the mission continued, and the plane began to take off. The supersonic jet would get to the train's destination before it did, even though the train was less than an hour away from its final target. Krug didn't care. It didn't matter where the train ended up. He just needed to make sure that if it did somehow get to its destination faster than expected, that destination wouldn't be too close to the general's base. He knew enough about the reason behind this mission to know that collateral damage needed to be minimized to personnel on the train only, as well as any equipment there. If the CSO team somehow found what was on board and got away with that information, it didn't matter that there were scores more equipment, material, and slime mold prototype in warehouses around Russia. The information was the danger itself. The CSO team needed to be destroyed at all costs, collateral damage be damned. As long as that collateral damage was centered around the train and not the base. The general was in charge of the shipyard, one that had been precariously constructed on the sheet of ice stretching out into the bay, well inside the Arctic Circle. It was a terrible place for such an operation, considering the ships would have nowhere to go and would be rendered useless this far away from any interested parties hoping to take on Russian Navy dominance. But they were playing the long game here, as long as the CSO team didn't get away with their plan and take it back to Western authorities. The shipyard, the reason behind the operation, wasn't necessarily the ships being built or the personnel and equipment stationed there. Krug could still see the CSO team and the train they were traveling on. He could also see the fighter pilot making good progress on his second leg, circling around and then heading north. The plane would travel a significant distance to get there, but Krug knew he'd get there long before the CSO team or the train would. The train was on a timetable, but the fighter pilot had no such time limitations. As long as he was provided with enough fuel to make the trip, the pilot would do as he was ordered and destroy the train, and in the process, the CSO team. Krug had thought about what he would say when he called his boss again after the mission was over. He would explain that the CSO team and all of the Russian soldiers on board were dead. It was collateral damage on a far grander scale than Krug was comfortable with, but he knew it was for the best. It was the most optimal outcome given the circumstances, so Krug was more than happy to accept the lives lost on the train and the CSO team to get the desired outcome. After all, this was war, and in war, collateral damage was not only necessary, it was required. It was also a lie, as Krug was not at all troubled by the necessity of sacrificing those lives to keep his operation running smoothly and, most importantly, under the radar. All he cared about was getting his job done, and in this case, that meant doing whatever it took to ensure the CSO team didn't get away with the information they were after. Krug leaned back in his chair, studying the two screens as they showed the continued progress of the fighter pilot and the CSO team on the train. And Krug would watch it all happen, right there on the screen in front of him. He couldn't wait. Chapter 75.
Ben, we got a problem.
Ben rolled his eyes, turning to face his friend. They were still inside the train car, catching their breath after the narrow escape over the widening gap. Now, the front half of the train had pulled away and was moving quickly away from them, perhaps 50 feet between their section and the front half. Ben waited for his friend to explain, but realized then he didn't need to. He saw what Reggie was worried about. The door on the back of their train car was opening. How the hell? Ben wondered if Zach or Ember had followed them up, finally making it to their car. But he knew in an instant, as soon the barrel of a rifle poked out from behind the widening gap, that they weren't friendly. The Russians weren't taking any chances.
Whoever opened the door fired wildly inside, and Ben found himself ducking next to Reggie. Reggie had his hand on the handle of the front door of their car and pulled it upward to open it once more.
How did they get over here? Reggie asked.
Guys, hear me? Ben heard Ember's voice in his ear. He ignored it, focusing instead on the more immediate threat. Reggie swung the door open, and Ben saw the still bent platform bridge curving down away from him. They had obviously slowed a bit, considering the front half of the train was increasing the gap every second, but they were still moving very quickly. As Ben watched, he heard Reggie firing his weapon back at the rear car door. The door slammed shut once more, but the handle didn't lower.
Doesn't matter how they got here, Ben said. They must have jumped across when we were inside the other car. There could be any number of those assholes now.
Reggie fired again, then turned to step out the front door and join his friend. Ben pointed. And they've got us pinned down from both sides, he said.
Reggie looked over his shoulder, just as two Russian soldiers appeared out the back door of the car they had previously been on. They both fired, but the shots were wide. They were pinned in from both sides. Sure, the car in front of them was only getting farther away, but the Russians' weapons would eventually find their target, and they would be within range for the next minute at least, Ben guessed. Worse, they were now outside, and at any moment the Russians trying to get into their car would be successful. He did not want to have to fight a battle on two fronts while standing on a narrow train platform. We need to go up, Reggie said. Ben was already moving toward the ladder, having come to the same conclusion. It would potentially give anyone attacking a clear shot of them, but by being on top of the train cars on the back half of the train, they at least had the chance of moving farther away from the Russians. Ben pulled himself up, then grabbed Reggie's gun that had been handed to him. Ben kept his chest pressed down as he lay on the train car roof, then swiveled around and aimed back upland at the Russians firing from the front half of the train car. He aimed and fired 3 shots, not hitting anything useful, but at least forcing the Russians back inside. As he lay there, however, he saw even more soldiers appearing on that train car's roof. Reggie was up the ladder now, and Ben reached out to help his friend pull himself up the final foot. Reggie lay prone as well, but faced the opposite direction. Ben scooted back so their heads were at least close to each other. There, Ben gave Reggie the bad news. There's a lot of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't stop coming. That whole front half of the train is probably filled with passengers. He punctuated his statement by firing a few more shots, doing little to keep the more adventurous soldiers at bay. He thought he saw one of them cover their leg, but it was impossible to tell from this distance. Reggie nodded. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Look, whatever we do, we need to get back to the others. You lay covering fire and I'll run to the next roof. Sweep down, then jump over. I'll do the same for you, but you're going to have to run fast. I can run fast, Ben said. Reggie looked at him with a sidelong glance. Look, you're not exactly an Olympic sprinter either, Ben snapped. Reggie smiled. Let's just say, if you get shot in the back, at least I told you so. You don't get to say I told you so before the thing happens. I told you so. Ben wasn't sure how that was supposed to lift his spirits, but it didn't matter. He readied himself, aimed once more, then let out a few bursts as Reggie popped himself up and ran backwards. Ben heard his friend's feet pounding on the metal roof. Then a moment passed as Reggie launched himself into the air, then slammed back down on the roof. Ben took a quick look over his shoulder and saw his friend laying just like he had before, only this time at the far edge of the train. He fired 2 shots and then heard someone scream. Then he pulled his eyes forward and waited for any Russian soldiers to appear in the car in front of them. He heard Reggie shout through his comms, "Clear!" He glanced back again and saw Reggie standing. Then his friend lunged forward and jumped the distance between the 2 train car roofs. Once he landed, he quickly spun around and stayed on a knee. "You're up, buddy," Reggie said. Ben nodded, willed himself to push up to a seated position, then got on one knee. He breathed in and out slowly a few times, knowing that what he was about to do was insane. There were an unknown number of Russian soldiers, all armed to the teeth, ready to poke out from the train car in front of them and start shooting at him. He wondered how bad Reggie would feel if he did, indeed, get shot in the back. Probably not as bad as he would feel, Ben thought,
He let out a final breath, then ran forward, not bothering to check the space between the two cars. Reggie had scooted over to the side, giving Ben free range of the middle of the train car roof. Ben pressed up and lunged at the last moment, sending his body flying far past the edge of the next car in the train. He landed heavily with a thud, then rolled, coming to a stop near the middle of the train car.
Graceful,
Reggie quipped. Ben pulled his rifle up and kept aimed at the back of this train car. He knew the drill. They would leapfrog each other like this in tandem, one checking the space between the cars to ensure it was clear, then heading over to make the jump. He turned and was about to signal Reggie that he was about to make the jump when a low-flying fighter jet caught Ben's eye. It was flying just over the horizon, making a line directly above the back of the train. It was coming up from behind them, moving towards the front of the train.
Holy shit!
Ben breathed. The fighter jet roared overhead, the sound deafening, and Ben tried to keep his focus forward, not getting distracted by the insanely low-flying fighter plane. However, it didn't stop at the front of the train. It circled back, then started to decelerate. He heard Reggie shouting through the comms, but couldn't make out what his friend was saying. Ben could only watch in horror as the fighter jet lowered itself, not landing, but hovering just above the front half of the train. He realized with a shock that it was coming to a complete stop above the first train car.
There was something that looked like a claw or a magnetic grapple extending downward.
It connected with the roof of the train, and then the jet started lifting upward again. The front half of the train was pulled up into the sky. As Ben watched, he saw the Russian soldiers on the train car roof begin to panic, gripping onto whatever they could to avoid being pulled off. But the jet lifted the front half of the train with it into the sky, pulling it away from the back half and into the air. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the jet and the front half of the train were gone. Ben remained frozen, staring at the cloud of black smoke where the front half of the train had been. Eventually the train half, now far ahead of their half, reappeared, but it was not moving. It was a pile of rubble. It took him a moment to realize that Reggie was still shouting at him. Ben, what the hell just happened? Ben turned and looked at Reggie, then back to the space where the front half of the train had been. He shook his head, unable to form words. What in the hell had just happened? Chapter 76. Zach. Reggie, Ben, Zach shouted. You hear me? Loud and clear, little brother, came Ben's reply. But we're a little busy right now. What the hell was that? We felt something, heard something back here. It must have been loud as hell out there.
Yeah, about that. Reggie's reply came over the comms clearly, but his words were clipped, abrupt. Got ourselves a situation. I think it might be time for you guys to jump ship.
Ember looked at Zach strangely, continuing the conversation herself. What are you talking about? Jump ship? We're still moving.
Open the door! Now!
Ben's voice said. Zach was on his feet already. He knew better than to question his brother when he sounded like this. It didn't matter what the situation was. Ben had a plan, and their best move would be to follow it. Ember began to protest. Zach cut her off by grabbing the handle of one of the wide side doors on the train car, yanking it open. Immediately wind whipped inside, catching him by surprise and nearly causing them to stumble out. He held fast to the door handle, watching trees and boulders rift by in a blur. His brother's reply came immediately, but his voice sounded weary, as if he were panting. Zach, is the door open? Zach nodded, then replied audibly. Yes, but, Ben, jumping from this train at this speed will kill us. We don't have a choice.
Ben, calm down. Just tell us what's going on.
Ember had joined him by the door, having left the laptop on a stack of MRE boxes, and was holding the handle of the still-closed sliding door next to Zach as she peered out the open side. We are now in a pick-your-poison situation now, folks, Reggie said. He too sounded as though he were panting. Were they running? As in pick how you want to go, by ramming into the pile of wreckage the front half of the train has become, or by getting a few cuts and scrapes from the landscaping. Zach frowned, but Ember grabbed his hand suddenly.
The front half of the train? You said it's wreckage?
It is, and we're still moving plenty fast enough. We got about 3 seconds before we become part of that same pile of wreckage. So I'd suggest jumping off in 3, 2... This is insane, Zach thought. Am I really going to jump off a speeding train? He looked down, noticing that they weren't exactly speeding, but that did nothing to still the qualms he was feeling. His stomach was doing somersaults, his esophagus already tossing up bile as it prepared for what he was about to put it through. It may not be certain death, but this isn't going to feel good either. 1. Zach saw a pair of blurs fly out diagonally in front of him, landing roughly on a patch of grass. He barely had time to register that it was the shapes of 2 humans, Ben and Reggie, as they launched themselves from the top of the train car. At the same time, he felt Ember's hand gripping his and pulling him out. Wait a minute, he thought. Not yet. I'm not ready for... But it was too late. He tried bracing himself, then tried to force his body to relax, unsure of which was the proper way to land on the ground after traveling 30 or 40 miles per hour. He winced, just as he heard the sound of their half of the train car smacking into something hard. But it wasn't a solid sound. It was the sound of wreckage, metal twisting and colliding, crunching and shearing. He felt the sensation of weightlessness only for a moment, then the sensation of death. When he opened his eyes again, the feeling of death was still there. His world was chaos. Everything was spinning. He tried to sit up, felt his head smack against the stone, collided with a few more sticks, grazed the edge of a sapling that felt like grazing the edge of a serrated blade. He flailed his arms, trying to control his movements, but he felt as though he were stuck in a dream of running through syrup. Only this wasn't a dream, and this wasn't death. This was excruciating pain as he tumbled down and away from the tracks. His eyes closed again. He had blacked out perhaps, or perhaps he just blinked. And when they opened again, he had come to a stop. His head was resting against another rock, this one no softer than the previous one. He had a splitting headache, and he felt blood seeping from every pore on his body. And when he looked down, his neck caused him to wince in pain, but he caught a glimpse of his tattered clothing. There was hardly any blood, in fact. Zach, you okay, buddy? It was Reggie's voice from somewhere behind him. He couldn't even nod. He closed his eyes again, carefully working every bone and muscle in his body to assess the damage. His toes and feet felt fine, his shins banged up and bruised, but otherwise unbroken. His knees. Zach, his brother shouted. I'm here, he whispered. He repeated, louder this time. There was still the sound of the lurching, shrieking train. It was still crashing, still moving somehow. He couldn't see it, couldn't tell exactly where it was, but he sensed it was up above somewhere. Zach, we have to move. The voice came in and out, this one Ember's, and he felt himself pulled roughly upward. We have to make sure he's...
It doesn't matter if he's okay. He's about to be very not okay. And so are we, if one of those cars rolls down and lands on us.
There was no more argument, from Zach or any of the others, as he allowed himself to be pulled by the arm to a sitting position, where he found his other arm, this one in much more pain, pulled the opposite direction. He groaned, then cried out a bit, but let his body go limp. Like this, Ben and Reggie dragged him through a sparse copse of snow-capped trees, heading down and away from the tracks. There was a dull roar, the sound of flames leaping and tearing through what remained of the crashed train, and every few seconds he heard the sickening sound of metal groaning against metal as pieces of the cars buckled and tore away from one another. He heard one loud rumbling noise as one of the cars slid somewhere, hopefully not toward us, but the sound seemed to be getting duller, fainter. He wasn't sure how long he was dragged through the forest, how long before they allowed him to stop. There was no water, so the best they could offer him was a sweat-soaked shirt to dab an open wound in his head. He winced again and pulled back as someone pressed it against him, but then gave in to the feeling of adrenaline finally beginning to dissipate. And that's when the real pain set in. Reggie was chuckling. You came out of that thing stiff as a board, he said. Flipped through the air like a damn board with a loose nail at one end. How you only ended up with a few scrapes is beyond me. You're supposed to go limp, my man. Zach groaned, nodded, then winced again at the sharp pain in his neck. Zack opened his eyes, one eye at least, for the other seemed to be sealed shut. His mouth worked open and closed, but no sound came out. "Leave him alone," Ember said. "He's never been through a train crash before."
And you have? Reggie quipped. Zack saw Ember through his open eye, his vision blurry. She scoffed at Reggie, then answered, "As a matter of fact, yes."
Reggie made a face and backed away, and Zack's vision was filled with that of his older brother. "You okay?" he asked. Zack forced a nod. "Good, because we need to keep moving. We're probably safe from the rest of that disaster, but there's a plane circling. I think it's unlikely it can actually get down low enough and slow enough to see us, but I'd rather get out of sight as much as possible." "A plane? Is that what happened?" Ember asked. Ben nodded. "A Russian fighter jet, yeah. Took out the engine and some number of cars up front. Caused a huge pileup that thankfully handled the Russian soldiers for us, but obviously created a few more issues as well." "Russian soldiers?" she asked. "How many?" Reggie laughed. "By the looks of it, I'd say all of them." The sound of a jet tearing over their heads caught Zack's attention, and he involuntarily yanked his neck up to look. It stung, but he was able to see the back of the flying death machine as it shot above the trees. "Yeah, I'll take my chances against the train and an army of Russians over going toe-to-toe with that thing any day," Reggie said. "Let's keep moving."
Chapter 77.
Krug. The intense buzzing of the communication system bounced around the control room as the imposing screen in front of Krug flickered erratically, then momentarily stabilized, seizing his undivided attention. Wrinkles formed on his forehead, a testament to his concentration. While the fighter jet, a robust, cutting-edge Sukhoi Su-35 of the Russian Air Force, executed a lengthy and precise half-circle in the vast sky. Earlier, through the computer speakers he'd run the onboard comms through, he'd absorbed the crucial information that the pilot had managed to halt the formidable train's relentless progress by annihilating its two main engines with the lethal aircraft's onboard GSH-31 cannon, followed by a single air-to-surface missile. He found himself pondering, perhaps more philosophically than practically, about how many of the 100 available rounds it had consumed to achieve such a feat. These were high caliber, with a commendable potential for damage, hence a handful, provided they were unleashed with pinpoint accuracy, should suffice. Now, with a steadfast resolve, the pilot veered back westward, elegantly banking to the north to recalibrate the aircraft's orientation with the train, setting sights firmly on its rear. Given that another strafing run with the cannons would merely puncture the car's roofs, the instructions Krug had dispatched to the pilot were explicit and non-negotiable. Employ the heavier, more destructive weaponry this time around. The aircraft's arsenal, notably equipped with potent KH-25 air-to-surface missiles, more than sufficed for this phase of the operation. The Su-35 bore the capability to annihilate 3 trains of comparable size. An individual explosion from one of these missiles would not only disintegrate 3 consecutive train cars, but also wreak havoc on the surrounding structures, obliterating anything within the proximity of 2 more on either side of the primary blast zone. Krug's mind identified, with a sliver of morbid curiosity, that this wasn't an extraordinarily long train. It would necessitate no more than 4 missiles to utterly demolish the train, eradicating everyone aboard in a cataclysmic display of power and precision. He experienced a momentary pang of guilt about the necessary collateral damage, the hundreds of Russian souls whose lives would be lost on board. But he swiftly suppressed that thought. They would die doing their duty for God and country, as they had signed up to do. Even the conscripts would have been indoctrinated into the cult of loyalty to Russia by now. Besides, it wasn't Krug's duty to protect them. His role was to eliminate the CSO. Everyone on the train would perish, including Harvey Bennett and his cohort. He observed the plane align with the rear end of the train. He knew it was nothing but wreckage now. The back half of the train isolated and dead, with the destroyed engines no longer propelling forward, likely causing all of the cars behind it to bunch up and possibly derail. It would be a tremendous mess on the ground,
meaning there was no chance anyone on board could get far enough away before the plane concluded its task.
The dot representing the jet synchronized with the rear end of the train impeccably, the pilot guiding it on a straight path as it descended nearer to its target. Krug felt his body tighten, his excitement and anticipation becoming uncontrollable. He estimated there had to be fewer than 5 seconds before the pilot would be within range. 4 seconds. 3 seconds.
Suddenly, the plane swerved off course, and Krug noticed the altimeter reading as it soared back upwards. The plane was ascending, directing to the northwest. What in the world?
He leaned forward, hands resting on his knuckles on the desktop, bringing his face nearer to the screen. He blinked several times in confusion, uncertain of what he was witnessing. Were the readings off? The plane should be conducting the attack by now, he reasoned. But nothing else on the screen altered. The map, on which the dot was superimposed, continued to display the satellite feed. He even saw the tiny sliver representing the train from the satellite's image. The digitized plane, the white dot he had been staring at for over an hour, maintained its trajectory, adopting a new vector almost exactly northwest. More seconds elapsed, and the plane was significantly outside its preferred range of attack. It traversed in a diagonal line away from the train. Krug felt his body tighten even more, this time feeling the veins in his forehead bulge.
How could this be happening?
He looked down, noticing the microphone sitting to his left. He snatched it up, pressing the wide rectangular button on its base, and immediately overhead speakers crackled to life, prepared to relay his message not just to the pilot, but to the entire room. He caught sight of a few analysts and staff members, working diligently behind their own consoles, glancing over at him, curious about what he was about to do. He ignored them, focusing all his attention on the pilot.
Rusalka! Rusalka!
Do you read me? You are off course. Proceed back around immediately and complete the mission. He waited.
Rusalka? Rusalka? Come in. Do you copy?
Still, no response from the pilot. He set the microphone back down, clicking across the screen to find any audio controls. Perhaps there was a viable explanation for this, one that the pilot was disseminating now, and the speakers weren't functioning. He found the audio controls, a slider to increase the volume, and pushed it to the right, causing the overhead speakers above his section of the control room bunker to buzz with activity.
He listened for a moment, discerning a few key sounds. The dull roar from inside the cockpit, as heard through the pilot's helmet microphone, and breathing from the pilot's mouth and nose.
His head fell. The pilot was still in communication with him, so why couldn't he hear Krug? He tried once more. Rusalka, do you copy? I need you to proceed to...
He cut himself off, this time holding the microphone with the talk button depressed, as the plane once again altered its direction on the screen. This time it veered north again, now 10 miles from its previous location behind the train. It continued slightly off due north, on a heading of 357 degrees. His mouth fell open. He had no control over this pilot any longer. It didn't make sense. Was the man going to attack the train from the north? If so, it would need to begin a wide arc, curling back down any moment now. Krug watched and waited. The plane did not veer from its course.
The satellite tracked the plane's progress, as it was designed to do. The feed changed beneath the plane's icon, now a new image superimposed on top of the grid from another satellite. It took a split second for Krug's eyes to adjust to the new imagery, but the map was literally just a new section of territory to the northwest of the old one he had been watching. The train was no longer on the screen, and the white dot representing the plane traveled over the center of it.
But it was what was in the top left corner of this new image that caught Krug's eye.
What are you doing? He wondered. The plane was heading directly toward the base that had been constructed on the frozen bay. Even from this high-level view, Krug could see the dots representing the massive ships being constructed by the Russian army and naval engineers. He saw the white-topped buildings representing bunkers, distinguished from the white expanse of snow and ice only by dark rectangular shapes set in formation next to one another. The plane progressed steadily towards it. With the remaining time he had, Krug tried once more to connect to the plane, with no success. He wondered what he could do, what options were left. He had mere minutes before this rogue pilot would reach the base. Chapter 78. Ben. Ben watched the skies as they walked. They hadn't seen the plane in over a minute, but he knew how fast modern-day fighter jets were. If it wanted to come back and attack them, they would have little chance at getting out of the way.
Especially considering they were out in the open now.
After walking half a mile through the woods, the way forward opened to a wide expanse of flat land, interspersed with a few boulders and bushes. Everything in sight was covered with a thin layer of snow, but it hadn't appeared to have snowed in days. Their boots crunched over frozen crystals, loudly announcing their presence as they moved. "Did you hear that?" Reggie asked. Ben frowned. He hadn't heard anything, but as he listened, he thought he felt a rumbling sound. "I can hear it," Ember said. "Barely." "Sounds like a bombing run. I wonder if that plane had another target." "Seems to be coming from the same direction we are traveling," Reggie said. "Check it out," Zach said, pointing. Ben followed his finger and saw immediately what had caught his younger brother's attention. A huge plume of thick black smoke was blossoming upward from the horizon. They were apparently on the lower side of a gently sloping hill, one nearly indistinguishable from the ground around them. But the smoke told Ben the plane had, in fact, had another target. "It took out the base," Reggie said. They all stopped moving, Ben gripping his weapon tightly. He had been on the lookout for polar bears, though he knew how futile the effort would be. If he didn't see it coming, a hungry bear could move stealthily enough to plow through them all, likely killing them before it even started its attack. And while his weapon had done a number against the Russian soldiers and mercenaries, it wouldn't do much more than aggravate a full-grown, enraged bear. He swallowed, feeling the wind pick up and bite against his face. It was the middle of the day, but they were so far north it felt like Ben was standing in a freezer. They hadn't had time to prepare for this excursion, and as such, the only things they brought to wear were the first jackets they found after leaving the company headquarters building and stopping at a thrift store. They hadn't intended to move on foot, hoping the train would deliver them right to the front of the base. And they certainly hadn't expected the train to be destroyed by an angry Russian fighter jet. He knew they needed help, and while their situation was not yet dire, it would be soon enough. Ben fumbled for the phone in his pocket. He had kept it off, not wanting to attract attention to his team, but figured it was as good a time as any to check in with his own HQ. He wanted nothing more than to do a video call with Julie and Hope, but this call would have to be quick and to the point. Regardless of what was happening at the base, they were going to need help getting out of here. He waited for the phone to turn on, hoping the satellite connection would work this far north. Once the screen turned on, he saw the connection in the top right and immediately dialed the call. He heard Julie pick up. "Ben? That you?" Her words were chopped, the connection intermittent. He placed his left hand over his left ear to block out the noise of the wind, nearly shouting into the phone. "Can you find our position? I'll leave the phone on long enough for you two. We need some help getting out of here." "Yes, I can. Are okay?" Ben nodded, then spoke. "Yes. A little touch and go, but we are okay. I'll fill you in on all the details later. Connection's not so great." "Understood. Stay put. I'll summon to you soon enough. Ben, haven't been able to contact the pilot who flew you out there. I was able to see the plane take off, but I lost track of it after an hour." Ben listened to the words as she spoke, looking up at the sky. It was blue, a cloudless day, making their position even more precarious should the fighter pilot decide to turn around and once again track them down. "Yeah, about that. I don't think our friend is with us any longer. Julie, triangulate our position as fast as you can and get someone out here ASAP. But our exit routes are going to be a bit limited by air. If possible, send a land vehicle." "Okay, but might take longer. Can you wait?" Ben looked at the rest of the group who was now watching him and listening to his half of the conversation. He nodded again, locking eyes with Reggie. "We can, and we have to. Just see what you can do. We'll be here." Julie confirmed, then told Ben she was already zeroing in on their exact location. "Once the call ends, I'll have what I need. Ben, if are still in the thick of it, turn phone back off. Sound like you think someone's hunting you, and All they'll need to find exactly where you are as well. Ben didn't like the thought of not being connected, especially when it was his wife on the other end. But this was part of their plan. Julie was providing communication support from back home, ensuring their safety as much as possible. She couldn't be with him now, but Ben knew she was far more helpful there. You got it, Jules, and thanks.
Don't thank me yet. Let me see if I can get someone out to you.
I meant about the plane, Ben said. That thing was going to take out the train, and we would have been completely helpless. For whatever reason, it turned north and started destroying the base we were heading towards. It's still up there somewhere, so we're not in the clear yet, but whatever you did to pull it off the train, thank you. There was a long pause. Jules, can you hear me? The gentle hum of the connection sputtered in his ear, and he knew it was only a matter of time before whatever satellite hosting this call slid far enough out of range that the call would be dropped entirely. Julie, can you hear me?
Can. Barely. Ben, nothing. What plane?
At this, Ben frowned. He got the message, even though the connection was terrible. She had no idea what he was talking about. She hadn't called off the plane. Jules, we're about to lose each other. I love you. See you in a bit. He hung up the phone, then looked at the others. Ember and Zach were staring at him, while Reggie was surveilling the base in the distance, watching as the smoke began to fill the sky above it, blocking out a chunk of the horizon. Well, I've got good news and other news. She's working on getting us out of here, hopefully before that plane turns around or we get eaten by a hungry mama bear. Is that the good news or the other news? Zach asked. Ben smiled. That's the good news. The other news is, she has no idea what happened with the plane. It's pretty clear to me that she thought we were on the train the whole time. That plane we saw overhead, the one that dropped the bombs on the base up there? He pointed. She didn't know about it. She didn't know that it came to attack the train or that it had taken off towards the base. That means it's not with us. A quiet understanding settled over them as Ben pocketed the phone, ensuring it was turned off, the silence of the Arctic enveloping them. He scanned the horizon, watching as the smoke began to taper off, becoming less dense, and eventually thinning out completely. I think we're in for a long night.
Chapter 79.
Krug. A plan was already starting to form in Krug's mind. It wasn't going to be easy, nor would it be practical. But it was a plan nonetheless. Most importantly, he knew that with careful orchestration, he would be able to maneuver the plan into one guaranteed to succeed. He had been betrayed, duped. Either that or his employers had been so incompetent as to think this mission would be a success without requiring better intel. How could they have been so stupid? He was still shell-shocked, having watched the plane break away from its target, the train heading north, and destroy the very base he had been hired to protect. Worse, the civilian special operations group that had been on the train was likely safe now. He couldn't be sure, but he suspected they had something to do with the plane's altered vector. But how? His phone had been ringing off the hook, his employers asking if the job was done. He wouldn't answer. He couldn't answer. For all his careful planning, earned confidence, and exceptional execution, he had still failed. Sure, he chalked it up to their incompetence, their lack of intel, but he was still the man they had hired for the job. If he were Japanese, he might opt for the honorable way out, a sword to the stomach. But he was not the kind of man to fall on his own sword. He was the kind of man to get revenge. His employers would want him hunted, want him brought in on charges of failure and insubordination, perhaps even treason. His betrayal and his actions here would look like the trail to the Russian state, though that couldn't have been further from the truth. He understood the political nature of what he was doing. He always had. They would use him as a scapegoat, sending scores of hunters after him in order to bring him down. They wanted justice, but he wanted revenge. He turned and left his station, heading for the exit of the small subterranean room. The concrete bunker was in the middle of nowhere, but if he got to his vehicle quickly, no one should apprehend him before he reached the installation's perimeter gates. Soon enough, his employers would call in favors with the Russian military and government and lock down this facility, hoping to trap him inside. He wasn't sure how long it would take, but every time his phone vibrated in his pocket, every time he ignored it, he knew it was only one more nail in the coffin. He needed to get outside, needed to get some air. Every nail in the coffin was suffocating him, and until he saw the wintry sky above, he didn't feel safe. At the same time, he knew he would succeed. He would get away, ignore his employers, and leave the country. He had contacts around the world from his military days, and plenty of cash to coerce the help of those who would not call him a friend. He would build a team, an operations group to rival any other mercenary force, one led by him and with its ranks filled with not just soldiers for hire, but trained assassins, men who terrified even him. He would come for his Russian employers, as that was now the only way to clear his name. He hated having to do something so grave, but there was no alternative. The game insisted that he eliminate all political factions allied against him, and without the 3 men who had hired him, the rest of the dominoes would fall. He could then return to Russia, start working again, and resume his position as the in-demand operations and intelligence officer he was. Perhaps he would even start a new firm, a new name, and identity. But these were questions for later. Before all of that, before he took out his benefactors and employers to clear his name and resume his work here in his homeland, he had a far more important job. He would assemble his team, ensuring no stone was left unturned. Anyone he had ever worked with would be considered, and anyone he had ever heard of would be put on a short list. He would choose the best of the best, not just killers but strategic and tactical thinkers, brilliant minds capable of working through any mission, any situation. They were not just good at taking lives. These men would be good at keeping their own. As he walked through the bunker, passing military personnel still busy in their own chores for the day, and not bothering to give him a second glance, he began to feel more at ease. He wouldn't employ just men either. Some of the best killers he knew were Russian women. Women. Women can get into places men couldn't, either due to physical constraints or because of their espionage-related skill sets. As irate as he was about the CSO's escape and the debacle his employers had thrown him into, Krug began to smile. Yes, this would be his next move. He had already begun adding people to his shortlist. He didn't have unlimited funding, but he had enough to get the ball rolling. Some he might be able to coerce to work for free, promising a huge payday upon completion of the mission. Others he knew he could enlist because of his own reputation in the industry. Still, others he believed he could convince to work with him on a united front, other Russian loyalists, nationals, and supporters. It wouldn't be a huge team, certainly far short of an army, but it would be enough and then some. The CSO team thought they were out of the woods. He would come for them, individually. One at a time until the entire group, and everyone they'd ever worked with, was dead.
They thought they were out of the woods, but they had only just entered.
He thought of Harvey Bennett, the group's de facto leader. He didn't know how the man had evaded death so far, but he knew from recent experience that the man dealt in profound luck. Well, Harvey Bennett, your luck just ran out.
For Krug, this was no mission. This was no job funded by the government, the military, or any private group with interests aligned with his own.
This wasn't a work-for-hire job either. One easy enough to say yes to because of the lump sum you would find in his bank account upon completion. He had no interest in money now, no interest in rewards or accolades, or even the satisfaction of serving the motherland. This was a personal vendetta. Chapter 80. Ben. Ben and his team waited an hour in the sparse frozen woods. They decided to backtrack a bit, no longer worried that the plane would return and come after them. Instead, they'd opted to hide near the open field they had called Julie from, hoping by heading back in that direction, Ben's signal would return. But it was not to be. The phone remained useless, and they had nothing to do other than wait. 15 minutes had gone by before Ben let himself believe the plane wasn't going to return and kill them all. After 30 minutes, he began to actually start feeling relieved. 45 minutes after the attack at the train and calling Julie for help, a new worry set in. What if she wasn't able to pull through? What if she couldn't save them? In that case, they would have wasted an hour sitting tight, hoping for rescue, when rescue was not going to come. After an hour passed, Ben and the others seated around a small open space, their backs against tree trunks, he started to actively worry. Whoever she sent should be here by now, he thought. His friend could see the worry in his eyes. Reggie leaned over, grabbed Ben's shoulder and squeezed it gently. She'll pull through, man, he said. She always does. Ben nodded, but he knew the worry was etched in lines on his face. Lines that had aged decades in the last few years, and lines his best friend could read like the pages of a book. I'm not worried about whether or not she will pull through. Whatever she's able to do, she will do. He paused, squinting back at Reggie. I'm just worried that she's not going to be able to do anything. What if she tried and failed? What if no one's coming, man? Just then, Ben heard the gentle whine of an engine. His ears perked up, his eyes following suit as he peered out of the woods, trying to see the direction the noise was coming from. See? Reggie said, following Ben's gaze as two large snowcats appeared on the horizon. Told you she would pull through. Ben grumbled. For all we know, it could be friends of that asshole mercenary group, or even that group itself. Come to finish the job. Nevertheless, Ben stood and joined Reggie and walked out of the woods. He and Reggie were still armed, so worst case, they could retreat into the woods and lay down a proper defense, albeit one with a severely diminished ammunition supply, should the need arise. But he really wanted to get out of the woods once and for all, literally and figuratively. Ember and Zach joined them as they trundled forward. They were moving full speed, but still it seemed they were crawling over the expanse. The closer they got to Ben's position, the more he assumed Reggie was right. Julie had pulled through. If not, and these people were here to kill them, they certainly wouldn't have run up on them in such a noisy, haphazard way. And whoever was inside was certainly in close enough range to have begun shooting. Still, he held his breath as the group increased in size and volume. Finally, they were about 50 feet away, and the first machine slowed to a halt, followed by the second. They were spaced only a few feet apart. Certainly not an appropriate position from which to launch an attack. The smart choice would have been to try flanking them, especially considering all four of the CSO group were standing out in the open, bunched together. Ben let out his breath as both cut their engines and men began appearing from each. There were 4 in total, and while they were armed, none of them were pointing their weapons at him or his team. One of the men who had come in the first snowcat lifted a gloved hand and waved. Harvey Bennett, he shouted. Ben squinted again, still not ready to fully trust these newcomers. He didn't recognize any of them, but that didn't mean they were here to hurt them. It just didn't mean they were here to help them either. Reggie stepped forward. Who sent you? He asked, opting for a question of his own rather than letting Ben answer. Without hesitation, the man replied with a smile. Juliet Richardson, or Bennett, I guess. My apologies. It's been a decade since I've seen her, but I hear she got married. Ben felt relieved, and at the same time a flutter of anxiety from his heart as his wife's name was shouted toward him. He took a step forward and was surprised to see Zach and Ember following suit. Together, the 4 walked in a horizontal line toward the newcomers, Ben never taking his eyes off the bearded salt and pepper man who had addressed him. A meek voice reached his ears. Whatever happens, we're in this together. Ben turned and saw his younger brother walking next to him, keeping in step. Zach offered a small grin. Ben noticed his forward-leaning stance, his steadfast resolve as he steeled his body. It wasn't much, but Ben appreciated his brother's readiness. He gave Zach a slight nod, then returned his gaze to the man talking. She said I would find you here, the man said. Gave me these exact coordinates. Sorry it took so long. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare. There was a long pause, but Ember answered for Ben. Never too late, I guess, she said. So who the hell are you guys? At this, the salt and pepper man smiled even wider. We're with a research group out of the University of Montana, but I went to school with Julie. Actually, we were on a few projects together before she got headhunted by the CDC. I figured she would end up doing something in computers, since that was always her bent. The CSO group had reached the new group now, and they formed an inadvertent half-circle around the front of the first snowcat. The other 3 men hadn't spoken, but none seemed threatening. In fact, the longer Ben examined them, the more uneasy they all looked. Chapter 81. Ben. He shifted, suddenly uncomfortable. What is this, he wondered. He knew he was on edge, knew his heart rate was far more elevated than it should be, but he had been through hell, and not for the first time. He gripped his own weapon tighter, suddenly realizing that the man talking had stopped, looking down at his weapon. The man held up his palms, holding outward. He had let his own weapon fall to the snow. If this is a strange form of offense, it's one I've never seen before, Ben thought. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that these men had no idea what they were doing. But that only made him even more uncomfortable. The man raised his palms up, his eyes widening. "You must be Harvey," he said, his voice suddenly lower. "Listen, I don't know what to tell you to get you to trust us, but we're not here to hurt you. Julie did send us, and I am an old friend." He looked down at Ben's weapon once more, then started laughing. He turned to his own men and said something softly in Russian. One by one, each of the three men dropped their weapons to the ground. Only then did Ben realize what was happening. "What sort of research are you in?" he asked the man. "You can call me Grant," he said. "Dr. Grant Fisher, and our research is mostly of a biological sort. Specifically, microscopic compounds found in ice core samples. We floated around a bit, all from different places. But the four of us landed here about a year ago." If the man wasn't telling the truth, it seemed a pretty elaborate, and pretty tame, story. "Look, we're not here to hurt you. We've all put our weapons down, and for the record, these are rifles solely kept on the base in order to put down polar bears if they get too close. We've never had to use them, and I'm not sure these three even know how." "And you?" Reggie asked. The man chuckled. "I know how to use one, sure. Did a stint in the Army after college, and before my postgraduate work. Just basic training and a couple of deployments, but military work wasn't for me." Ben felt the urge to make a decision. He needed to decide whether or not to trust these people or not, and at the moment it seemed like trusting them was the quickest way to get back inside where it was warm. With any luck, these guys might have some food as well. As if reading his mind, the man slowly reached his left hand down and shoved it into a pack. Ben tightened, but the hand reappeared a moment later with a small plastic baggie filled with something dark. He frowned. It obviously was not a weapon, and found himself reaching out to catch the bag as the man tossed it to him. He examined it, turning it over in his hands. Immediately, he knew what it was. "I figured you guys might be hungry. There's a better assortment of goodies back at the base, but it's a little less than an hour from here. Figured you might want some jerky to hold you over. It's fresh, too. I took down an elk not too long ago." Finally, Ben was satisfied. He tore open the bag and grabbed a piece of jerky. It was absolutely delectable, and almost melted in his mouth. Before he knew it, the other three were grabbing at the bag while the four snow-capped researchers burst out into laughter. Between chewing and sucking on the jerky juices, Ben managed to address the man once more. "Grant, sorry, Dr. Fisher. I apologize for our behavior. It's been a while since we've talked to anyone friendly." He smiled back at Ben, a knowing glance. Ben immediately felt drawn to the man and understood why Julie had been friends with him. "No problem at all. And call me Grant. Truth be told, it's pretty boring up here, and there are only so many times you can watch movies like The Thing. This is the most activity we've seen in months." "Well, we appreciate your willingness to help," Reggie said. "So tell me, Grant," Ben added, "how long were you friends with Julie?" At this, Grant's smile faltered, then returned. "Strange. She never mentioned me? Huh. Actually, I shouldn't have said we were just friends. We dated for almost 4 years. Ben stopped chewing and felt the eyes of all 7 people suddenly on him. Chapter 82. Ben. Ben watched Dr. Grant Fisher as he spoke to the group. The other 3 researchers had disappeared deeper into the facility to continue their duties, but Ben got the impression after their introductions that the other 3 men with Fisher were more the solitary type, incapable or otherwise uninterested in social functions. His own team was just the opposite, and with their recent experience, all of them were more than happy to let themselves relax a bit. As Fisher had promised, It had taken about an hour to get all 8 of them back to their research facility, which was barely a speck on the map. It was a temporary structure, erected on top of the ground, but it had all the comforts of home, if home was an elaborate tent in the woods. Most importantly, it was heated well and full of food that Fisher's team freely offered them. He had placed the pot on the stove immediately upon arrival and begun cooking some sort of soup he had pulled from the freezer. There were no fresh vegetables to be found, but the soup looked hearty enough, and once it started melting into its liquid form again, it began to smell delectable. Ember and Zach had gone to shower. There were 2 heated showers in the facility, one on either side in the connected habitation tents. Ben and Reggie waited with Dr. Fisher in the main hub, where meals were served and most of the research was conducted on the back wall. Banks of computer monitors and laboratory equipment lined shelves and cabinets along the half-circle-shaped wall. The place was unimpressive, but Ben knew that for folks like Dr. Fisher and his team, this was their slice of heaven. Isolated as a small research team, relatively self-sufficient, free to explore the interests that had gotten them to this point in their careers in the first place. Once Zach and Ember had returned to the table, Fisher's conversation with Reggie and Ben turned back toward work. "So, now that we're all together again, mind telling me what you guys got yourselves into up here?" he asked. Ben glanced at Zach, who picked up the cue and answered. "We were being chased by a mercenary group sent to kill us." Fisher's eyebrow rose, but he nodded. "Julie alluded to that. Said you guys were in some sort of trouble. She didn't sound frantic, but I could tell."
At this, Ben's ears perked up. "You could tell? What's that supposed to mean?"
Ben sensed Reggie shifting in his chair next to him, but Fisher took the question in stride. "Listen, Ben, I'm sorry she didn't mention me, but I'm not surprised. You're married, you have a kid now. She was obviously smitten with you, enough that I wasn't even a memory for her." Ben chewed the inside of his lip, not allowing Fisher a nod or shake of his head. "Still?" Ember jumped in.
"Ben here is a little fidgety, especially when it comes to matters of the heart."
Reggie cackled next to him, and Ben glared at his friend. Julie wasn't just his most serious girlfriend. She was his first. At this, Ben's eyes widened and he felt his cheeks flush.
That's not..."
Zach, Ember, and Reggie burst into laughter, and Dr. Fisher seemed to not be able to help himself as well. "These assholes aren't my friends," Ben said suddenly. "They're just my co-workers. Technically my employees." At this, Reggie couldn't control himself and leaned back in the chair around the large table and threw his head back, roaring in laughter. Ben closed his mouth, still glaring at anyone who would make eye contact with him. And as much as Ben hated it, Dr. Grant Fisher was just as cool with this conversation as he had been with every other one. "Why don't we get back on track?" he said graciously. "May I ask why these mercenaries decided to kill you?" Zach was wiping tears from his eyes while he stammered to get out the answer. "Well, that was my fault also, I guess. I'm a scientist too, mostly working in computerized chemical compounds and applications. I created something, a slime mold, that these guys want." "Technically, they already have it," Ember said. "They want to protect it. We're the ones who wanted to destroy it." Dr. Fisher listened, rubbing his beard with a hand. "That's true," Zach added. "I created it in the lab, while working for Venilov Manufacturing. Venilov Manufacturing?" Dr. Fisher said, suddenly sitting upright. "You've heard of them?" "Absolutely. Just about everything we come into contact with is somehow related directly or indirectly to that company. They produce fertilizers, crop production chemicals, that sort of thing, right?" Zach nodded, smiling. "Yeah, I guess in your line of work you would probably be familiar with these types of companies. On that note, I was working for them briefly until..." His head fell. "Until he realized he was working for the enemy," Reggie finished. "I see," Dr. Fisher said. "Well, we all make mistakes, I guess. So, Zachary, you asked your brother for help, since his team was already prepared for these sorts of missions. You came back to Russia with him, hoping to put an end to whatever Venilov Manufacturing was doing with this chemical." "Sort of," he said. "There's a bit more to the story than that, but that's close. Except it's not Veniloff Manufacturing we're worried about. Somehow the chemical got into the hands of another company. A much smaller one that almost successfully flew under the radar. We think they're a real estate company mainly, though they've got their hands in a lot of different pots. And it's become clear to us that they're state-funded, at least in part. We think the government gave them the funds to hire the mercenaries to come after us. Dr. Fisher nodded. You said you were on a train heading north. There's a base up there, though I'm not sure what they're doing. It's only a few miles from here, if I recall. But our work doesn't take us anywhere near it. Actually, we were recently informed that we are not allowed anywhere near it. He shrugged, looking back at Ben. Seems like that place might be where your answers lie. Ben let out a sigh. Which is exactly why we were on that train. We were heading in that direction, hoping we could sneak into the base, poke around a bit, that sort of thing. We didn't know what to expect, but we certainly didn't expect a fighter jet to come strafe the train we were on, and then take out that very base. Dr. Fisher's eyes widened, and he leaned forward, now resting his bearded chin on both closed fists on the table. That's incredible. So this mercenary group, and now I understand why you believe they were funded by the government if a Russian jet was involved, took out your train, but then it decided to change its mission and take out the very base it was probably sent to protect? Yes, Reggie answered. Ben continued. Thing is, we found launchers on the train. Not for ballistics or anything meant to destroy stuff. They were meant to launch rounds of Veniloff Manufacturing chemicals, we guess with Zach's slime mold, or some form of it, into the atmosphere. Dr. Fisher's eyes now grew so large he looked like a cartoon character. Exactly, Reggie said, responding to Grant's expression. It has the potential to completely alter the environment, warming from the stratosphere down. That's actually possible? Grant asked. I mean, we've postulated theories of isolated nuclear incidents having the same effect on the atmosphere, but they were just projections, and we didn't know how long the effects would last. That's what we're concerned with, Zach said. I believe Veniloff was leading me down this path from the beginning, and I didn't realize it. I believe he was working with Russia to create a massive sleight of hand, the wheat crop production getting vastly reduced, only so he could play his true hand. Dr. Fisher waited, and even Ben felt himself leaning forward. He hadn't given Zach's hypothesis much thought, but his brother was very serious right now. Spooked. Enough localized warming that Russia's northern coastline melts. Ben swallowed, and Reggie's face fell. That means... Yes, Zach said. They're not just trying to build a city up here. They want a coastline. One that has never been heavily guarded by world powers, because why should they? Ships can't sail from any of the seas up here. Unless those seas are no longer frozen over. Exactly, Zach said. If Russia builds ports on their northern coastlines, they're useless. Until they can melt enough sea ice to suddenly make those oceans useful. My God, Grant said. I can't believe I'm saying this. But if what you're saying about your slime mold and Veniloff's work is true, that could actually be possible. He paused, then added, So why did this plane suddenly change course and destroy the base, especially if it was set to be Russia's flagship northern seaport? That's the mystery we're trying to figure out. Not just why, but who called in that order. You think it was Julie? Ben shook his head. Our call got disconnected, but that was the last thing I asked her. She said she had no idea what I was talking about. Just then, Dr. Fisher frowned, reaching into his pocket. Strange? I don't have any scheduled calls this afternoon. He pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. You're getting a call? Ben asked. Is it Julie again? Dr. Fisher shook his head, not looking up. Not her, no. He frowned, as if it was a number he didn't recognize. And as you've no doubt discovered, calls aren't exactly easy to place up here. This isn't like back in the States where roaming charges are a pittance. It's pretty expensive to get a solid connection here, so every call in and out is pre-scheduled except in emergencies. Excuse me a moment. He stood, pushing his chair back from the table, and answered the call. He took a few paces away from the table, listening, then turned back around and faced Ben, the phone still up to his ear. Odd, he said. Ben raised his chin, as if asking a question. Dr. Fisher frowned back at him, still listening. Ben, this man on the other end says he's trying to get in touch with you, but the only name he's giving me is a code name.
A code name? Ben asked, puzzled.
Fisher nodded. Yeah. He says his name is Mystery.
Chapter 83.
Ben. Ben was reeling. He paced inside the airlock chamber, the small room constructed out of temporary tent material separating the main research facility from the elements outside. It wasn't quite cold enough to be in use yet, but Ben knew winter was coming, and having this sort of setup would help maintain the temperature inside the facility. He had just gotten off the phone with Mr. E once more. He no longer cared about Dr. Grant Fisher's relationship with Julie. That was the past. Mr. E had given him a brief overview of the future, and it was not a future Ben wanted to be a part of. He recalled the conversation as he paced, contemplating the entire time.
Ben, I know there's a lot to discuss. I know I owe you an explanation for everything. Unfortunately, I can't get into details about everything just yet. Trust me, there will be time.
Were you the one who changed the plane's target? Were you the one that called it off of us? There was a pause. Yes.
Then I guess I owe you some gratitude.
I know it may not seem like it, but I will still pull whatever strings I can to help you and the team. I helped put this group together, and as unlikely as it seems, I still believe in the good it's doing. It may be hard to believe, Ben, but I never betrayed you. What happened on Corsica? All I remember was blacking out with you standing in front of me. I woke up in a cell that was my home for 9 months. Ben couldn't keep his temper from escalating. Mr. E was unfazed. Was I behind that? No, but I knew about it, and I knew it would happen. What? You knew? I knew, and I was helpless to prevent it. The faction has been working toward their goal of attaining power around the world for centuries. I'm a high-ranking member of its modern incarnation, but I don't share the values and goals like the rest of the organization, which you can imagine has been a difficult task to take over the years. So what? You're some sort of undercover agent? A spy within their ranks? As a matter of fact, that's a perfect analogy. My interests are aligned with yours, Ben. And though I would never wish for you to be kidnapped and held in a cell, trust me when I say the alternative was much worse. I could not play my hand. I could not reveal that I was working on your side, as prying eyes would have immediately killed both of us. So you let them use me as bait? Dangle me in front of the faction that wanted my wife and friends killed? Yes. Ben had been shocked at the man's abruptness, but then Mr. E continued. But think about it, Ben. If they found out then that I was actually helping you, that I was actually on your side, we both would have been killed. And then your friends and family would have been hunted, chased, and eventually killed as well. I did what I believed I had to do. I regret that it cost you 9 months of your life. Ben had stopped pacing then, considering his next words carefully. So what now? You've made a point, and the faction is still out there, still looking for us. What should I do? You need to keep running, keep outpacing them. They want you dead not just because of your familial history and relation to Napoleon Bonaparte, but because your continued existence is a threat to theirs. They believe you want them out of the picture, and they will stop at nothing to prevent your success. But why? Ben had asked. Why do they think I'm such a huge threat? I mean, I know they're after power and money and all that, but I don't have that to give them. So what do they really want? Well, Harvey, that's what you need to figure out. I can give you hints, allude to secrets the faction has kept for centuries, but this mystery is one you must pursue. If I told you exactly what they want, you wouldn't believe me. The only way I can convince you that what they're after is real is to convince you to discover that truth for yourself. Wait, what? You can't even tell me why this insane organization you're a part of wants to pursue ultimate power, and how they're going to do it? As I said, Harvey, you wouldn't believe me if I... Try me, E. I've seen some crazy shit these last few years, and I doubt you're going to surprise me. Mr. E paused, then sighed. Fine. But I urge you to continue looking into the faction, Harvey. They will not stop. And while I can help in some cases, I cannot let my help become known. You must trust that what they're working on is real, and you must learn this for yourself. Promise me.
Fine, I promise, Bennett said. What are they working on that's so unbelievable?
Harvey, they're building a machine.
That doesn't sound so implausible to me. They're building a machine that can shift the Earth's poles. They want to literally move the Earth, to upset the balance of its place in space. That's impossible, Ben had said. And then, right?
At that, Mr. E actually chuckled. Do not underestimate these people, Ben. And yes, it is theoretically possible. But you will have to learn how they plan on doing it on your own. That is your next task.
Why? You don't want to tell me? No, Harvey. I can't tell you how they plan to do it, because I do not know. Ben had hung up and re-entered the facility's main circular room. The others were still around the table, and he noticed Zach and Ember had rejoined the group. What's up? Reggie asked immediately. Ben looked at his friend, then let out a deep sigh. Work. That was Mr. E.
And?
He's given us our next mission. I see, Reggie said. Mind telling us what it is? Oh, I'll tell you, Ben said. But he turned to Grant once more and addressed the leader of the facility. First, though, do you have any whiskey? Grant looked at him oddly, then nodded. A bit, but fair warning, it's not American quality bourbon. Get it. How much do you want? Ben smiled, looking at his exhausted and worn teammates spread around the table, and the members of the other team who had taken them in. Plans had already been made to get them out of Russia and on their way back home. Back to Julie and Hope. He thought of Donovan and his men, the lost members of their own team who'd sacrificed everything to help Ben and CSO Group. He looked back at Grant. At this point, all of it. Whatever you've got, we're going to need.
This has been The Russian Betrayal by Nick Thacker. Copyright 2023 by Conundrum Publishing. All rights reserved. ConundrumPub.com.